the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Welcome, everybody, to the Drunken Peasants Podcast, episode 983.
Do it live!
This is a Saturday bonus show earned by you, the generous viewers of the Drunken Peasants Podcast. Thank you so much in advance, and you're welcome for another amazing stream that we will bring to you tonight.
In advance, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Afterwards, you'll no longer be welcome. You'll have to wait until the next episode to be welcome again.
I sent out the messages to all of the patrons that earned the exclusive Motherload shirt, the Manateesa shirt. So check your DMs if you were a $50 patron last month, because I need you to reply to my DM and send me your shipping address and your shirt size so I can get that shirt to you. I need everybody's responses before the 28th of this month. I will not be taking any more DMs after that. So you've got some time. Just make sure you reply to that DM.
Do it!
Yeah, and for those of you who are part of it again this month, as you know, we have another shirt. This is the shirt that we're giving away to all patrons $50 or above for the month of January. So it's not too late. You can still sign up anytime between now and the end of this month, and we will send to you one of these in February, as long as you're a $50 patron. And there's other cool stuff you get.
You see the O's in Poot? They're little stars inside of them.
That's cute, with two O's with stars inside of them.
I when I first designed that, I was going to make nipples there, but they didn't look right. So
you put them there?
I was trying to make nipples there so they'd look like some big old Cobra approved of age knockers.
The Patreon is a big part of why this show continues. We ask you guys that you sign up. If you can't afford the $50 Motherload, which gives you all of this stuff, there's lower levels. The $15 one, you get a bunch of perks, and you get put in the closing credits, which I'm going to make in the next 2 days after tonight's stream. So if you want to be updated for that, if you want to be in the closing credits, make sure you get your pledge in. And also DP on demand, $25 DP on demand. New content will be released within the next few days here. So you might want to either sign up to be a $25 patron to get all the cool perks associated with that and a free month of DP on demand, or you can just sign up for DP on demand. There's weeks, months worth of content on there.
Yeah, the best deal ever is spending the rest of your life watching us.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, there's also still we're doing 2 more movie reviews at some point during this month, and then I'm also releasing a classic DP movie review with the old cast. So there's going to be 3 movie reviews,
and I'm going to be watching one of the old DP episodes with this one I'm going to be watching is a debate episode.
The religion debate episode, the first appearance of G-Man, one of the early appearances of Brett Keane. I think maybe even Shanny for Christ pops up.
Oh, wow. This is going to be great.
It gets pretty wild.
This is like, going back and reading the Hulk magazine where Wolverine debuted. This is a big deal.
I had a reprint of that when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
They fought in Canada? Is that what it was?
Well, yeah, because Wolverine was from Canada.
Yeah, Wolverine
he was chasing down the Wendigo, which is like the Canadian version of the Hulk, basically.
Yeah.
And he ran into the Hulk getting into a fight with the Wendigo. So he was like, Wolverine was like, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I guess. But Wolverine got his ass kicked by the Hulk in that comic book. And the Wolverine's helmet or like head thing looked a little different in the first appearance too. It was before his X-Men days. He was Alpha Flight, which is like the Canadian X-Men.
Yeah.
Basically. We've got a whole bunch of crazy stuff planned for the show tonight. Please like the stream. download the Brave browser too. If you guys want to help us out without having to spend any of your own money, the Brave browser is a great way to do that. There's a link in the description. It's a great browser. It's faster than Chrome. It automatically blocks ads and all other kinds of stuff that you would normally have to download Chrome extensions to do. And if you just use it, it generates a cryptocurrency that you can send to your favorite creators. It helps to remonetize YouTube. And it's helped us out tremendously over the years. So if you can download the browser and send us the tokens that they send you every month, that's one way to help DP for those of you who just enjoy the show that don't have disposable cash at the moment, because we understand completely.
You know how I'm always coming up with genius ideas?
I know you come up with ideas that never happen.
I have a genius idea, and I want to pitch it live on the show. And you might like this one, because you go to sporting events a lot.
Sometimes, yeah.
This one actually is kind of catered towards your tastes. So the idea I have is you have a cup, right?
Does it have to do with putting dicks in it or something?
No,
it's wow.
This is a genius.
This is an innovative idea already.
This is a genius idea I came up with today.
Okay.
So the cup is here, right? And let's say this straw is here, but it's not a straw. What it is it's a pulley, and as you pull it up, a table, like a board, pulls up out of the cup. It lays flat on top of the cup, but as you pull it up, it lays out a charcuterie board. So you have a charcuterie board at your sporting events with like meats and cheeses on it, and it pulls up and the board falls out. I've designed it in my head. I just have to write it down on paper, and I want to call it the Sharknado.
You just want to design things. You start with the name first and then the invention afterwards.
Yes.
And
it's shark for charcuterie. Sharknado.
But what that causes you to do is create something no one needs or... Hold on, let me finish. Something no one needs or wants. You just want to come up with a clever name, and then you create a useless invention.
Do you know how many of these
it.
they can sell at sports games?
To almost nobody, except for the type of person that can never stop eating and has to be constantly eating every moment of every day.
Everybody eats at sports games, and this is This is keto. You get meats and cheeses. There's gonna be
why not non-keto food? You come up with awful
ideas. It's a charcuterie
ideas.
board,
Anyway,
but it's in a cup for portability.
I was awakened this morning by an emergency alert. I thought maybe it was another Amber Alert or something else, but it was literally a tsunami advisory warning. I've never seen such a thing in my life.
Because there hasn't been a lot of tsunamis anywhere you lived.
Never.
How many tsunamis did you get in Ohio?
0.
Yeah.
You know
how many tsunamis I've gotten here in the Northwest? I can't remember one. So.
Right. And this was a tsunami for our county, which is not a coastal county. You know, we're like 2 hours inland from the actual coast. So it was like, oh my! It says the King County coastline, the Puget Sound. This tsunami was possibly so powerful that it was going to travel all the way from the ocean inland to the Puget Sound, but it never happened. It actually started to travel more towards California, and I don't think it actually made landfall that caused any type of significant damage. I'll show you guys a little blurb about it.
Well, also this morning, some frightening scenes coming out of the Pacific island nation of Tonga this morning.
So Tonga, which is like closer to Australia than the mainland United States. Yeah. It's on the other side of the international date line. It's like close to Guam. Almost.
Take a look at this satellite video, which shows a nearby undersea volcano erupting 12 miles.
Do you see that?
That's wild.
Miles into the sky. Unbelievable. Ooh. That blast sent thousands in Tonga rushing to higher ground as waves as high as 4 feet crashed to the shore, triggering a tsunami warning. Authorities in the nearby nations of Fiji and Samoa have also warned residents to stay away from the shore. There are no immediate reports of injuries. But
so is that actual lava there, or is that something else?
Well, I mean, I think it's coming out of the ocean.
Yeah.
Have been
so it cools very quickly.
With a small country of just over 100,000 people.
Yeah. The only time I ever heard of Tonga was Haku, the wrestler, and his finishing move was the Tongan Death Grip. And he's the only person from Tonga that I can actually name. And like she said, there's only 100,000 people that live in that whole country. It's just a chain of small islands. There's like 160 islands in the whole chain, and a lot of them are uninhabited too. There's only a few actual Tongan islands that are inhabited by people.
I feel like I've known some Tongans, but I can't recall.
There's hardly any of them. Like it's such a small population.
I've known a lot more Samoans.
Samoans, yeah, they have a bigger population. They're closer to the continental United States
The
too.
blast came from an underwater volcano. The footage from space used Australia for scale. It was that big.
It was the size of Australia. That's insane. That's crazy. Yeah, I can't imagine. And it's that big, so, we're all the way over on the other side of the ocean, and they were saying this could make a tsunami that could hit you. That's craziness. That's mind-blowing to think of. I can't imagine the people who were actually nearby in these little island nations. You think the whole island was going to be underwater or something.
When Mount Everest exploded, they found ash from it over in Japan, as far as Japan. Or not Mount Everest.
Yeah,
Mount
not
St. Helens.
Mount St.
Sorry.
Helens, yeah.
I'm so
Mount
good at
Everest.
this. Remember when Mount Everest blew up?
I'd be afraid to see
when
what
Mount
happened.
St. Helens exploded, they found ash all the way in Japan from it. And
Oh yeah. Well, and when they had the earthquake in Japan, there was radioactive material from their nuclear power plant that somehow made it all the way to this part of the world.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a small world relatively, for sure. Shit will travel.
You can't say it's a small world without me thinking of the song "It's a Small World."
Sure.
And now I'm like, it's playing in my head. It's
a small world. It's a small world.
It's a small.
You want me to replace
small
it?
World.
You want to replace it with Rebecca Black Friday?
Probably, but it's Saturday. Didn't she make a sequel song called Saturday?
I have no idea. I
can't recall either. Yeah, I remember when Mount Everest exploded on Friday.
Mount Everest. If Mount Everest exploded, I would be very afraid.
It just blew up. No big deal.
No big deal.
No, Mount St. Helens. I always get those two confused because I'm an imbecile.
Let's check out the antagonism segment. Here we go.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. TPO, they're going to touch me.
But yeah, normally the way the invention thing works is you invent the thing first, and then you come up with a clever name for the invention after that.
They say that
Who's they?
necessity is the mother of invention.
Right.
And I needed a Sharknado to be a thing, so I just designed it backwards. I was like, that'd be a clever pun. That's a clever enough pun. It would sell 1 million charcuterie boards across stadiums all across America.
All right. Well, when you make your first million, let me know.
Yeah.
Here's someone on. Here's Nick Fuentes saying, "Stop worshiping minorities." And yeah, I put Nick and Catboy in the thumbnail again just to bait the Nick simps on their way over.
They love baiting to Catboy.
They do. They bait to him and to him and to him.
America thirst.
It's just disgusting. And then the pandering. Oh, Democrats put illegals before inner city black kids. Okay, what about us? What about us, dipshit? What, is there some shortage of people that care about the plight of blacks? Yeah, they're running out of those. Yeah, BLM, Black Lives Matter planet, Black Lives Matter universe. But hey, stop the presses. Wait, we don't care enough about the plight of black people. No, but here's another reason.
Why is he putting his arms like that?
He was taught this is how you fend off a bear.
Another reason.
He doesn't want to fend off a bear.
Why we need to go out to bat for blacks. How am I the only person saying this? Like, I feel like I'm going crazy because This is just obvious. Everybody feels this way, but no one wants to they don't want to say it, and they also don't want to admit it when I say it. When I say it, they go, it's like Scarface. So there's the bad guy, right? You say, there's the bad guy. I tell the truth even when I lie, right?
I tell the truth even when I lie, right?
So that means basically nothing he says matters.
He's full of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I saw someone in the chat just say Nick is a troll. Not in a conventional sense.
I don't even think he's a troll. I think he's an intelligent idiot.
Yeah,
he puts his foot in his mouth all the time.
They feel like their thing is an actual political movement, though, because I've heard their fans, or I've seen their fans in our comment section talk about it like this is some big political movement that they're a part of.
Because it's like
big to them. They don't get out of their fucking bedrooms.
What about us? Yeah, I'm really sick of hearing about it because
everybody's thinking it. Yeah, everybody in your fucking circle is thinking it because you're a bunch of basement-dwelling weirdos that talk to nobody outside of your dumb circle.
Right.
The only time you talk to people outside of your circle is when you go onto Omegle to call them the most elementary level insults, and then you get like minimal reaction at that. That's how ineffective you are.
Normally they go like, what? Or they just hang up on you.
Same black people that are the eternal victim, the same blacks that worship, they're poor kids.
No, you're trying to get into victimhood right here.
Right.
Why aren't we getting the victim attention? What about our problems? You're literally playing victim, you whiny bitch peckerhead.
Oh, they're poor this, they're inner city schools, the food ghettos, endless. And they're the ones that are robbing everybody in Chicago. They're the same ones doing heists, hitting 5 7-Elevens in 30 minutes, and that's why the Magnificent Mile is closing down. And they're the ones brawling it out at the airport terminal and Disney World and the trampoline world and arcade and pizza place and everywhere. And it's not all of them, but
Nick tried to go to Chuck E. Cheese to have fun.
Got beat up by a 4-year-old toddler.
Yep. Swim around in the ball pit.
Enough already with this. Picking up
little
after
toddler
them.
came up and took his cornbread.
Picking up their garbage and we're going to make these, we have to pander more to them. Seriously? I mean, let's have a little bit of dignity. This used to be a great country. Now it's a trash heap. And we got to get on our hands and knees and beg these people to appreciate what they've been given on a silver platter. I'm not going to do it.
Well, then don't. But now you want us to appreciate what you do by sitting at home and complaining about what they do? I don't know, Papa. You look like a fucking dork to me.
Here's the one that was put out yesterday on Twitter.
The only ones that aren't racist.
We're the only ones that aren't racist. I want to play that again.
We're the only ones that aren't racist.
Okay.
Let that sink in.
I literally saw him like in front of a group of his people, and he's like, "This is going to be the most racist," and everyone cheered. It's like, You know you're racist.
Ben,
you tout
even
it.
when he's lying, he's telling the truth.
Oh, yeah. What a great thing to say. That way he can backpedal on anything he says.
Even when I'm shitting my pants, I'm being clean.
Even when I'm picking a booger and eating it, I'm not really picking a booger and eating it.
Damn, Booger Nick. You got caught.
We're the only ones, ironically, and I know this is going to come across in a certain way, but the irony is people accuse us of hating black people, and we're the only ones that treat black people with, like, actual respect, honestly. Respect enough to tell them, hey, stop committing crimes.
Respect enough to tell them, stop committing crimes.
Nick, I dare you to just go walk outside of your home, walk down the street, and walk up to a black man that's at least your size or bigger, and just be like, stop committing crimes.
Remember that video where he was making the 15-year-old white girls cry at the mall? And then like an elderly black, I don't know if she's elderly.
She wasn't elderly. She's probably like mid-30s, 40s.
A black woman older than him showed up, and he got super quiet. He went into like a little cocoon bitch mode.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he shut up pretty quickly.
Stop being so illiterate in schools. And when they're cool, we're just cool with them. You know, they're just human beings.
When they're cool.
When they're cool.
Yeah, how do they qualify as cool in Nick's book?
And how does Nick become the merchant or a purveyor of cool? When does he get to say what is or isn't cool? Nick, there's nothing cool about Nick.
No.
Nick is uncool.
To us, they're just real human beings. We stand for real human beings, truly. But we also stand for whites. Anyway, so that's sort of...
Did he just kind of say whites aren't human beings? Because he said we stand for human beings, but we also stand for whites.
In a weird way, yes.
Yeah.
Of an aside, but it is a little bit funny. This comes from Bannon. This is Getter. Getter is run by Bannon. And Bannon is the fat retard that goes on these shows and says, we're going to have African Americans voting 50% for Republicans, and we're going to flood the zone with nigger votes. I mean, that's like, literally goes on these shows and says that. That one slipped out.
That one...
I'm sure it slipped out.
That one slipped out.
Yeah, and it was Bannon that said that, not Nick, who literally just said it. Here's Nick talking about women.
Part of his humor says, Nick, my guy, I'm courting a half Russian, half Syrian girl who's pretty based and trad on our stuff. How do I get the girl? Sorry, this isn't related. Why are you asking me? Why do people come to me with these questions? I get this all the time. Nick, how do I get a GF? How should I know?
Yeah, at least he's being honest here.
How should I know?
How should I know? How long have you been watching my show? Do I come on the show and, my girlfriend, hey, my GF, my E-girlfriend, my trad girlfriend, my girlfriend. Do I come on the show and talk a lot about that?
No. The only time we've seen you with an interaction with anyone else in a romantic way was with Catboy.
That was beautiful, though. And then his story about how he could have got himself a beard.
Yeah, that's what he should have done. He should have dated Catboy and kept this other girl around as his beard.
Come on the show and talk a lot about my prowess in wooing and seducing women. I think it's actually a lot of the opposite. I think it's actually a lot of, the other stuff. What is the slogan on the show? It's not GFs, it's no E-girls, right? So you're courting a half Russian, half Syrian girl who's based in Red Pill. How do I get the gal? Just go up and talk to her. Be yourself, go up and talk.
Make her cry.
To her. And of course, I have learned these are the two core tenets. I've learned these from my handler, the grand master of the Irony Bro movement, the grand godfather of the alt-right, Sean, Prince Hubris himself. He has taught me everything I know. And he is the one who pays my bills. He's a crypto billionaire.
Do we know who he's talking about? I have no idea who he's talking about here.
Sean? Be yourself. Go up and talk to her. How do I get the girl? Just go up and talk to her. Just go up and talk to her. Just go up and talk to her. Be yourself and just go up and talk to her. And that's my advice. That's how you're going to get the girl.
You just said how your advice was worthless on this subject, and then you gave the advice. That's very strange.
If she's based and red-pilled, then go walk up to her and realize you're not in the percentage of guys that she would want to be with, because she wants the top 1% trad fucking G.I. Joe massive husband, not your America First crybaby bullshit.
Nick wants a man who's based in Alaska pilled.
Yeah, other than that, I don't know, man. I don't know. Just be mean to her. The thing I've noticed about, and this is what I've observed, and Tucker Carlson said this also in the leaked Media Matters tapes, women don't really like it when you're nice to them. I don't know if that's all women. I don't know if that's just modern women. I don't know. But it seems like maybe it's weakness versus strength as opposed to niceness versus meanness, but it seems like women don't really care for this, over-the-top sort of thing. At least in my experience. Look, I'm generally just kind of indifferent to women, and in some cases mean. And I get women DMing me all the time. Nick, we should meet here. Nick, I drove 6 hours to meet you at CPAC, and I want to meet you. And I see that tweet when I'm at the airport, Nick. And all kinds of other things. Brittany Venti watching my show, and all these other things happening, and I'm like, yeah, well, I don't know. I just don't really care about you.
Brittany Venti watching my show. You think that's why Brittany said Nick was probably gay? Because
maybe so.
Because she tried to slide in on the DMs?
I think this is a little old. Do I think Brittany was interested? Probably not.
Nah, she's there for the memes.
Attention to you. I'm focused on saving
Nick Fuentes would make a great boyfriend for Brittany Venti, though. Just for optics. That'd be so fucking hilarious.
He would be her beard.
Yeah.
Over here, all right? I'm focused on
that would be
getting
hilarious.
the bag. Being against guns is so dumb. What, do you want the state to just take care of you? Everyone should be armed. Everyone should have a gun. Babies should have guns.
Babies should have guns.
this is what people mean when they say he's a troll, because babies having guns, it's like the dumbest thing ever. But he says it so he can claim he can play both sides of it. He can claim he meant it to some people that think that's awesome, and he can claim it was just a joke to the people who take issue with it.
I wonder if you could make like a teething gun for a toddler.
That's a joke. But that's
a joke.
Everybody, maybe over the age of 18, should have guns, except for women. Women should not have guns.
Okay, you started with everyone should have guns, and you're slowly whittling away who should and shouldn't have them.
It's going to come down to everyone that agrees with me. Everyone
that agrees with
everyone
me.
with an America First hat can have a gun. Should have a gun.
That's white and a man, and not Jewish, right?
That's the other thing. All these conservatives are like, guns are actually great for women because they can protect themselves. Any woman who's like really attracted to guns outside of pure, utility purposes, I think is wrong. Because
you just said people who were anti-gun are dumb, and now here you are anti-gun if a woman is holding the gun. I guarantee you there are women that can shoot a gun better than he can.
Oh, I don't.
Well, there's like military-trained women and police officer women.
I doubt Nick even can shoot a gun very well.
Probably not.
He doesn't look like he has discipline.
Yep.
Certainly, and I've had this in my family, of course. When you have women who are in a situation where they don't have somebody to defend themselves, it is good that they can defend themselves with a firearm.
So now they can have it, but only when they're alone and get attacked.
Yeah, Nick's got diarrhea of the mouth.
Oh yeah.
I think I like the idea of him giving babies guns, but why stop at babies? Can we inject guns into the womb so babies can protect themselves?
Shoot their way out if
no,
they want
not
to get out?
shoot their way out. If someone tries to abort them, make pro-choice. They're the baby's choice. I think that might be the future. Give the little baby in the womb.
I'd say this idea is just as good as your charcuterie idea.
Charcuterie is a multi-million
But when you see
idea.
somebody like Caitlyn Bennett, okay, this retard, where she's always pictures with machine guns and ARs, women should not love guns. Women should be reluctantly accept the reality that yes, we live in a world where there is evil and women are.
Everybody should have that attitude towards weapons. No one should be in love with weapons.
I do love weapons, but the way you were talking about nunchucks the other day, or
I don't
size.
I don't love them. You're gonna draw a false comparison to whatever you're about to say.
You had a passionate history.
I don't have a passionate
history.
I don't have a passionate history.
They have to equalize the situation with a firearm, but they should not be like, oh yeah, I love guns. I love big guns. I love to shoot guns. Women should not be about that. Women who are like that are sick.
I don't think anyone should be like that.
You know what women should like? Women should like babies. Hello? Instead of killing babies, they should like the babies. They should like puppies. Not too much, though. White women, I'm looking at you. But they should like, babies. They should like...
They shouldn't like anything except for what I say, and then I'll say something and then be like, well, you should like that, but not too much. He never really says anything. He never actually takes a strong stance on anything.
I like how he just referenced that white girls have sex with dogs. That's what he thinks of women. When he thinks of a woman, he's pretty racist. He's going to think white women. The highest level of thought he has for a woman, a white woman, his preferred race, is that they fuck dogs. This is the man that you think should lead you into a new revolution, America Firsters.
That kind of thing.
GG.
Not firearms. Firearms are for men. That's what men should think are cool. Women, it is a last resort, should embrace the firearm. But, all these women, I'm wearing my MAGA hat and I've got a machine gun and I'm singing my MAGA song with these other bimbos. No, forget that. Forget that 100%.
I do agree with him. They should not be singing MAGA songs. It's fucking terrible. It's cringy as hell.
He's talking about what's her name,
Stop.
right? The blonde woman from the one that took her gun to college or whatever. The one that pooped herself.
Let's see. Denal says, shrine to Artemis, LMFAO. Yeah, that was just too funny to me. I was trying to be nice to her, but then she says, yeah, I have this little shrine to Artemis, and I pray to it. And I'm thinking, what in the world, lady? This is why...
Caitlyn Bennett, thank you.
Women need men. Without men, women be creating pagan shrines.
Caitlin
and
Bennett
shit.
does look a lot like Whitney, Wisconsin.
A little bit.
You just need somebody to take you to church. Hello, departments. National Women's Day. What more is there to say about it that we haven't already said? My two favorite things in the world, international and women. We just love those. Those things are going so well for us right now. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't really hate women. I know I have this reputation. People are like, oh, you must be a misogynist. You must be a sexist. I really don't. I really don't.
Here he is walking back on something he said.
But the problem is all these whores. That's the problem. All these stupid bitches and whores. That's who we have a problem with. They say, Nick, do you hate women? I say, no, I love women. But you know who I do hate? Stupid bitches and whores. That's who we have a problem with. All these retards and dummies who are like, I want to go to school. I want to be a mathematician.
So
the dumbest thing you can do is go to school.
They're stupid bitches because they want to become a mathematician?
Yeah, no, that's so dumb. Why go to school? If you want to be intelligent, don't go to school.
Right. I like how he was like, I have a problem with stupid bitches. You know, the ones that want to be smart. Like, what?
He calls them
Women
the hard...
shouldn't be smarter than me.
Earlier he said the hard R, then he just said the tard R. Like, he's going through all the words. Nick, the word you need to look into is self-reflection. What makes you the man you think you are?
Make me dinner. I want to wear the pants.
Your simp army who choose you over Pokemon?
Shut up, dummy.
It's really what it is. You got a bunch of tier 3 subs that flag up, put their America First hat on, and follow you around to your stupid little. I don't want to call them.
They're like rallies.
Conventions, rallies. Not even that. They're like kids who normally would go out and egg a house, but they're too scared to get caught.
Right.
So they get
might
together.
get grounded.
They get together and they yell at like women with purple hair, thinking that's what makes them a man.
Sure, International Women's Day. If that means international, everybody stays where they are in their own nations, and they just cook.
They stay. Just you know what? Just stay where you are in your own nation.
And they take care of the household and maybe some other activities. Okay.
Just because Nick can't get on a plane, which means he can't really fly to any other country. He just doesn't want anyone else to do that.
Then sure, yeah, happy International Women's Day. Stay where you are and do what you're supposed to do. Start popping out some babies, except for, in some continents. But other than that, I mean, what more is there to be said? Or are we really celebrating women learning JavaScript or something? No, that's dumb. Should be International Mother's Day. That's what it should be. Forget International Women's Day. We should have American Mother's Day and maybe International
American Mother's Day.
Forget it. Just have Mother's Day. Who needs all this?
There already is a Mother's Day.
Women's stuff.
He's saying that any other woman day is worthless.
Oh, yeah. He's basically saying a woman that hasn't crapped out a baby is worthless, is what he's saying.
Forget that. Mothers. That's what matters. Mothers, and that's about it. What else? What have women contributed besides being mothers? Honestly, can anybody give me a good answer for that? Women this, women that. What have women really contributed? No.
All right, Ben, we got to be put on the spot. He says, what have women really contributed other than being mothers? If we have to give an answer, or we're worse than him.
Well, I'm not going to view all women as a monolith and be like, well, the accomplishments of one woman is like the accomplishment of all of them. I hate when people do that. That's like when people like him take credit for shit that other white people did in history. It's like, you didn't have anything to do with that. Just because you have a similar skin tone to them doesn't mean you get to take credit for anyone else's accomplishments. So I refuse to even acknowledge that. I'll acknowledge accomplishments individually, not based on gender, not based on race, not based on any of it. So he, just like I can't take credit for anything other people with brown hair have done. I'm not going to give womankind credit for things that certain women have done.
That's a good answer, but I'm going to go with librarians.
Okay.
Great political theory, no great philosophy, nothing great in the way of science or technological innovation. I mean, nothing. Business success. Name me a great industrialist who is a woman. Name me a great tech entrepreneur, innovator who is a woman. A great inventor, a great scientist. Yeah, go ahead and Google it. Go ahead and women inventors, women this and that.
Go ahead and Google it and figure it out, but that doesn't matter. If it's like he's like, oh, if you look it up, it doesn't count. Is basically what he's saying.
Where is it? I mean, you've got maybe a handful of exceptions, but
of course, there's a handful of exceptions because women traditionally were homemakers and stay-at-home moms and all that stuff. That's what you want to keep them as. That's why you reject the accomplishments of any women at all. That's your problem.
The only woman Nick wants in his life is his mom, and eventually the mother of his children, to do things his mom did for him for his children.
We understand that.
We've heard that from his own mouth.
That's not what we should be celebrating. That's not what we should be celebrating. We should be celebrating mothers. Where would we be without our mothers?
We do celebrate mothers, and they're still criminally underserved in this world. Mothers are some of the hardest working people you'll ever meet. And they also do really dirty stuff. Like most moms are sick.
They come into their own
moms.
They become who they are.
Bone.
And that's when they're based and red pilled, and that's when we begin to cherish them. But before that, it's like, what do you do? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Cardi B, a mom.
What are you going to do?
Respect
You're going to make
mom,
schedules and PowerPoints and put on a little business suit and look at me. I've got red lips and hoops. That's so. Look at me. I've got red lips and hoops.
Look, the first thing he noticed is the makeup and fashion.
Yeah. If you talk to Jordan B. Peterson, he'll tell you that women wear lipstick to get your attention.
I'm so empowered.
And earrings and jewelry is a sign of status. So that's why Nick noticed it. It's physiology.
I think it's because he wants to design his own fashion.
That too.
Make the big speech. It's just going to be like, I don't know, my favorite
Nick
television
should
show.
Start a new TV show on cozy.tv called Queer Eye for the alt-right guy.
Shut up. Shut up. Stop. Please stop. You're embarrassing everyone. You're embarrassing yourself.
Oh.
So happy Women's Day. Happy
They're embarrassing
Mother's Day.
themselves, Nick.
Okay, right?
The level of cringe that you spew out on a regular basis and your cringe-ass followers feed into is... it would be embarrassing, except you guys have zero embarrassment for what you do because you're fucking memers. You hide behind stupid memes. You own the whole thing behind a memer is that you're only putting out into the world things that have already proven to succeed at some level. You take no risks, and the only rewards you get is a collective hive mind pat on the back.
You're right, Nick. You're so right. Nick Fuentes in the house.
In the house.
That's as you white
I hope they
boy.
all get drunk and fuck each other.
They probably do.
I hope they do.
That's what they say when it first, pops in their little butt cavity is Nick Fuentes in the house.
Right. Woo lads as you white boy, says Brittany Venti. Yeah, I think she likes me.
Oh my God. Yeah, you know what? I think she's hot for me. Too bad don't like women.
I think Brittany Venti likes me, but I think it's platonic, guys. Honestly, I think we're just friends. All right? Stop teasing me, okay? No, I like Brittany Venti. She's cool. I like Brittany Venti because she posts a lot of bait online, and I think that's funny. Like, Jacob Wall did this too, and people say, oh, you like Jacob Wall, but he's a hardcore Zionist. You like Brittany Venti, but she's an e-girl. What I respect about both of them is somebody like Jacob Wall will tweet something like, we should make Jared Kushner the Shah of Iran. And everybody's like, what? You're crazy. Even people that I know, they get all up on his case.
One thing you like about Brittany Venti is the race mixing that had to happen to create her. Right, Nick?
I just think it's funny because I do the same thing. Brittany Venti does that.
Perfect example of race mixing.
Too. She'll post something like, I don't know. She'll post something about the beta bucks or whatever, and all the wages. Are you serious? Brittany Venti said this online, and I just find that funny because I'll tweet out something like, girls shouldn't say swear words. Retweet if you agree, and it's like, everybody gets mad. So I think she's funny like that. The Observer says, so Fuentes, what did you think of her milkers? Hey, all right. Christian show, one day after Easter. Really? You're asking me about
Christian
milkers?
show?
I don't know. Me, when I look at a girl, you know what I care about? I care about her personality, all right? I care about her piety. I care about her personality.
Her piety?
Her piety.
Her wet ass piety.
That's the original WAP.
2 huge milkers. You think I even noticed that? What are you kidding me? No way.
We don't think you noticed that, Nick.
Yeah, because we think you're gay.
We think you noticed the
Like-
bulge. You notice a bulge between her legs before you notice her boobs.
Right.
No way. No way. Forget about that. I'm thinking about. I'm much more concerned about what's your ecological footprint. What's the last book you read? I'm more interested in those kinds of questions. 2 huge milkers. 2 huge Nubian milkers.
Oh God!
I don't even care about that stuff. You think I care? Do I look like?
You don't look like the kind
He
of
does
guy
not
that cares
care.
about boobs.
Nope.
You literally don't look like that kind of guy.
Yeah, like
I like how he just said 2 huge Nubian milkers.
Nubian milkers.
Nick, is that what Nick's problem is? That he's really into big old black titties?
I don't think he is.
I think he might be. But he's also racist, and he's conflicted by his need.
I don't think he's into women.
He needs that wet ass piety.
The anniversary or whatever of D-Day is coming up. I wonder what those men would have said if you showed them a snapshot of June 6, 2019. This would include many of the cities they were.
So he's talking about if you showed D-Day, World War II veterans, January 6th footage, what they would think. And Nick's going to tell you.
From becoming minority white, fear of saying certain words that make people super angry, sexualization of children, mass third world immigration, black president, disrespect of Christianity, Pride Month, etc., etc. But hey, at least we're not speaking German, right? Well, yeah, I mean, it's no secret that the greatest generation, anybody over the age of like the baby boomer age.
Is he picking his nose again?
Yeah, he always is.
So would that be like
He's got
73,
some
74?
prenasal
Would
drip.
be a hardcore conservative, would probably not have gone off to fight, and that's not really a fresh, no offense, not really a fresh or a new thing there. I pointed this out to Cabot Phillips. Cabot Phillips was doing some honor flight thing, or I forget what. He was talking about World War II veterans, and he had called me out as a racist because I'm against race mixing. And it's like a dipshit. What do you think? What do you think these precious World War II veterans think about race mixing? You think they're really gung ho about that? You think when they were fighting in World War II, you think they were fighting for race mixing? You think they went over to Okinawa and they went to
I mean, a lot of them took Japanese brides home with them. There was literally movies made by the U.S. military to help Japanese wives that were coming over to like assimilate.
Yeah, government-funded instructional videos were made. So yeah, they did fight for interracial relationships.
Yes,
to the literal point, the government funded their prosperity in it by giving them training videos.
Yeah, and same thing happened with
shock.
Vietnam. Same thing happened with Korea. It has happened, yes. Many of them were okay with it and even took part in it.
How are you going to even ask that question? Like,
he's an idiot.
That's really bad. That really shows how unfucking intelligent and
he's not informed at all.
He's uninformed.
He just assumes in the 50s or like in the 30s and 40s everyone was racist and they just weren't.
Did you know what would happen in the 40s and 50s if you went up to a vet that fought in Japan and you told him about an America First movement?
Oh, that was
Nazi aligned.
Right.
They would probably come to your house in the middle of the night, gag and bag you, and you'd wake up alive in a ditch in the middle of nowhere, and you'd have to find your way home. Odds are against you.
They went to Italy and they fought in Germany so that you could have black and white couples in advertisements and Stranger Things and Spider-Man. Yeah, doubt. You think they were fighting in Japan against crazy suicidal maniacs who were flying planes into boats so that we could have Gay Pride Month, so that you could have some man in the rainbow wig having sex with another man in his
How long did you think about that one? Say it a little slow.
ass. not to get vulgar, but it's
Not
like,
to get
really?
vulgar. I was earlier when somebody brought up milkers. I was in complete and utter disdain.
Yeah, now
but I'll bring up clown gay butt sex because whatever. Not to get vulgar, but I have an erection.
Stupid joke. What a stupid joke. These people pretend it's the same. And Antifa, it's funny, Antifa and conservatives are the same in that regard. You know, Antifa see themselves as the successors, you know, the spiritual successors of, got a little crude there, but I mean, really, you know, Antifa sees themselves as the successors of the World War II veterans. We fought them.
I don't think that's true. I've never seen some sort of Antifa march with them being like, we're the successors of World War II veterans. I've never heard such a thing in my life.
Maybe it's because they're all going around saying they want to punch a Nazi, and that was a very World War II thing to do.
I mean, Captain America was punching Adolf Hitler on the first edition of the Captain America comic book. Literally punching Adolf Hitler on the cover.
I think punching Adolf is what kids called masturbating.
Once we beat the Nazis, once we'll beat them again. The people who were fighting the Nazis in the 1940s would beat you up today, you know, if they were young, you know? What? And they had the attitudes they did back then. What a joke. And the same is true with the right. You know, the right says, we are fighting for freedom and democracy. You think they were fighting for this? You think they were fighting so that you could not own anything and be a debt slave? And, you know, your factory closes down and your town is gutted and everyone you know is dead of an opioid overdose or suicide. And your kid's a lesbian. And she's getting lesbian married to some mulatto, you know, in San Francisco. You think they were dying and fighting for that on either side?
Was that him? Like dry snitching on his sister? Remember that picture that went around of his sister with the?
I don't even know if that's really his sister or any of that, but maybe. The problem is like Americans didn't get involved in World War II until after the United States was attacked, so most Americans didn't enlist into the military during World War II for anything other than they attacked us, we need to get them back because they attacked us. There was no like, oh, we're fighting for, you know, this or that. It was like, oh shit, this country attacked us for no reason, so now it's time for us to get involved. That was the main thing. It wasn't like fighting for certain specific things. I don't.
Well, whether or not that picture of Nick Fuentes' sister is real, Nick Fuentes very much described that photo that people claim is his sister, where she's having a lesbian encounter-looking photograph taken with a woman of color. That's just, it's very interesting how Nick described that very famous meme in disdain right there. Very, very interesting.
No,
yes, it was interesting, Nick. To me, at least.
No, I think the Americans and Nazis would team up, actually.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me?
I think if it was like you had
I think nowadays Americans and Nazis team up.
Cabot Phillips and, you know, Turning Point USA, the Nazis and, you know, the Allied forces. I think the Allied forces and the Nazis would, like, look to the... You know,
I really hope Nick gets prosecuted because he was there on January 6th. He just didn't go in, but there were plenty of people flying his flag, walking around in the Capitol, and they've been saying they're looking to hold people who incited it from the outside accountable too.
We'll see.
That's
what
why
level of incitement
the Oath Keepers guy is in trouble.
We'll see what level of incitement they're looking into. It may possibly be, but it's not over yet. We'll see.
Sexual parade, and then they look to each other, and then they team up. Epic handshake alliance. They would say, let's do it. And they turn, and it would be like, you know? So that's my opinion. Now, I'm not saying that's good. I think that's very regressive, actually. I think that shows that white supremacy is deeply rooted in our country. But it's like, for real. Let's get real for a second. All these honor flight veterans, everyone's like, they're so cute. We're putting them on the plane. We take them to the memorial. What do you think they felt about? You think they went over to Okinawa because of the Holocaust? That's what everyone thinks World War II is about.
They went to Okinawa because it's in Japan and because Japan attacked the United States in Hawaii. Like literally, that started the United States officially being involved in World War II.
No. What do you?
The Holocaust wasn't going on in Japan, so of course we the United States was in Japan because of the attack, and then by proxy we started battling with the allies of the Japanese.
I think they felt about all that. No, they were not fighting for Judeo-Christianity. It's just such a goofy world, man. But you're right. Very good points, Josh. Sure, very good points you raise here. D-Day, Pride Month.
All right. Oh God, what's this?
There will never be another
This guy Beardson. He's a little twat too.
generation of people that are 100% red pilled like we were. Like there was this period in, you could say, like 2015 to 20.
The glory days of being 100% red pilled.
It's like, what are they even talking about? You see how they romanticize their own existence?
Yeah.
Like it's so unique
Trading
and
war
special.
stories about how they were the purest of hatred.
Yeah, do you remember when we called that blue-haired lady a fucking slut when she was walking down the street? Yeah, that was base.
They'll never hate as well as we did. Well, hopefully.
17 or 2018 when like people were being fully red pilled, you know, when people were learning the right opinion on everything. Because like
I think this is Nick talking to Beardson here.
4chan was
We're getting a lot of
excessive.
donos from people whose granddads were like thick in the shit. My granddad would never have acted like Nick claims.
My granddad was stationed in Okinawa actually during World War II. Yes, my grandfather was a liberal Democrat, working class firefighter, and would not join the Nazis if the war was taking place today, like Nick suggests.
Yeah.
Well, on Twitter, you know, there was good content there, and YouTube was good content. Like there was this renaissance. It was an American renaissance when people were going online and they were learning the right opinion on every subject, on women, on race, on Jews, on World War II, on even niche things, even like these obscure esoteric things. And like that all has been closed down. And
is this dude picking his nose too? What's with all the white nationalist nose pickers?
Because they have no tact, because they just sit alone in their computer rooms all day. And now they finally have the camera on, they don't realize how awkward and icky they are when they put their thumbs up their fucking asses and their fingers up their nose.
If you didn't get red pilled during that time, like there will never be anyone else produced that was red pilled like this generation was. Like specifically the Zoomers that were red pilled in those years. And I even
just wait until you're one of the older ones. Like this isn't unique. Your generation isn't that special. Eventually you'll be the old out of touch ones and you'll resent the younger people, or you'll try to pretend like you never got older and that you're still young and relevant.
Found a picture of Nick Fuentes at one of his rallies. It was an actual.
He's right outside of the Capitol.
No, I sent you a picture just now. It's kind of damning for his statement earlier.
Oh my God! Yeah, it's damning. All right.
I think this.
Someone sent this to me a while back. Actually, it's pretty hilarious. Yeah, on the set of Blacked White Nationalist Edition.
Yeah, this is Nick Fuentes when he let that Nubian slip earlier. This is what he meant. The milkers were actually he's milking the bulls,
and they're like, "Oh shit, let me get some of that." And he's all like, "I don't know, guys. I don't know." Oh my God.
That was sent from a viewer, Sniffs, who has the theory that Nick Fuentes is into dark chocolate.
So there's 5 of them, and he's only got, a mouth, a butthole, and 2 hands.
He doesn't care, though. He's going to put America
Is he going to
first.
lose an eye
He doesn't
during
mind.
this?
He's going to walk out with an eye patch. You're going to look like Nick Fury after this one's done.
Yep. The white Nick Fury, though, by the way. The white one.
I don't know.
The David Hasselhoff version.
They might smack him around pretty good.
Look at some of the new America Firsters, the new guys, and I like them, but it's just not the same. Like you can just tell they didn't live through that same culture, and so like their approach, like their methodology is completely different. And their beliefs will never be as red-pilled. And it's like, it's kind of sad, but like, that's how it is.
No, it was funny the other night on stream.
I like how they're, all they did was Photoshop Nick over the little white girl that was actually in that picture, but he's the same size as her, so he fits right over her perfectly.
Yeah.
Back and we were
Because it was like a small white girl, probably like 100-pound little skinny white girl from the original photo. From that,
Basically, Nick.
Yeah,
Nick is the physicality of a 100-pound
I was
white
like,
girl.
it was like, end of the year. It'd be fun to go back and revisit. 'Cause it's probably pretty cringe now. Some of it was pretty cringe
now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everybody should
yeah.
listen to Fascination, But I was also like, kind of like, man, I was impressed with myself because
I was really feeling myself after that early 2015 racism I did as a child.
Yeah.
And now as an adult, I'm like, yeah, I really miss the old me.
Those were the good old days.
sitting there watching it, and I was like, and this is like August 20th, 2016, and I'm like, guys, we just need to repeal the 19th Amendment. Women are the problem, and I'm like,
I had a feeling Jeff knew this guy at some point.
Probably.
Yeah, because like we were watching some video that he was in. I think it was the Durst the Worst video, and Jeff was like, Beardson, really? So it's like Jeff was in the alt-right pipeline and got out.
Yeah.
And Beardson went deeper into it.
When I met Jeff, he was like, it was him and Worski and everybody.
Yeah,
at
and he was,
VidCon.
and even before that, he was like, "Oh, Tommy Sotomayor, he's a cool guy." I remember me and Jeff getting into like an argument about.
I met Jeff at a cool alt-right party. Like,
holy fuck! I mean, even then, I was, and this is even before Trump was elected. I was like, look, what are we just going to replace? Modern conservatism with a bunch of yes men for Trump that are going to agree with everything he says. And then, I mean, look what happened. That's pretty much exactly what happened, essentially. And I was like, damn, who was I listening to back then? That was such a good fucking time.
Yeah. I miss it. I miss the old days, man. But
I just looked up the girl that they photoshopped out to put Nick on the couch.
Yeah.
She actually looks like she could beat up Nick Fuentes in a fight.
Probably, and she's probably like 100 pounds.
Like, those were big dudes, and she took on 5 of them. She could definitely handle Nick
she took
Fuentes.
him on in kind of a different way, though.
Well, I mean, women are women, Ben.
Okay, I mean,
men are men.
We
all have our strengths.
Experience.
That sounds very transphobic.
Well, I mean,
make us
even
better.
women
Like,
who aren't
we're really
born
just
women are women.
Like leveling
And that's
up
not
our
transphobic.
XP.
I
We're
was
just
pretty
prestiging.
transphobic
Like,
recently.
We're creating this generation of Zoomers and others who it's like, okay, live through the red pilling,
We lived through the
whatever.
They're
red
talking about the
pilling.
good old days when they're like in their early 20s. I don't know how old this guy is, but Nick Fuentes is like 23.
Beardson probably is in his
30-something.
late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
For 2010 to 2015.
He really wants to pick his nose.
We're at Charlottesville.
I think
We're
that's
at-
why these guys grow mustaches, so they can just pretend like they were playing with their mustaches when they're digging for nose
Roiper
gold.
War. We're at Stop the Steal, and it's like the people that live through all this, these are like 5-star generals. These these are the cream of the crop.
The people who lived
okay?
through January 6th are 5-star generals. Oh my God.
No.
First of all, one day kicking down the fence at a museum does not constitute you being a 5-star general.
By the way,
you dork.
5-star generals are extremely rare. There's only been like a handful of them ever. 4-star general is about as high up the ranks as you could ever possibly get, unless you're like Eisenhower. Like, you got to be someone like that to become a 5-star general.
These are 10th prestige, level 70. They've got gold skins on everything. Like, that's basically what we're creating. And one day these people will fill the government. I mean,
there's only been 5 5-star generals ever in the history of the Army. 5. It's like, yeah, and Eisenhower was one of them.
Dwight D.
Dwight D.
He was one of the few presidents to have zero political experience. Trump.
He was a military guy. He was a military guy, a conservative, and a Republican, and he saw firsthand how dangerous the military-industrial complex was and warned everyone about it towards the end of his presidency.
Too bad we didn't listen.
That's someone you should be listening to, a 5-star general, one of 5 5-star generals ever.
these are the people that will fill the United States federal government and be making all the decisions. And, they'll be hanging out and drinking and shit and talking about, remember back in 15, Gamergate, Trump announced, or Milo was on Dave Rubin, and, and that's
Milo was on Dave Rubin. Whatever happened to Milo?
Around that time on DP, we had Milo and Dave Rubin around that same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. I'm excited for the future. I mean, I think you're right. Like, yeah, these guys aren't going to be nearly as like red pilled, but I think it's like it's part of like our job.
I like how they're talking about how like no one will ever get as red pilled as them ever again.
Too, as the people that live through it.
In my day, we used to really post the N-word on the internet. Now we have to post like NFTs.
And to at least try to emulate that environment again too. At least that's how I feel about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we have to turn the red pilling factory back on.
Is that your butthole? Is your butthole the red pilling factory? Yeah, we've got a few more things to get through here. It gets more and more intense, and then we'll move on to some lighter and more fun things. Everyone, please like the stream. Let's get some more people in here. Also, we've got a goal that we're trying to meet before the end of this show. If you could toss us a couple bucks through the Streamlabs link, we really appreciate all of the super chats, but they don't go towards the goal. YouTube keeps a whole bunch of it, and it just Streamlabs, it doesn't affect the meter. Is the easiest way of putting it.
Got to feed the meter.
Yep, feed the meter. So send us a couple bucks, and at the end of this segment, we'll read through all of them. If you have any questions or comments, especially on the last few episodes, we've gotten some very positive feedback. Problem is, we can't get Vosh on every episode. We can't get Mike from the Humanist Report on every episode.
You have Billy the Fridge on every episode. That's pretty good.
Totally unbiased opinion from Billy the Fridge on Billy the Fridge.
I think the majority of people actually.
I think lots of people are saying this.
I'm holding my baby.
Please, I'm asking you.
This is fake. I don't know why this is on here.
I like
actually.
it. Let's watch it.
It's fake.
Let's watch it anyways.
Okay, this is a TikTok joke.
Just show me that you have a baby.
Go ahead, take the blanket off if you're that sure. He's filming you do this, by the way.
Yes, you gave him permission. He will take
I never gave him permission.
I wonder if they asked the crew of this airplane to play along.
He said, "Go ahead and take the blanket off."
I wonder.
It's a cat. It is a cat.
It also could be one of the fake planes they have in LA that they use to shoot TV shows and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a service animal, and it's a lynx, not a cat.
It is a
There's
lynx.
a big difference.
It's a lynx. It's a lynx.
It's not. It's
I think it's a prop.
Yeah, it's not alive.
Sit back down, man. You need to sit back down. You need to sit back down.
I pet a lot of things, and I know that one's not breathing.
Can we just?
It's not moving. It's like coma. It's like rigor mortis. What's this?
I think we are.
Oh, this guy. Him and Nick look a lot alike. They're like morphing into the same person almost.
Moving from
this is the Matt Damon, alt-right Matt Damon.
Yeah, Brett Damon.
Government structure, economic structure to a factory structure. We want people to be
do you think
sheep.
that's by design?
Yes, by design. I think they want people to be sheep. They want them to be stupid.
So do you. That's what you want. Like anyone who has an agenda, that's what you want people to be. You want them to be stupid and sheep, to follow you and whatever dumb shit you say. And if you slip up, you want them to forgive you because they worship you more than they value their own common sense.
Want them to be retarded. They want them to forget all of their history, all of their tradition, all of the virtues. They want them to forget Christ, and they want to make them into a new type of people. All right, this is the global homo people, who care nothing about virtue. They care nothing about religion. They care nothing about tradition, their history, anything. All they know are pleasures of the flesh. Okay, and why is that? Why are they just evil? No. I think that it's because the pleasures of the flesh are easily controlled.
Because he's talking about sexuality, but are there no pleasures that are not of the flesh, like eating and sexuality and pretty much anything? We are flesh and bone. Everything we experience is of the flesh.
Yeah, but we wouldn't refer to the brain as flesh, right? the brain is they're neurologically.
It
tissue. It might be tissue, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider the brain. And a lot of stuff is neurological sensors.
What's your
pleasure.
point?
Well, I wouldn't call it going to a museum and enjoying fine art a pleasure of the flesh.
Well, that's because we know what the figure of speech means, but it's all the same shit. Like we find things pleasurable because we are beings of flesh and bone. Wow. It's all flesh. Thank you.
And given at a whim by the government to the people. Okay, and thus they are very easily controlled.
Sins of the Flesh is a great song by Sister Machine Gun. Yeah, I saw Sister Machine Gun open for Typo Negative back in the day. It was Sister Machine Gun, Drain STH, and Typo Negative. Pretty amazing.
A person who is religious, a person who believes in God, a person who believes in one's spirit more than pleasures of the flesh is not a tameable individual. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying this just to puff myself up. It is literally the enemies of tyrants are people who believe in God, you know? There are people who cannot be controlled by bread and circuses, people who believe in themselves and the Holy Spirit, right? So they want to remove all of that so that people
how are you gonna
these...
paint religious people as people who can't be controlled? Like, isn't that
They're
what
literally
religion,
controlled.
Isn't that the point of religion?
Literally, the Pope decided where the Pope drew a line on South America, and that's why in Brazil they speak Portuguese and the rest of South America they speak Spanish. The Pope decided for two countries who got what in the New World. They had that much influence. The kings of two of the most powerful countries in Europe were just like, okay, Pope, we'll listen to you because you're God's person.
Yeah, like, even if you are religious, like, looking from it as a religious person, you know you're being controlled by the path of God. Like, you're being controlled
Predetermined
by
destiny.
definition.
Yeah, it's weird that a lot of Christians simultaneously believe that God has planned basically everything, like predetermined destiny, but you also have free will. You can't have free will when your entire destiny is predetermined. Like, you can't have one without the other. Like, if either God has planned everything that's happening and knows everything that's going to happen and made everything that's already happened happen, or you have free will to make your own choices.
Low IQ husks who are completely dedicated to I need to fuck a girl, I need some dopamine, I need some fucking antidepressants so that
the desire to fuck is like natural procreative drive. That's why that's a big part of how our species endured. When we weren't so smart, when we didn't have electricity and we were like living in huts and shit. Because we just multiplied like crazy.
And it's icky.
And that's how we got rid of those Neanderthals, too. We just fucked them out of existence.
I've gotten rid of a couple of Neanderthals in my day.
and I can get my dopamine. I need some serotonin, you know. It's all mechanisms of placating a population. You know, and once that population is dumb, fat, placated completely, they are now a population which is utterly incapable of questioning their government, which is utterly incapable of breaking the mold. Because to break the mold, to go against the government, to question your situation in this like fucked up nihilistic stoicism would be to deprive yourselves of the comforts.
How many big words can I string together in one sentence?
Nihilistic stoicism. Deny yourself.
Right? This is why people are being ostracized from society.
Ostracized?
Because it's either you are part of this like...
He's got like a fucking thesaurus.
This is the type of guy that asks for change whenever he gives out a $10 word.
Exactly.
New man, globo homo world, or you are ostracized. You will be deprived of your comforts. You will not be allowed to have a steak every night. You will not be allowed to use PayPal. You will not be able...
For today. Let's help
hit
that
God.
little folks.
Hey, thank you.
That's great.
Perspective. Kiss, kiss. We got up to 62.5% of the way. We have little over 1/3 of the way to our goal. If you guys want to send like a little token of appreciation, I will be reading it after this segment, so get them in now if you want me to read your
Yeah,
funny shit,
anything.
your cute shit, whatever. It'll be coming up very soon.
Any dono over $2 gets read, and then the ones that are $20 or more get read immediately through TTS.
To fly, if you don't get vaccinated, you can't have a job. You can't, go to other countries. You can't do anything. You can't go to restaurants. It's
You've had
either
to
you
get
comply
vaccinations to go to
and
some
receive
countries way before any of this. That's been a thing that we've always done.
Yeah, I mean, we have treaties with some countries where all you need is a passport, but you still need a passport. But then there are some you need to apply for a visa. Like if I wanted to go to mainland China, we don't have a treaty with China where I can just go with my passport and show up and be like, hey, I'm coming here for like a week. Like China, you have to apply for a visa and they have to approve it and let you in. So travel with, I mean, there's borders. There's always been borders, and when there's borders, there isn't free travel. It's funny that he, of all people, would be against that.
all of the benefits of comfort, which the government will give you, or you do not, and you will be left to the fucking wolves, man.
The wolves, man. Then be a fucking wolf. Like, I think being left to the wolves only fearmongers people who are afraid of wolves. You leave me with the wolves, I'm like, okay, I'm going to become the pack leader. I don't care. I'm the alpha wolf. Let's go. The way you're speaking to sheep. You're speaking in a shepherd mode to sheep. That's the problem. Be a fucking wolf and you won't fear the wolves. You know, Ben, I want to be a white supremacist just so I could get the white guys on the right path. Because right now, all these white guys are following nerds. If I was a white supremacist, I would get them. They would be the most. They'd be like the Boy Scouts, the new Boy Scouts.
Oh, they'd be like that. Then.
Yeah, it'd be like the new Boy Scouts.
Here's this guy Dalton, who's one of Nick's buddies on Omegle, being an asshole to random people. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hey!
Hello.
I said gay.
Oh, I am gay. Me too.
Ew, gross niggas.
Oh, you're so sickening.
That's gross.
Did you hear that?
What is Cozy TV? Like, how do you get on Cozy TV?
Well, we're rolling it out. We're bringing.
There's not much we can really say. Like, he made himself look way worse than anything we could say about him. He deserves an ass whooping.
You notice I didn't say anything when Nick dropped the M-bomb. I was very quiet. There's been a lot of stuff I'm not saying anything on because
you're
eating. Because it speaks for itself. No,
Okay.
Me eating, I will talk with my mouth full if I feel like there's something to say. But there's literally nothing to say to these things. It's like, am I supposed to spell out the fucking most base response to somebody saying everything in their own fucking words? It's supposed you just gotta look at it and be like, yeah, this is stupid and pathetic, and we all know this. And if somehow you see this guy talking to these two lesbian girls and then like, dropping the M-bomb on them, and you don't see anything wrong with that?
I mean, there's a big it goes to another level. Like, as a society, we've kind of agreed, like, especially if you're white, you shouldn't say the word altogether. There'd have to be like really specific circumstances where you would say it. But to actually call someone the N-word, like to be a white person calling black people, like calling someone the N-word is worse than anything else.
It's
than merely saying it, because like if you just say, like, okay, let's say you're on the stand and you're a witness to something, and someone, like, you're under oath and they're like, what'd you hear them say? And it had the N-word in it. That's an acceptable
say what you want to say, right? But it's going to paint you to be the type of person that society thinks you are. Well,
that's why I'm saying there's context to it.
Like, it doesn't, like, if
society wouldn't cancel you for being on the witness stand repeating something that someone said.
Society can't cancel Nick Fuentes. Like, Nick Fuentes keeps doing it.
He's been canceled in many ways. Like, he can't have a PayPal account. He can't get on an airplane. He can't like his bank account got closed. He got canceled in many ways,
and he's finding a way, and he's becoming a martyr because of it.
Yeah, I mean, like it's to such a small degree, though. He's already eclipsed. But yes, I would say like literally being a white person calling a black person the N-word is probably the worst usage of it. Like calling it, especially like the intention behind it as an insult. You are a N-bomb is
Yeah, like I said, that most people understand that's horrible and it doesn't even need to be spoken on. And now anybody who thinks otherwise, go have that conversation with somebody else, because it's not something I feel like needs to be explained. I don't need to argue with somebody about whether or not you can say the N-bomb. If you're rapping along to a rap song and you say it, whatever. If you say it to somebody in a fucking Omegle chat because you're a racist piece of shit, whatever. We see you. We understand what the fuck you're doing. We're not dumb anymore. We understand you're a racist idiot. We understand you're singing along to a rap song. We understand you said something under oath. We understand.
Yeah, and we understand, and one of those is way more acceptable than the others. Like, way more acceptable.
And I wish there was stricter rules. I've said this a bunch of times.
Now, if you notice Spexo, he used to be kind of chunky, and he's getting skinnier and skinnier because Catboy was very much thin and
You think he's trying to get an ultimate physique for Nick Fuentes?
Yes.
Like how he copied all the stupid fucking nativity dildos?
He's got a snow globe, too. Is he wearing the red Power Rangers uniform?
It looks like it,
Kind of, with the, like, gold seal here and
Go Jesus Rangers.
the diamond pattern and everything.
Mighty Morphin Jesus Rangers.
But yeah, yes, Spexo's appearance has changed quite a bit. He's gotten noticeably thinner. He says he's working out a lot more. Catboy Cammy was thin and cut, and that's the only person I've seen that I can claim that Nick has shown physical attraction
100%. He's getting ready to take Nick Fuentes on a hot dog date.
Next thing you know, he'll start wearing cat ears, being like, "What? These are trad as
He
fuck."
wants to be able to fit in the same jacket as Nick.
Not pro free speech, like at all. Free speech sucks. Free speech is evil, right? And
that's so fucked up that you are exercising your right to be publicly racist, and you're saying free speech sucks. Do you realize if you lived in most other countries, you wouldn't be allowed to say this shit? Like most other like westernized countries have hate speech laws where you can't be like publicly against like a certain ethnic or racial group like this. Like there would be no groypers going around having rallies in most of Europe and Canada.
Would the Jesus Zord like turn into like, would it be all these mecha animals? Like they had like all the saber-tooths and the tigers, they turned into the Megazord. Would all the animals turn into the like Noah's Ark, and Jesus would like fight the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse with Noah's Ark?
Jesus and Noah's Ark were not in the same part of the Bible.
Yeah, but it's the same story, right? So when Jesus morphs,
it's not the same
he gets
story.
all the animals, because like in the Power Rangers, you get all the different animal Zords, and they morph into one big Megazord, right? So like all
it's
these,
not the same story.
Yeah, but Jesus, like, there's not a lot of like what else would Jesus summon? Would he turn like a fish and 2 loaves of bread into a Zord? Like what would he do?
He'd be like nailed to the cross, and then he would like bust apart the cross and have like these big shields on each arm. He'd use like the fucking shield.
That'd be pretty
pieces
lit.
of-
Yeah, I like that one.
You're
like-
pro free speech. You're gay.
Yeah, 100%. Because like I'm pro free speech
Yeah,
for the
Bustillo
immediate
in chat
right
says
now.
that Noah made Jesus walk the plank, so that was the same.
Oh, is that what
For our
happened?
political
That was the same
goals, we
story.
need free speech because we're the ones being attacked, and we need free speech in order to get in power. If there's any chance it's going to be through free speech, which we don't have right now. But in general, morally speaking, free speech is stupid because there are certain things that we shouldn't allow. We shouldn't allow blasphemy. We shouldn't allow promoting homosexuality. or pornography.
Look, free speech, it's being taken away from us. We must fight for free speech, but also we can't have free speech.
Right.
It's a great injustice that we can't speak freely, but also we should make sure nobody can speak freely.
The way Spexo's beard is shaped reminds me of George Michael from the like early 90s too.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. It is a glow up. I hope he gets super sexy and marries Nick Fuentes. Does a gay marry to Nick Fuentes? I think that'd be dope.
Murphy or anything like
Nick,
that
bro,
that goes
Nick,
against.
bro, I'm super sexy. I'm swole like Catboy. And guess what else, Nick? I already have a wife.
Oh, my God.
So she can make your kids.
Yeah, she can make your kids, man.
Come have sex with my wife, make your kids. Be,
Or
you
at
could
least
be
come
like,
in the turkey baster.
We could be like My Two Dads. You ever seen that show, Nick?
Oh, my God,
We
My
could be
Two
just like
Dads.
My Two Dads. You could be my Paul Reiser, Nick. Was Paul Reiser on My Two Dads? Or
Yes, he
okay,
was.
I'm
He
like,
was. That was before Mad About You, his show before Mad About You. Yeah. I love the facial expression he's making here, so I put him full screen if people want to have some Photoshop fun with that. All right, back to specs.
God's will. No, free speech should only
Yeah,
be.
we should rule this land like God rules heaven.
Yep.
God doesn't allow free speech in heaven.
Right. It's
God doesn't
You know
allow
what's
free
good?
speech in
Oh,
heaven.
my God. That's like talking about what Santa Claus allows at the North Pole.
You know,
It's ridiculous.
God doesn't allow free speech in heaven. That's why we're gonna rule Earth like God rules heaven.
Santa Claus killed all the Jewish elves because no Jewish elves allowed the North Pole.
Doesn't allow you.
Yep, it's kingdom of heaven. It's not neoliberal hellhole of heaven. It's not a democracy of heaven. God is not president.
God isn't
He is
like-
king.
Every voice is heard. You know?
Yeah.
What?
He ain't like that. He's like a monarch. He's like a dictator.
He is a monarch. Yep.
God, that makes heaven sound so great. Can't wait to go there, guys.
All right. Who is my confirmation saint? My confirmation saint is King Louis IX, who is the greatest Christian king in the history of
he's awesome.
everything.
He's my favorite.
One of his quotes, the reason that I originally liked him before I even looked into him, because once I chose him, I looked into him, but
Yeah,
before I
because you
even
got
looked into
confirmed as an adult and not like a young teenager like normal Catholics were. It's so I would be so creeped out if there was some like dude in his late 20s at my confirmation. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? It's for like 14-year-olds. It's almost like the Catholic bar mitzvah in a way. And by the way, King Louis IX of France, he didn't, because there's been King Louis of other countries. He means King Louis IX of France. He died in Africa. Was it killing Africans? Or, I mean, I don't know.
I think he drowned. In the rains down in Africa.
The reason I chose him was because he had a quote that said the best way to deal with a blasphemer is by shoving your sword all the way through his bowels or something.
Yeah, so like
So, because I was old enough to actually be evil on my confirmation, unlike those other fucking cracker-eating kids, I picked the one that disemboweled people for dissenting against him.
Right, so I was like, oh, that's based. So, and he was king. So I picked him, and then I started looking into him, and he was like,
isn't it funny how kings got to be saints? Funny how that works.
Super Christian. He like made up a bunch of like rules that we still use today and stuff. And
what? Come on, motherfucker! You're so wrong.
He's like the epitome of like the best type of Catholic king.
This
So
is like
that
when a
he's,
little
like, awesome.
nerd kid talks about his favorite comic book character.
You know what? I just thought of another reason why Spexo might be so thin. Remember when the doctor recommended he got a colonoscopy and he didn't? He could have the colon cancer.
Oh no! I hope not, Spexo. I hope your body isn't rotting on the inside like your mind is. You fucking loser.
It's one of usually colon cancer goes undetected until it's too late, unless you get regular checkups like that. And if you're just inexplicably bleeding from your butt and the doctor's like, oh yeah, you shouldn't be bleeding from your butt, you should go get a colonoscopy, and you don't, there is a chance the bleeding is a slow growing tumor. It's true, and it's a very common cause of death in young men, just out of nowhere.
Everybody listening right now, if you're doing butt bleeding, don't believe that it's just a free pouring red wine. You might have a cancer.
If your doctor tells you to get a colonoscopy, get one, is the bottom line. And if you're over 40, you should probably be planning to get your first one if you haven't already.
If I could live at any time, it would be in the 1100s.
Based in red butthole.
I like how he's like, if I could live in any time, it'd be the 1100s. He says that now with all the modern conveniences that he lives with. He would not like living in the 1100s. You're talking about like someone who likes to take a shower at least every other day. You're talking about someone who uses electricity and the internet and mass communication, and you can go to the grocery store and buy your food whenever you want. you would not like living in the 1100s.
Yeah, it's fantasy. Good job, Specs.
He likes the brutal.
Dork.
He claims to like the brutal way of life from back then, assuming he'd be on the upside of that, and not on the downside.
I'd kill
of that.
it. I'd kill it in the 1100s. I'd be some royal jester. They treat their jesters like kings. I'd be getting all the runoff sluts.
You don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
no, the kings would, if they were funny, they'd be like, "Here, guys, have sex with all my concubines."
Oh, okay, you'd be dead immediately.
No way.
Here's Ted Cruz, or something about Ted Cruz. Oh, yeah, him bitching about Ted Cruz calling Jan 6 terrorism. Look how whiny he looks. He's always got this, like...
It is the 1-year anniversary of January 6th, also known as codename 9/11 times 100. So obviously there is...
How much you want to bet he never lifts those weights in the back? They look completely unused. Maybe his, like, brother who's, like, in good shape comes out here and uses the weights.
Maybe there's no handle there on the
press,
the dippy-doo.
Yeah, the dippity-doo.
Actually a parade of millionaire, corrupt politicians,
The way they're all
senators.
stacked there, it looks like they're not there for use. They're there for storage.
Yeah,
they're pushed
like
up against the stairs.
Yeah.
With the, yeah, I don't know. I can't tell the exact depth, but
There's House
It
Representative.
also looks like the full dumbbell or barbell set is on it. Like
that just means he's swole.
He doesn't look like a guy. What? How much you want to guess that is? Like, because there's an equal amount on the other side of that bench press.
Better be able to push 225 below parallel.
Representatives out here telling us and crying about what a threat to democracy this deadly attack was. Deadly, of course, because one of the protesters, one of the insurrectionists, Ashley Babbitt, an unarmed woman, was shot by Capitol Police, by Lieutenant Byrd.
Yeah, that's not a situation where they're going to check to make sure that you're armed first. I mean, there are multiple situations where they're going to shoot first and ask questions later, and breaking into the Capitol is one of them, and we're lucky that more people weren't shot. I think they were using extreme caution.
Yeah, I think we're lucky that more people weren't shot, but also it kind of shows you how weak-willed all these patriots were when they were trying to go and do their attack.
And they let the woman through first?
The second everything got real, they cowered and turned away.
I hate how they trampled that one woman. And the guy from Michigan was the first person to trample her. He had like University of Michigan like hat and hoodie on. Disgusting people they are. They're not human. I'm just saying they're not human. They're not human.
They're all human.
They're not human.
Officer. But that still counts. That still means it's deadly. But among the millionaire congressmen telling us that this is a threat to our democracy is Ted Cruz, who called it a terrorist attack in front of the Senate.
And it is an anniversary of a violent terrorist attack on the Capitol.
Yeah, a rare moment of honesty from Ted Cruz that he ended up reeling back because he got. Did you see where he got chastised by Tucker, and he totally backpedaled on this statement.
Where we saw the men and women of law enforcement.
I like how strong and independent all these males are, and they cower to the Tucker Carlson or whoever else is the one telling them they're dumb. Like, you
see, the thing is like back in the day, because Tucker took the place of Bill O'Reilly, and Bill O'Reilly was a big guy, like a kind of scary big guy. He's I think like 6'6", something like that, and big. He looked like he was like a broad-shouldered guy. And Bill O'Reilly would like lean across the desk and like put the finger in their face and shit. And a lot of people would cower to that. But Tucker is not scary at all. But because it's the position we've learned, it's not the physical intimidation.
Yeah, because nobody's afraid of getting their ass beat by a big man anymore. They're afraid of a bunch of angry fucking twerp or the internet warriors coming after them and canceling them.
Yeah.
Or Tucker Carlson and the QAnon not funding your coffers. You won't be able to take your escape trips when your state goes to shit because you don't have a good infrastructure. You won't be able to escape to Mexico like you did last time. Cruz.
Bill O'Reilly's 6'4", overestimated a little bit.
Incredible courage.
Is that song Baba O'Reilly about Bill O'Reilly? Ooh, 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 ooh.
That's not the same song.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know things.
You mixed up the songs. And
Which ones?
And one...
I don't know.
incredible bravery.
But of course, it wasn't really a terrorist attack. I mean, the media likes to say it was an insurrection. Senators like to say it was an insurrection, but it wasn't really even an insurrection either, right? We have a law against insurrection. That's a crime. No one's been charged with it.
I mean, so far people are starting to get charged with sedition, which is pretty bad. That's something that, I mean, like, that's something you're going to go away for decades and decades.
The feds have such a high win rate when they press charges. They have such a high follow through rate.
Well, look what just happened with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, she got convicted.
They don't rush into anything.
I don't know what this. She's probably going to get life, actually, or like essentially the rest of her life. I don't know if they can give her
or Hillary assisted suicide. Like,
no, I don't think that's going to happen. I think she's going to go to prison, and it's going to be something crazy like 50 years or something, and she's already in her 50s. So she's essentially...
She's in her 60s.
Is she 60?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So essentially the rest of her life, if not the actual life sentence. It's so many counts of it, too. I don't know what the maximum sentence is for the things she's charged for, but she'll get essentially the rest of her life, if not the actual life
100
sentence.
people who have been arrested for their actions on January 6th, majority of them are charged with misdemeanors. Out of those who have been convicted...
You're so wrong now. Like, you're acting too quick. It was only like a year ago, and they're working their way up. They're keeping an eye on the people that are first they had to charge the people who were like arrested right after it, and some of those people were just idiots, like the shaman guy. Like, he's getting a pretty heavy sentence for what he, like, for being an idiot that was like tricked by people. He's getting a hefty sentence because it's like a year and a half or something. It's a lot, but they took pity on that guy. You can tell. Like, they're like, this guy's an idiot. And he's in some ways kind of a victim because he's so stupid that he fell for this shit. But he's going to, like, they made an example of someone at the lowest level, just a moron that followed the crowd. But now the people that orchestrated a lot of this shit, the Oath Keepers and other groups, their heads are going to roll. Not literally, but they may be spending quite a bit of time behind bars. 3 years for the shaman. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I thought it was like a year and a half. 3 years. Yeah, and who knows? Does he have the possibility of parole? Because he might be able to get out if they think he's like remorseful and that he's learned his lesson, which it doesn't sound like yet. After a year in jail, he still doesn't sound like he's learned yet.
It sounds like he's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, and I feel bad if someone is crazy and they fell for that shit and then did that.
I don't feel that bad.
I don't think he should go unpunished, but I think, like, I don't know, maybe he shouldn't go to, like, a federal pound you in the ass prison for it.
Or,
I think our prisons should be a lot different than
100%. Yeah, it shouldn't be
it shouldn't be
industrialized.
Well, no, that, and it shouldn't be like this weird thing where, like, you got to watch your back every moment of the day, and you're forced to like join.
It shouldn't be that. It should be about rehabilitation.
You shouldn't be forced to like become a white nationalist if you're white like survive prison.
It shouldn't be a workforce labor program.
Yep, that too. Yeah, like I think the prisons in Northern Europe, like in Norway and Sweden, have it better.
Sentenced for their crimes on January 6th, more than half of them had no jail time whatsoever. I mean, according to Congress, the media, the president, this is a armed, deadly assault on the Capitol, but no one's even been charged with a possession of a weapon on Capitol property. According to what people have actually been convicted for up until...
Somebody in the chat just said, my buddy had to fight white supremacists in order to not join them. Now, here's the thing, though. Like, I imagine, I assume you mean in prison. Here's the thing, though. Like, just because you fight white supremacists and not join them in prison doesn't mean the non-white people are... Because, like, for some reason, the way prison works is they're all very racially segregated, and you're not supposed to, like, fraternize with anybody who's not your own race, and it's really weird. And if you, like, just because you fight the white supremacists doesn't mean the black and Hispanic people are going to be cool with you. So you're basically, no one has your back at that point, which is a scary proposition. But yeah, I think all that's wrong. I don't think the people that run the prisons should just allow that kind of shit to go down. There should be rules. I mean, they already regulate everything else you do in prison.
Prison is just a very grotesque look at
It's awful.
the entire world. Like the way a prison is run is the way America is run. We have the groups of people.
I mean, my high school was like that.
There's always going to be groups of people that stick together, and if it's not racially segregated, it's segregated in other classes.
But they can control that They can control that situation a little better. There's a lot of laziness. There's a lot of like, whatever, they're here. Just make sure they don't get out.
That's a lot how our government's run too.
This date, January 6th wasn't an insurrection or a terrorist act. It was a mass trespassing event. You know, it was like loitering. So what's going on? Are there a bunch of...
No. You don't... Loitering has nothing to do with attacking police officers? Like, what?
secret MAGA judges and Trump prosecutors in Washington, D.C.? Well, I'd kind of actually say the opposite. There's a lot of instances, actually, of judges and prosecutors explicitly saying during court proceedings that they had biased opinions on the matter against the January 6 rioters. So they weren't charged with these crimes because they didn't commit them then. So of course we reached the conclusion that this is all political theater. I mean, to even entertain for a moment that this wasn't political theater, that they actually genuinely cared and were so upset and outraged and shocked by all of this, all the Democrats, all of the media, right? We'd have to completely forget the fact that they had stood by and watched and cheered as Black Lives Matter rioted and attacked federal buildings for months and months on end. I mean, after George Floyd's death...
Earlier he said that they weren't armed. That's a big claim he's making, that
plenty of them were
these
armed.
people weren't armed.
They had zip ties too.
And then in his own video, he did an asterisk. There was no guns found in the Capitol building. There was a fire extinguisher. The officers on site have testified that the weapons that they dealt with, common things they dealt with during the riot or the attack or whatever you want to call it, was weapons like baseball bats, hockey stick, a rebar, like a rebar bar of rebar. I used the
bar or rebar.
Rebar, you know what rebar
Yeah.
is, right? Yeah. So I had like a rebar bar, a flagpole, including the American flag, pepper spray, bear spray. The rioters used these to attack the officers. The rioters also used knives, stolen police shields, a stun gun, fire extinguisher, and more. Hand-to-hand combat led to more than a dozen officers being sent to the hospital, some of whom had bone fractures and concussions. So let's just remember that right there when you say that they were not armed, okay?
There was assault. I mean,
they had a supreme numbers advantage too. So there was a whole lot that needed to be done to keep these people from really turning into a very violent frenzy. 3 individuals have been charged for allegedly bringing a gun onto the Capitol grounds.
Yep.
At least 2 other individuals had been charged with gun crimes in relation to the events of that day, though they're not accused of carrying on Capitol grounds. And this is just so far. There was a guy, Christopher Alberts is his name, was arrested leaving the Capitol grounds while trying to flee from officers after they suspected he was carrying a firearm on his hip. He was carrying a loaded pistol and 25 rounds of ammunition, according to the court documents. Like there's a whole lot of instances of people having weapons and firearms during this event where there were a huge number of people advancing onto a public building. And this isn't a government building. And this isn't the type of government building that's going to have the level of protection that the White House is going to have.
It should, though, because I mean, first of all, you had the second and third in line to be president there that day. Yeah. They should be protected just as much as the president should be protected. And then everybody else. I mean, the majority of the members of our government go there to do business. So it should be protected just as much as the White House, especially when they're all there. Both parts of the legislative branch were there too, a joint session.
Yeah. It probably should be. It probably should be protected like that, but it was literally protected like it was a museum.
Yep. Oh
And-
yeah, the way they got in was insane.
And if these many people tried to run up on the Mopop or something, the Museum of Popular Culture, or the Metropolitan or something, it would be looked at as a crazy attack. If all these people just ran into a museum, like we would not be like, oh, they're just harmless protesters,
right? Yeah, exactly.
And we weren't even calling the people that were looting and rioting harmless protesters when they were doing it for the Black Lives Matter.
We weren't. Some people were.
But that's an insane
Of course
thing
you're doing
to say.
harm when you're robbing people.
Yeah, when you're rioting and breaking property, you're not peaceful protesting.
Protesters gathered up outside of the White House and then injured 60 Secret Service agents, 11 of whom were so injured.
Yeah, like, I understand there being low security at the Capitol when nobody's there, you know, like on a holiday or like a Sunday or whatever, but when you have everyone from that branch of the government there all at one time and they're confirming the votes for the next president, that's a good time to have a lot of security there. It's weird that we never really thought we required that. I think that's a big sign of how out of control things have gotten.
Well, I think maybe by design there was not a lot of security there.
That if that can be proven, then Trump needs to go to jail.
Well, there was a big long
If
period
that
of
can be
time.
proven.
There was a big long period of time where there was not National Guard sent to defend the area.
It's one thing to incite it, which I think he's guilty of, but if he also made sure that his incitement was more effective because of his choices as the commander-in-chief, then yes, that is something he should go to jail for a long time for.
They needed to be hospitalized, and then the media in Congress said it was a peaceful protest, and then laughed at Trump because he went to the bunker. They called him Bunker Boy. Black Lives Matter, by the way, which did these crimes and intimidated the U.S. population and coerced U.S. state senators and congressmen for the explicit purpose of...
U.S. state senators? I think you mean, like, United States senators. State senators are senators within your own state government.
Politics, which is the actual definition of terrorism, by the way. The same people
The
who
actual
applauded as the
definition of
Capitol
terrorism, by the way.
Washington state senators make like $60,000 a year. That's
really cheap for an NBA team.
For are you doing a boogie?
autonomous zone.
The Washington State, isn't that the name of the Washington D.C. Senators? Isn't that their name?
No, it's yeah, it is.
The NBA team?
Yeah, it is.
Was instituted
that's really cheap for a person of color.
The joke was, I thought you were talking about the NBA
You're
team.
racist.
A new
No,
state.
You're racist.
Which
It had
was
nothing to do with that.
completely
You thought that
autonomous
because
and
you're
was
racist.
Not under the
We're both
regulation
racist.
of
We're white
the U.S.
people.
government. Which, by the way, is the definition of insurrection. So it seems like all the people crying about the terrorism and the insurrection of January 6th don't seem to have a problem with terrorism and insurrection. They only do when it's politically advantageous for them to. I mean, the examples I gave were only in the last 2 years. So let's bring things back to Ted Cruz. Why does Ted Cruz feel the need to say that this is a terrorist act? I mean, Ted Cruz...
Trump Sir Bob admitted the other night he likes Ted Cruz. I'm like, but he's a Canadian.
Cruz refused to certify the presidential election last year, which means that he thought that Joe Biden was elected into the White House in a fraudulent manner. He was not the true president of the United States. Ted Cruz has even gone on the record in the last few months stating that he thinks that the election was stolen, that he thinks the presidential election was fraudulent.
What is this happening now? This thing that you sent me?
Yeah, I think he's doing a rally right now. I don't know. It's pretty late though, isn't it?
Not really.
There was a live rally.
He's an hour ahead of us. We can check it out, I guess.
I thought it might be interesting. I don't know.
I don't know how to find it though. Is there a link to it in the thing that you sent me?
I thought there was. Was there not? There's a supposedly.
So according to Ted Cruz, we live in a fraudulent...
There's no link to it in what you sent me.
Damn it. I'll try and look for something.
Is it on Is it on YouTube?
Republic. We live in a banana republic. Essentially that Americans have lost the right to vote and we cannot choose our leader anymore. But the citizens of the United States should be okay with that. And any sort of violent action targeted towards the people who have robbed us of our right to vote, that is terrorism, and it should be shunned, and you should be prosecuted to the full effect of this banana republic we live in. Well, that thought process doesn't really make much sense, does it? Well, it actually makes quite a lot of sense if you take into account that he is a hollow, fake person, like most politicians. He doesn't have any principles. He doesn't choose what he says. He has a team of handlers who will tell him to say whatever he needs to say in order to appease the largest percent possible of whatever group he is trying to appease at the time. This is what I call Trump's largest blunder.
This was Trump's largest blunder.
Remember we were talking to Trumpster Bob about the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, that's where you're wrong, though.
Yeah.
That's where you're wrong, though. He put up over 5 million feet of wall.
I posted, Trump is not out yet, by the way. It looks like he might be coming out pretty soon here. The Secret Service guys are coming out next. So, there he is. Hold on. We'll bring, let's see what Trump has to say.
This is a live Trump rally in, is it Tempe, Arizona? Or
Tucson.
Tucson, Arizona.
I think it was Tucson. Tucson is like way south. Let me do this really quick here.
This is like when Darth Vader came back in Empire Strikes Back.
Dun. Oh God, they're playing some shitty music, so I have to.
That's K-pop. We love it.
He's
We
throwing
stand.
out Matt Ga'a hats.
He's in Florence, Arizona.
I don't know where that is. Is that in the Phoenix?
I think
metro?
it's near Henderson.
Is that in the Phoenix metro area?
No, I was making a Florence Henderson joke. I don't know where Florence is. You were the one that lived in New Mexico. You should know that.
New Mexico and Arizona are two
They're
very large
neighbors.
states. Okay.
I know where Portland is. The MAGAs.
Portland's very close to here. New Mexico and Arizona are huge states, and the cities from them are like from Albuquerque to Phoenix, it's like a 6-7 hour drive.
The MAGAs. That's a long time.
Yeah. Those states are huge, and there's a lot of empty space in them.
Everybody, Donald Trump here. I've learned Krav Maga. Krav Maga. I'll be beating up every member of my security detail with Krav Maga.
And I'm proud to be an American.
Well, at least I know I'm free.
Does it say "Make America Great Again" on it, or did he drop that shitty slogan because he realized it was stupid?
Dropped it.
Someone was like, "Hey, that's stupid." Do you guys realize the hat was just so he could cover up his baldness and keep his hair from blowing around in the wind, right?
He doesn't want to. He can't afford to have his hair done every day anymore. He's on a whittled salary.
Well, the presidential salary wasn't really that great anyway.
He was throwing it to charity so he wouldn't have to divulge his tax information.
It was probably
right?
a Trump charity. He was probably funneling the money back to himself. Come on, fucker, start talking.
We're going to give all this money to the Trump Stakes charity.
Oh, see, they put all the black people behind him. Like usual. You see that? Blacks for Trump.
I like how they didn't stand out enough that they put them in big white T-shirts too to make them stand out even further.
Look how big the crowd is tonight. Look at all my African Americans.
And nobody was here because I think the picture was taken yesterday.
Yesterday.
The cars, they just said they've never seen anything like it. It's a great honor to be with you, and I love Arizona. We had a tremendous victory in Arizona.
No, you
didn't.
You lying sack of shit.
A happy New Year, and we're going to have, I think, a great year. Last year we had a rigged election, and the proof is all over the place. We have a lot of proof, and they know
we have a lot of proof.
They always talk about the big lie. They're the big lie.
But
the fake news and the mainstream media refuse.
Wow, he's playing all the old hits.
They refuse to talk about it. They continue to refuse to talk about it. They say, while it is
Seriously, first of all, this is Arizona. Not too many black people live in Arizona to begin with. How many black people over? This is probably like 90% of the black people at this rally right behind Trump
left
here.
Democrats, the same people who are destroying our country, and they're destroying our country.
Hold on, it says Blacks for Trump 2020.
That's the website.
Problems.
.com.
Time to update the website.
5 presidents put together in the
Look,
last year.
word to the wise,
On top
don't
of it
put
all,
a
people
fucking
are
date
being
in your
persecuted
URL.
for using
Well,
freedom of speech.
You have to argue with everything.
The corrupt election, but more and
I
more information
I
is
still
coming out, and
use
it's coming out
Fats for
far
Jesus
worse than anyone ever
1996.
thought it could be.
That's not your
And it would be a lot
URL.
easier
.com
for
is
me
my
to
my
go
email.
out and
Billy the
enjoy
Fridge
my
at
life
fatsforjesus.
and
I'm talking about your URL.
1996.com.
I'm talking about your
ran
website,
twice.
not your email.
Yeah,
And we
I
won
still log in.
twice, and we did better the second time. We did much better the second time. You know that 12 million
We
more
did much
votes.
better the second
I
time.
always say we
The second
ran it
time
twice, but we did a hell of a
around.
lot better the second time. This crowd is a massive symbol of what took place because the people.
So he's
are
going to say
hungry for
because
the
he got a
truth.
big
They
crowd
want
at
their
a
country
rally.
back.
That's why
They
he
want
actually
their
won.
country back.
That's what he's saying.
Between the open borders and the bad elections, and we were always thought of a beautiful country that had fair elections, and now we're a laughing stock all over the world for many reasons. For many reasons.
For many reasons.
2022, despite so far being a total catastrophe.
It's funny that he
for our
does
country,
these
is
rallies
going to be a
despite not
big
actually
one
announcing
for
his
the people
candidacy.
of this great state. I love this state.
I love this state.
I love this state. Great state of Arizona. Remember,
He almost
Joe
forgot
Biden
where
used
he
to
was.
say a lot.
A lot.
It's wonderful to be in. Let's see, where the hell are we?
You almost did that. Now you're joking about it, but you did.
No, you're Idaho. No, it's Iowa, isn't it? No, we've never
Ohio,
done that. We've
Idaho,
never even come
Iowa.
close. We don't want to do that. That's one of those deals. You do that, it's over. I don't care how well you speak. You do that, it's over. And they did it plenty. But we're going to
What the
fire
fuck
the
is he
radical
talking
Democrat
about?
Senator that do nothing on borders, Mark Kelly, and we're going to elect.
Did you say
an
R.
incredible
Kelly?
Yeah.
It borders R. Kelly.
Do something on the borders of age of consent for R. Kelly. We're gonna go to the borders if she's 16 and age ain't nothing but a number.
And everything else, and
I
she's
love,
gonna be
as you
your
know, I have a
next
couple of
governor,
piss tapes floating out there too. We're gonna free you, R. Kelly. We support you and your ability to do piss things or be pissed on, as if some may say I have some Russian tapes. I love Russia.
Russia.
Let's go. Come on up. Come on up. Proud of her.
Proud of her. Will he get to put a 47 on the other side of his hat if he gets reelected in 2024? Will it be 45 and 47? Isn't that how it works?
No, that's not how it works. No.
Is he pulling up Ghislaine Maxwell? Oh my God, he's pulling up Ghislaine Maxwell. She's
I
coming
like
up
how
the
he's
crowd.
freaking out now to cover up his mistake.
What mistake?
That you assume that when a president gets reelected, they're like the 45th and the 46th president.
No, isn't that what they did with Roosevelt?
When you leave office,
No.
second term, the whole
Nope. You get one number as president,
figure it
even if
out.
you lose and then come back and run again and win.
They're just afraid of him because he's bringing back the principles that this country
So this
was
is not
founded
Ghislaine
on.
Maxwell?
And if our founding fathers were here today,
Okay.
they would be Trump Republicans.
Trump Republicans.
I can see it right now, Mr. President. George Washington crossing the Delaware with a Make America Great flag.
Oh my God.
Roosevelt was elected 3 times, only considered a president once. And then there was, I believe, it might be Garfield, where he he was president, and then he lost, and then he ran again, and then he only got one number 2. Because you're only one person. Oh, they're talking about the beautiful wall. That's cute.
Spec says Grover Cleveland has 2 numbers.
Maybe it was because he lost. Hold on. They might count it if you lose and then run again and win.
Well, the idea is that before Spec said the Grover Cleveland has 2 numbers, Spec also said Billy is right. So I think we should just look at that line more importantly.
She was your highest rated anchor, by the way.
Yeah, Grover Cleveland is the one
She
exception.
was your highest rated anchor.
So if
And
he
thank you very much,
if he did win again, yes, he would get a number.
So we all
45 on one side, 47 on the other.
But few could have imagined
The hat would
that
look
he
real
be
sweet.
Such a disaster for this country, what they've done. Inflation is the worst it's been in 40 years. Gas prices are up 50%. The grocery shelves, the department store shelves, they're empty.
They're
You had an
empty.
excuse not to buy Christmas gifts. You say to your loved one, darling, I'm sorry, I love you
Is he
very
going to blame Biden
just
for the
can't. There's
empty
no
grocery store
merchandising,
shelves?
Tiffany.
Oh my God! I want to run for president after like leaving a huge fucking shit in the middle of the bathroom floor, and then I'll know I'll be the one that left that shit there. But then when I come back to like become like the house leader, I'll be like, you guys see there was a big shit there on the floor. This guy didn't clean it up in time. He didn't clean it up. This is all Trump shit.
And human trafficking. There are 4 times more COVID cases. Remember, I'm going to get rid of COVID. I'm gonna
4 times. That's funny. That was great. I miss Trump. Fuck, he's doing all the classics and new shit too.
Set a record, brand new record.
Oh God.
Our beautiful, strong southern border from 1 year ago. It was all set. It was all finished. It was beautiful. We had the best numbers we've ever had at the southern border, and that includes drugs coming into our country. We cut it down to a number that nobody thought was possible, and now it's up 7 times more than it was a year ago. Think of it, 7 times more.
Boo.
Our border's been abolished, and illegal aliens are pouring
Our
into
border
our
has
country
been
by the
abolished.
millions and
Oh,
millions
God.
and millions, and we don't even know where the hell they're coming from. We know nothing about it, but you're going to pay a big price. Biden has utterly humiliated our nation
Humiliated.
on the world stage.
Humiliated. That's
Putin
worse
is
than
not only
humiliated.
threatening Ukraine. I don't know if you've been reading
Ukraine
about
was
this, but now he's
humiliated.
threatening to go into Cuba and Venezuela.
Venezuela?
That's a lack of respect, and we never had that problem, did we? There was no problem with Putin and Ukraine. There was no problem with President Xi in Taiwan.
Xi. When he says anything that's like
Iran
foreign,
are
he's like,
engaging in aggression and provocations they never would have dared do.
You know,
Just
Trump
1 year
was
ago,
big
they
on
would never have
blondes.
done
He liked to
any of
bang
this.
blondes.
They're toying with us.
And
They're
when he
toying with
met
us. That's exactly
when he went to
what's
Playboy Mansion,
and our woke military
he kept
leaders,
asking
these
all
are
the
not
blondes
people that are
if he was like
Russia
he went to Hugh and but he'd say you effing her instead of Hugh effing her.
You effing her,
He'd be
yeah.
and Hugh thought he was asking, "Are you effing her?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fucking them all." It's because Trump can't pronounce the letter H. Small story there for you guys to take home to your moms.
Look at the people as far as the eye can see. Look at the people.
As far as the eye can see.
Look at my African
Look
Americans.
at the people way back, and I mean like football fields back. And you know what? I would ask the press to turn your cameras around.
I think he
and
only
show
does
the kind
this
of
to
crowd
keep
that we
his
have,
donations
because
coming in.
nobody's ever
I wonder.
had a
Okay, so
movement
here's the
like
thing.
this.
I wonder how many of these
Nobody's ever
people
had
that are in the
spirit
Blacks
like
for
this
Trump's
or a
crowd showed up, and then they were like, "Oh, have we got a seat for you?" And they hand him the shirt because most of these people are wearing the shirts over their like already like a different attire.
I like how they're acting like it's cold too. The one dude looks like he's all cold.
It's not cold over there.
I mean, it's not cold compared to. It's not cold compared to here.
You don't think it's cold behind the chilling shadow of Trump?
Yes, in Arizona, I don't. But yeah, they have a person that sits there and watches everyone come in, and they stop the black people, and they're like, "Hey."
Yeah, when I went to the Andrew Yang rally, they were like trying to pull as many people out from the crowd that had special looks, and they set them up precisely behind Andrew Yang for like the best demographics to hit.
And you didn't get it?
They offered.
It's so sad because I say
No, they were like, "Who wants to
It
come?"
means Billy the Fridge is not special.
They
looking.
looked at me. They looked at me. They said,
He's
"We want
making
you."
this up, by
and
the
I
way.
said,
He realized where this is leading, and now he's changing the story.
I said, "Sorry, Andrew Yang."
If he was truly special, he would have gotten it.
I said, "Sorry, Andrew Yang."
You didn't say this. This is a lie.
I was on the front page of Andrew Yang's website.
This is a lie.
I was on the front of Andrew Yang's website from that
Andrew
meetup.
Payne's.
Andrew Payne.
He was on Andrew Payne's
I say
website,
Andrew
but
Payne
not
because he's
Andrew
bringing the
Yang.
pain.
Yeah.
Andrew Yang's website had me on the fucking front page.
You are so in love with yourself.
No.
You are so in love
no,
with yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm actually.
Yes, you
I
are.
actually suffer from
You
crippling
are.
self.
No, you don't.
Depression.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You are so in love with yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm just a realist.
Very, very low.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew Yang said, you want to come up on here? I said, nah, Papa, I want to watch you from the crowd. You know, I don't want to stand behind the Stones when they're playing.
Okay.
I want to be right front row center, Andrew Yang. And that's where I was.
We have the economy crisis. We have and this is
Yes, Hawkeye Poots. I'm suffering from self-depression.
Crisis.
Are you trying to pick on me just because I have a condition?
No, because it's not real and you made it up.
They don't have fear of us.
What do you mean?
They don't have
self-depression.
No, I don't think it's very cool for you guys to pick on me because of my issue.
When we surrendered over there, that was a surrender. And there's another one the press never talks about. Do you hear them ever talking about what happened? Not only the 13 soldiers, but the 28 great soldiers that were absolutely so badly wounded with legs and arms, and 250 people, and $85 billion worth of equipment. 85 billion. Does anybody know what that represents? I've rebuilt the entire military. $85 billion worth of equipment was handed over to the Taliban. And we had a deal with the Taliban.
And we've been doing that
18
for
months.
decades and decades.
Soldier.
We've been arming.
They were fighting the Soviets first.
We've been arming the Taliban since the 80s when they started, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, because we had a common enemy. America's made this mistake over the years of we have a common enemy with someone, even if they're disgusting, we arm them, and then eventually we end up fighting them, and they're using the weapons we gave them against us. It happened in Iraq and it happened in Afghanistan. We armed Saddam Hussein because he was fighting the Iranians, who were our bigger enemy at the time. And we armed the Taliban in Afghanistan because they were fighting the Soviet Union at the time. By the way, we should have learned, because part of the collapse of the Soviet Union came out of dwindling their resources in Afghanistan.
Thank you.
I feel like some of these guys don't even give a fuck about Trump, and they were like paid to be there. They're like, yeah. It's like, find some black people and pay them to come to the Trump rally.
There's Uncle Sam, everybody. Uncle Sam, thank you. Now our country's being totally destroyed. There's been such destruction. It's not even believable.
Thanks for Trump.
You see it every day, practically every day. It's all promises. It's all things that they never had any intention of keeping. What they've done to energy, we were energy independent. What they've done to energy is so bad.
What they've done to energy. Are you going to explain this?
The mandates are a disaster for this country.
People
It's
keep
causing
looking to
another
the
big part
left.
of- when
You notice
look at what's
that?
happening
Is he
with the
like on a
economy,
big
the
screen to
mandates
the
are
left?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Or they're keeping everybody in the crowd entertained. There's like a
juggler?
Reba, there's like a Reba marathon playing on a screen to the side.
That's a good sitcom. Underrated.
I think there's one thing I know is that we can all sit down and watch Reba.
And they're very good people. And they've
Reba
been
would
doing
bring
a good
America
job,
back
and they have
together
some
again.
they did a good decision, a big decision on mandates. But I'll tell you what, they have some.
Nick
big
Fuentes
decisions
went on a
coming up,
mandate
so
with a
we're
cat
lucky to have
boy.
them on the bench.
The bench.
It's no wonder that the Joe Biden approval ratings have now crashed well into the 20s. That's a low one.
20s. That's a low
Some
number.
people say they're
For those of
actually
you
much
who
below
don't
that.
know
How do you do that?
numbers,
The only
believe
one
me, I know
lower is
numbers.
Kamala.
20s. I can no longer date a woman in her 20s.
And the polls show that if an election were held today, we would trounce them so badly in a landslide in every way. Just as we really did on November 3rd. We trounced them.
Oh, I thought he was going to say
We
January
trounced them. If we had an honest press, that election would have been much different. On top of all of that, 2 days ago, the Supreme Court rightly declared that Joe Biden's very
I think he's doing these rallies so he can claim that he's still an active politician, because he doesn't have to announce his candidacy yet. But he can keep taking donations that are technically tax-free as a political figure. And these rallies he can point to as like, hey, I'm still doing these rallies. So I'm still probably seeking office. But it doesn't say anything. It says "Save America, President Donald J. Trump." He can you get the title of president for life if you're president ever, even if you resign, even if you're impeached and removed from office, whatever. You've been president, so he can do that. But he has not announced if he's running or not. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not running and he's raising money to do all these lawsuits. He has so many fucking lawsuits against him.
Biden did, and the radical Democrats are doing with their.
He might run, but I have a feeling that they're posturing him like, don't run again, just endorse whoever we bring up. We'll let you decide, who you like.
Tyrannical agenda.
That could be a thing.
Criminal agenda.
Maybe.
What they're doing, they're handling it so badly.
He is a little too much of a narcissist to back away. I feel like if Trump loses the next election, he could potentially run.
Who's the cutie in the gold jacket back there?
Smaller scale,
You know he's got a SoundCloud.
not the same kind of
lower left.
Yeah.
What he's done. I told Fauci.
I want
as
to
an
find his
example, no,
album.
I'm gonna close it up to China.
It's probably got a
No,
January
'cause he
6th
wanted
theme
it. If
song.
you remember, he said no mask, then he became a radical masker. But Fauci fought like hell.
If you notice
to not
on the
close it
lower
to China,
right of the crowd,
and then
there's a
admitted that
family,
we
and the
saved
dude
tens
is like
of thousands
really
of
tall,
lives 'cause I closed
and he's
it
got
in
like
January
all the
very early.
kids around
Then we
them,
closed
but then
into
his
Europe.
his
The
lady
problem
is like
I
way
didn't listen
shorter.
to him, but Biden's made him the big.
Do you think only
person. He's
tall
like the
women
king.
should date tall men?
Fauci's
Nope.
the king.
I don't think in absolutes at all.
I think that tall women are for tall men, short women are
you've
for tall
tweeted this
men,
out. Yeah, you've said this
and
already.
short men can have short men.
Okay, cool.
I think that's fair.
You're hilarious.
I'm so funny.
They're making, they're wrecking and devastating.
You're so hilarious.
people's
You have to
lives,
recycle
firing
jokes.
Americans
That's what
from
most
their
comedians
jobs,
actually do. They get paid to
forcing
tour and they,
innocent
Most
they
people
play
do
the
it.
same
We're
jokes
all
over and over again.
masks.
I don't know.
Closing
At
their
least
schools,
people
destroying education,
adore my
crushing
comedy.
their
Follow the crowd.
Development, demolishing.
I lead the crowd, Ben.
Locking people into their
If anybody here was a follower, it would be
they've done
Donald
over the
J.
last
Trump.
year, wreaking havoc on
He's
our
following in the
economy,
footsteps of himself.
going
He's going to be the
mandate
first president to be
crazy and
45th and
running
47th
neighborhoods.
president.
If you look at what's going
It's
on, they're just
amazing.
running roughshod all over this country, and they're truly hurting
All
the
women are for tall men.
American
It's
people
true.
like they. I
You're
don't
not tall.
think they've
I'm
taken
so
away their
tall.
liberties.
You're
what
actually
they're
not.
doing,
Especially by
incredible.
today's
They've taken
standards.
away
By
their
today's
dignity.
standards, I'm
They've
tall
taken away
in
their
both
liberties.
height
And I say
and
enough
character.
is
You
enough,
hang your
and we
hat
are
on
not
that,
going
but
to
you're really
take it
not that tall and really
anymore.
like there are people who are like a foot taller than you. So
Sounds like a short man argument.
Because our country is going
I
to
could,
hell.
I couldn't indulge
It's
in
a
such an argument.
disaster, and it
that's
all
why you
Seeing as how I'm
recognize it
tall.
so well,
short
Shorty.
period of time.
Seeing as how
they
I'm
wanna knock out the
a
filibuster and
statuesque
get
male.
things approved, and it's hanging by a thread.
I've never seen a
It's
statue that
hanging
looks
by
like
a thread.
you.
This is the moment the American people must.
That's because you have your
take
head in
their
the clouds,
lives
Ben.
and future back. We
That's
have
because
to
I'm
do
tall.
it. We
No,
have
it's
Thank you.
because
I'm
you do
glad you-
marijuana clouds.
You just called me tall. Thank
do
you.
marijuana
for the radical
clouds.
Democrats to leave
Ben,
our
you're the type of
families
guy that
alone,
drinks
leave our
wine from a
elderly
box.
alone, leave our children alone
Sometimes.
with their strong immune system.
Ben's having some box wine right now. That was why that remark was used.
Powerful immune system.
It looks
Sounds like
tasty.
a classist argument to me.
Yes, of course. Some of us can't afford to drink wine by the box. We have to get it out of the spittoons at the wine parties when the rich are done with them. And we liked it.
Leave our businesses alone. Leave all of us the hell alone. Tell Joe Biden the Americans' health choices are none of his business. We can make our own choices. And it hasn't worked. You know, you take a look at New York, what a disaster that's been. You take a look at other states, what a disaster. California's
Brittany
been a total
Wright, you don't have to pay $5 to
And
say
they
that
were
Ben's
locked
being
down. They were
needlessly
locked down
mean
as close
to your
as you
sweet
could
boy
be.
Billy.
If you think he's
By the way, how did
perfect,
Cuomo
then
do as
your
governor? Really
opinion
wonderful
means
job.
nothing.
Why would you say that? That sounds like
Because nobody's
that
perfect.
sounds like the
Watch him
gripes of
every
an
day on
imperfect
television.
man.
He's saying the wrong stuff.
I just gotta say,
But
Brittany,
it's a
you don't have to
it's
spend
really- it's a
$5
shame
to
what
say what
happened to
everybody
some of our great
knows for
places.
free. But I
I'm proud
appreciate
that I
it.
was the anti-mandate president, and we had
And,
great successes in Texas and Florida, and Frankly, in
Yeah,
Republican
the line you said he is perfect and you shouldn't hurt his feelings. Don't worry, Brittany. I'm a very strong man. That's part of my perfection. My feelings just don't get hurt that easily.
He doesn't. There's literally no statue that looks like him.
We also have $5 from Daniel. Said, Billy, can you find the Trump's African American supporter? Do you not see
African American over there?
Do you not see there's an entire crowd of people wearing Blacks for Trump 2020.com shirts? Can you not see that? B-Ball Julian. So these people saying the ones who are brave enough to question the government believed Iraq had WMDs despite all evidence just because Bush said so. I mean, that was pretty rough times, but yeah. Marcus Trinius, the sanity damage I've sustained from some of these chuckle fucks may never be fully recovered. I'm too sober for this. Time for a beer. Yeah, get them
Should have
beers
started
in.
already.
Another perspective of that big love. I'm Metal Monkey says Nick Fuentes does not like women. I mean, that's pretty obvious. B-Ball Julian says LMAO, the right opinion on Jaws? The movie Jaws? But you spelled Jaws with a 3 instead of an A.
Were we talking about Jaws?
No, he was making a comment about Nick talking about the Jewish people.
Oh, okay.
The joke was that I read it as Jaws. B-Ball Julian said, my grandpa wasn't a D-Day, but he liberated a few concentration camps in World War II and was far from conservative as possible. He was anti-racist before it was popular, and he would have slapped Nick's bitch-ass. I met a monkey, said my grandfather fought in Europe during World War II. He met my grandmother, a German, who he brought back home with him. What a racist. Lord of Nurgle gave that big love, and that gets us all up for the donos. Again, this is Saturday. We are 64.38% of the goal. I don't know what we could do to get this goal, but I do have to make some Pepe the frog. So I'll be right back after a Pepe. If you guys want to throw more money at us to tell everybody I'm a sweet boy, I feel like it's a waste of money, but I'll read it.
You do that, sir. Hello, Donald Trump. All right, let's turn him up a little bit here.
Listen, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Oh, where the hell am I? Where am I? Oh, I'm not supposed to be doing this. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. What? Oh, veteran. Hello, veteran. Look at that. He's a handsome-looking veteran. We love our veterans, don't we? Wow. We love our veterans.
We love our veterans.
That's very good. Well, we're going to be introducing some of them. Thank you. Good-looking veteran you are. Boy, oh boy, I thought somebody was like in trouble or something. That's great. Thank you very much. But Biden's trying to bully and intimidate people with his ridiculous, unscientific mandates because he and his entire administration have absolutely no idea what the hell is happening. And Big Pharma is making a fortune. Democrats are putting corporate profits over the rights of the American people. These corrupt, power-hungry lunatics need to hear us loud and clear. We are done having our lives controlled by politicians and Washington bureaucrats.
He looks tired. He looks like he's struggling to breathe.
We're done with the mandates, including the mandates for frontline healthcare workers, which I think you're going to do that also. And I know Carrie's going to be involved. Oh, what an improvement. What an improvement she's going to be over your current governor. He's a disaster. Somebody said, oh, he wants to run for the Senate. They came to me. They came to me in Washington. They said, what do you think? I said, he's never going to get my endorsement, I can tell you that. Your governor is not good. Now, Carrie's the one. She's going to be fantastic. Not going to be too long. Time flies all of a sudden, Carrie. Not going to be too long.
I'll tell you what,
Ducey has
it's
been
not
a terrible,
needlessly mean.
Terrible representative of your state.
It's
And we're done
it's
taking
perfectly
lectures on
mean.
science from a
It
party that
needs to
tells
be
us that
mean.
men
It's
are
just the
women,
right amount of
women
meanness.
are men, and the babies.
Have you ever seen a statue
This
look
is a
like that?
fact. The babies can be killed.
Yeah,
even
Coop
after
Carr.
birth, right? After birth. They used to
Statuesque
talk
has a meaning,
late
damn
term.
it.
Now they're talking about Just go check out your governor of Virginia, your former governor of Virginia, and it's all just fine with them. Babies can be killed after birth. The radical Democrats want to turn the United States into a communist country. If you remember during the campaign, I said it was something that was going to happen if they get elected, which they didn't, but that's okay.
He just admitted they got elected, but then he caught himself and he's like, well, they didn't get elected, but it's, it's okay.
Things where they analyze elections. If you win Ohio and Florida, you always win. We won Ohio and Florida. But if you win Ohio and Florida and Iowa, and we won big, all of them.
Big.
Then 100%.
Iowa doesn't matter. They have a low population.
If you win a certain number of states having to do with legislatures and state, we won all of them, every one of them. There's like 15 of them, different little tests, and we won them all. The only thing we didn't win was the election, you know?
The election.
But I'll tell you what, if you look at 10 o'clock in the evening on election night, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at all of these different states, we won those elections, we won them big. And
well, the election wasn't over yet. 10 o'clock.
We can't let them get away with it. We just can't. We can't let them get away with it. And I think it's one of the reasons that Carrie, because I watched her in the stump the other day, and I think it's one of the reasons she's doing so well.
Who's going to be your
But I
vice
said
president?
If they get elected, our country would become a large-scale version of Venezuela, remember? And I didn't really, I said it, and I meant it a little bit. Guess what? It's true. We're becoming a large-scale version of Venezuela, which was a very successful country 20 years ago, and now they have no food. They have no water. Everybody's dying. It's being run by a horrible group of killers. And we have a horrible group. People ask me often, President, could I ask you a question? What was the toughest country? And they're so interested. We've made people very interested in politics, right? Very, very interested.
Yeah, you made idiots interested in politics, and then they stormed the Capitol.
Sir, could it be China or perhaps North Korea? Was it Iran? I said, no, the toughest country to deal with was the United States of America. We have some crazy people.
Are you serious? The toughest country to deal with as president was the United States.
And actually, the toughest country to deal with is not China or Russia, it's the United States. It's a disgrace. And you notice we don't talk about greatness anymore. We talk about the environment. We talk about COVID, the China virus. We talk about race. We talk about all this. We never talk about greatness anymore. Other countries are talking about their military and their power and their this and
By the
that.
way, I do want to point out that Brittany Wright, who seems to be a Billy sycophant, maybe even Billy himself, called me a dirty Ohio Pollock on multiple occasions. So
talk about greatness anymore as a
racist
country.
Billy
You turn
sycophant.
on the news
Not
and watch these
surprised, though.
fakers. They're fakers.
Not surprised.
You turn on the fake news at night and you watch what they talk about. It's all things that it's just not possible. And a country has to be thinking to the future. It has to be thinking about greatness, and we don't even think about it anymore. We don't think about it, and it's very
Your
sad.
warped
And
view of reality
we are going to
is very
change that
clear.
around, and even in America, we're witnessing cruelties that can be scarcely believed. They can't be believed. The left is now rationing life-saving therapeutics based on race, discriminating
Oh my God,
against
he's going there.
and denigrating white people to
He's going
determine
there.
who lives and who dies. If you're white, you don't get the vaccine, or if you're white, you don't get therapeutics.
Everybody
It's
gets the
unbelievable
vaccine.
to
It's
think this.
literally
And nobody wants this.
It's
Black
literally
people
free
don't
for
want it.
everyone.
White people don't want it. Nobody wants it.
Did I just come back to him complaining about white people not being offered the vaccine?
Believe it. They don't even talk about it.
Who is
and
he
they don't wanna
preaching
talk
to?
About it because they know
a bunch of people in there. I bet
for them.
about
But
half
the
of this
Wall Street
crowd is
Journal
Hispanic.
described The practice.
I don't know though. It might be a
Race-based
very white part of
preferential
Arizona.
COVID
I don't
treatments,
know.
And that's what it is. You get it based on race. In fact, in New York State, if you're white, you have to go to the back of the line to get medical help. Think
That
of
is
it.
not
if you're white,
true
you go right
at
to the
all.
back of the line. This race
The people with the most severe case goes to the front of the line.
I'm enjoying the reaction on the faces of the blacks for Trump's people right now.
The Supreme Court should intervene, shut down this flagrant cil rights violation.
Yeah, that is an interesting dichotomy
immediately.
there,
Somebody
right?
has to get
It's
it to
like
the court
they're like, no, that's not true. No, we don't believe in that.
Now it should
The
be
one
clear
guy
to
in
everyone
the
that today's
gray
radical
hat
Democrat Party
looks
is
so
driven by a
cold.
mean and vicious spirit of left-wing fascism. This is no longer just socialism. And when Biden got elected,
You know,
he
I
didn't
just
get
got to say,
elected on
white
what
people,
they're
even though
doing
you've
now
been
to
denying
destroy.
the
There was no
vaccine works
mandate.
for so long,
Number one, they
you
lost.
realize they
But
wouldn't even
if
give
they
it to you
didn't,
if you
the
wanted it
margin was
because you're
so
white?
tiny, it was so thin. It was so thin. They
What
don't have the
town
right
in
to
Arizona is
change
this
our
again?
country and everything
Florence.
that we stand for. They don't have the right to do that.
It's
There's
61
no better
degrees there
example
right
than
now.
Their
That's cold.
ceaseless, relentless, unending campaign of hoaxes and witch hunts.
People in Arizona are used to
I've
like
gone through so
110
many
degree
witch
weather,
hunts
right?
now.
This time of year.
I'm
Yeah, but they're used to it, so this is cold for them.
Witch hunter, beater.
No.
That's how weather works, right?
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it
And then
is.
it turns out
You
to be
become
fake.
temperate to the conditions of your
After 4 years of
area.
Russia,
There's a reason everybody in Arizona has an
Ukraine,
air conditioner in their
They're
house.
not used to
The
this, and they're
impeachment
not
hoax
running
number
air
one.
conditioners
Impeachment hoax
in
number two.
January.
Yeah, not in January, but they're running
Nobody
heaters
ever
now.
Went through anything like he went
They
through.
sit in their house at a good
And the
75,
harassment of
80
my
degrees.
family, which is a
Because they're
wonderful family
used
of
to being
people
100
that
degree
are
weather.
Great
No.
people, they love our country.
Have you been to Arizona?
That's a good name, Brittany, right?
And it's
Ohio isn't a
happening in
race?
New York.
Did
It's all- they're all
you claim
taking their
that
orders
people were
from
racist against
the
Ohio?
Democrats in Washington, but it's
Polacks.
happening in New York and
Whoa,
beyond.
whoa,
Now
whoa.
the radical Democrats have
Just
yet
because
another witch
Adrian
hunt.
Palicki is
No
from Ohio.
different than Russia,
There's
Russia,
a whole
Russia.
bunch of Polish people from Ohio.
Of political hacks.
I can name Adrian
They're
Palicki,
Democratic
Tony Paco.
hacks,
Is he Polish?
And they're vicious.
I've run out of people
And
from
every
Ohio
one
to
of them
name.
voted to impeach me, every one of them. And then you have Liz Cheney, who's now polling at 16%. And Adam Kinzinger, he's another beautiful. He's a crier. He cries every time you talk to him.
Who?
Who, by the way, just dropped
Adam
out of the
Kinzinger?
race because he didn't have the courage
He's
to
a
run.
crier. Then I want to hold him
And
while
we
we
just
fuck.
lost Catco, too. He's gone now, too.
Catboy's
They're
out?
falling fast
They lost
and
Catboy?
furious.
I think Trump just said they
The
lost
ones that voted
Catboy.
to impeach. We're getting rid of them fast. Nancy Pelosi has turned the U.S. House of Representatives into a Stalinist show trial. That's what it is. They just get the Democrats to stick together and just vote, and people get impeached.
He's reading
it's
shit.
A disgrace.
You know
It's a
those two
disgrace to our
things
country,
next
what's
to him?
happening.
Yeah.
And it takes
Yeah,
the
that's
meaning
like a
out of the word.
teleprompter.
Yeah.
The Unselect Committee is out of control, secretly and illegally collecting many
just
months
reading that
worth
shit.
of phone records that you don't even know about. It's like this is like a communist country. Text messages,
Only one of those
email,
screens is a teleprompter, though. The
location
other one is
data
porn.
on countless people without notifying them, giving
Do you wanna
them
keep
a
doing
chance
this, or do you
to
wanna move
defend
on?
their rights in court.
He's
They
kind
have
of
no
going
right.
off right
And by
now.
the way, the people that
He's
go
snapping
before
on
the
him.
Unselect Committee, they
Trump
call
is
me and they
back,
say,
baby.
I've never
He's
been
playing all the
treated so
old
horribly
classics
in
and a
my
couple
life.
of new tunes.
Numerous people have called me. I said, what was it like with these horrible people? They said, it was really bad. I have never been treated that way in my life.
They've never been
And all they
treated.
want to do, I mean, most of them, I can tell you, they just want to do a good job, but it's a shame.
It's a
Then
shame.
they're selecting, leaking all sorts of information.
Leaking.
To partners in the media. That's what they are. They're partners. Look at all those people up there. They came to your great state. They came to your great state to say that nobody showed up for the rally. Nobody showed up.
Wow. Is he inciting a riot against the media now?
Bunch
Look at
of
them. Look at
phony
those people
This
there.
is very corrupt. You know, the only way you can stop this is if we had an honest media where they would report the truth, and then it would all end.
An
Then it
honest
would all
media.
end. But the media,
Like
for
Fox
whatever
News
reason,
when they liked me.
for whatever reason, the media is a part of it, and the big tech and the whole group of them. But we're going to beat them anyway, because I really believe we have many more people. You know, you can't be a 50-50 partner when you don't have voter ID. They're against voter ID. They want to defund the police. They want to take away your Second Amendment. They want
You know
to raise
what?
your taxes. All of these
They
things.
handed that
You're not a
talking point to
50-50
Trump.
partner.
by saying they wanted to defund the police when they didn't even really mean that. The left is dumb with slogans and they don't think them through.
I think they're both dumb with slogans, but the right doesn't care to think. They just want the catchy slogans. They're like, let's go Brandon, and they're all fucking excited.
That doesn't even, like, you have to be in on the joke to even understand what that means, though. But defund the police is very simple for anyone to understand. And it's like, they didn't even really mean fully defund the police.
Yeah.
It should have been reform the police or something, but they push these really simple narratives out there, these simple slogans.
It's almost like they're set up to fail.
It's almost like they're setting themselves up to fail.
Yes. It's almost like the same people that donate to one party also donate to the other party.
Yeah, but like not everyone gets those donations. Like this is just people at the ground level that come up with these hashtags on the internet.
The ground level? They get if I hear something as stupid as defund the police to explain police reform, then I'm going to fund as much of my money into their cause as I possibly can to make that one louder than all the real things like reform the police.
Reform the police is a way better slogan. It's way more reasonable.
Yes, and that's why somebody probably funded defund the police with the intentions of making them
I'm
louder.
not going to assume everything is the opposite of the way it
we won't have to assume. We will know, though, that's how everything works right now with advertisement.
Antifa and to Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, you fund $1 million on Facebook for a campaign, and you can take over the entire fucking internet with it.
Abuse of power to harass their political opponents is disgraceful. It's never.
It's a simple
happened to
tactic.
this extent. What they're doing to people.
If they're not using it, I would be surprised.
To this extent. We had people try
I like how Sticky got sucked into looking for fat statues. Just search Buddha, Sticky.
The church right opposite
Buddha.
the White House,
Fat Buddha. I have the body of a god.
The actual
nothing happens to these people.
the actual Buddha, Siddhartha, was not fat.
That's why I said fat Buddha immediately after I said Buddha.
Yeah, because like that was something that came later on in Eastern Asia.
A worthy god, in my opinion, is fat Buddha.
He's not even a god.
He's a worthy god, that fat Buddha. I got the passion of the Christ in a body like Buddha.
Working with the federal government, there's never been a time so dangerous as the time in which we are living right now.
There's never been a time so dangerous as the time when a child learns to stick its finger in and around light sockets. We have to protect the children from light sockets. In 2024, I'm going to get light socket covers for every household. Every household. You don't be forking around. MAGA, make America great again.
What's going
It's
on
in the
now?
past.
Is it a run-in?
It's DeBeefa.
Is Stone Cold coming in with a chair?
Dude, if Epstein comes back from the dead,
with a chair.
Oh my God.
We need to focus on Donald Trump. We need to follow his money. What is fueling my soul right now is Trump.
This is like in wrestling when a wrestler would look at the Titantron and then his opponent would sneak up from behind him. You think Kamala Harris is gonna roll up behind him with a steel chair and biff him? Wiffle biff him?
We have numerous like that. They got elected based on, they don't know anything about me. I don't even know who the hell she is. I never heard of her before. And they sue us on the basis of they run an election and they are vicious, and it's a very dangerous thing for our country, I can tell you.
Joe Biden's going to get victory with a roll-up.
And it might be reversed, and it shouldn't be reversed. It should
Ryan,
never
he couldn't
happen.
roll up anybody.
The radical Democrat
fruit
Party
roll
has
up.
spent years putting American lives in jeopardy
Fruit roll up
through its
ice cream?
extreme left-wing campaign to release dangerous criminals from jail, abolish cash bail. How about that? How's that working out? And stop charging a wide range of crime. They didn't go after left-wing anarchists and violent criminals, including all of the people that we just mentioned. They never went after them. They just wouldn't do it. They went after police stations. They went after police. Nothing happened to them. I did a hell of a job. I'll tell you what, we passed legislation. Remember, they were knocking down statues and monuments all over the country. And I passed a law that if you get caught doing that, you go to jail for 10 years, and there's no negotiating.
Well, that's stupid.
And amazingly, it stopped.
There should be
It
no
stopped
crime
very quickly.
where there's like
And
a
then I
blanket
did something. I
sentence
had
because
make
we
a
need to
decision.
look
Do we
at
let
what
the
happened in
Democrats
each
handle
individual
their cities and
case.
states, or do I go in with the military and do a job? And I left military, screaming the military. And I left it to the Democrats, and frankly, at least now we know what not to do because they have done so badly. These Democrat-run cities.
I'm watching the
they
black
are
guys talk, and they're like pointing
we've
around.
Never seen in the history of our country before. So now what we do is, if there's a next time, we're going to do it differently. We had to do it
I would
this way the
love to
first
see a
time. We did
white
the
guy
absolute
back here
right
with
thing,
Blacks for
but
Trump
it showed
shirt
what happened. You look at Chicago, you look at New York, the murder rates.
These shirts
at a
are
level
like-
that nobody can believe.
Maybe it's a
Chicago,
group of people
I mean,
that
they
came
have a
together and they all had
holiday,
their
uh,
shirts. I don't
some
know, but maybe
July
you're right. They
4th
handed
and
them
other
out.
holidays,
I don't
and
think that these
83
people came in
shot,
those shirts. Most of these
7
people
dead.
are
I just
wearing
told you
clothes
in
that like
Afghanistan,
don't
we
match
went
with the shirts.
18 months without
There's one guy there that has his hoodie
They're
over it
white
though.
and black shirts. That matches with everything, right?
Yeah, but like there was a woman. I don't know if she disappeared. No, she's closer to Trump now, but she has like a different collar and a different long sleeve set than you would wear with a shirt like that. You prepare differently. The guys with the hoodies, I can understand that, a white shirt over a hoodie to show the shirt off. But I bet you they were just handed it.
Let them
You could be right.
Let them see their
I think
lawyers.
one
Let
guy
them
might
go
actually
out.
have a
They
white
are
Blacks
being
for Trump
treated-
hoodie
they're being
the guy
hounded
that's like
you hound
flank right
the
behind
worst
Trump's other
animal.
shoulder.
What's going on is horrible.
His looks like
in
it might actually be part of the
And also
hoodie.
the jails are filthy, disgusting, dirty, and they're even being
Orange
cited
is the
by
same
courts
color.
for
Yeah, it's
being
possible
so
too.
Horrible. They're brutal.
They're
lockdowns, They're
horrible.
brutal.
They're
Take a
horrible.
look at what they've got. The showers are disgusting.
The
bathrooms
showers.
are horrible. And people are being
Horrible.
forced to live like that. Let them use their lawyers. Let them go out and defend themselves. And if we think they're innocent, we should help them defend themselves. Remember when the Democrats went out and Kamala raising money
Kamala.
for the people that were caught? But they didn't have a problem
Kamala.
because so little happened. So it wasn't the same thing. These people are being persecuted.
Someone said G-Man is back there.
One defendant was allegedly viciously and
Why won't you
savagely
debate me?
beaten,
Why don't you debate
resulting
me,
in
amazing
numerous
atheist?
broken bones
Why
in
won't you
his
debate
face
me?
and a loss of sight
By the way, that
permanently in one
happens
eye.
in
And
that
then out of
episode that you're going to
control.
review.
Oh, yeah.
The classic DP episode.
Yeah.
Why don't you debate me, amazing atheist?
Amazing atheist.
And G-Man asks him why he uses the N-word so much. And the response might shock you.
I can't wait.
Billy is going to do a review for all of our patrons, $10 and above, of the classic DP debates back in the early days of DP, when I was still living in my apartment in Ohio, and in the living room. My living room was the DP studio at that point. And we got into a random debate with Brett Keane, G-Man, and I think Shani jumps in at some point. Nephilim Free was in there. J-Dubs. It's a crazy time.
That's going to be ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
To get out. Your state is so important. You got to get out and vote.
Hold on, though.
We'll immediately begin our
No.
own investigations.
You're like
into what
promoting
happened.
voting while you're saying it's all a fraud. I
Ladies
mean,
and gentlemen,
Totally whitewashed.
we have to
If
be
the
both
Unselect Committee were
what we
serious
hate and
about
what we
getting
love
the
at the
facts
same
about
time.
January 6th, it would focus on answering
That way
the
no one can call
following
us a hypocrite if we're
questions. Why did
50%
Nancy
one thing and
Pelosi and
50% the
Capitol
other,
Police
and
reject
we're
the
100%
more than
not a hypocrite.
10,000 National Guard troops or soldiers that I authorized to help control
I
the
see
enormous
someone in the
crowd
chat
that
said
I
it's
knew
only
was
fraud when
coming.
he loses. Yeah, he was already setting it up because he thought that he might lose, and he was already crying fraud before it even
He
happened.
was crying fraud before he won. He was
was
like, if
crying
we
fraud
lose,
with Hillary, too.
If we lose, Hillary cheated.
He was going to do this. Yeah, he was going to do the same thing if Hillary would have legitimately won. I love how it was all a fraud until he realized he had won.
There we go, everybody. We won. No fraud here.
Right.
Oh, we lost. Fraud here.
Right.
One nation
Right.
under fraud, indivisible.
And the fake news never talks about it. They
With
never
Liberty
talk
and
about
They talk
Ghislaine
about
Maxwell
it
for
all
all.
the
How
time.
many
They
of
cover
those
every
present at the
court
Capitol
case that you
complex
have.
on January 6th?
Yeah, I guess there's
Were
a big
FBI
section of the crowd that has a
confidential
whites for Trump
informants, agents,
t-shirt.
or otherwise working
Maybe not.
directly
Oh, I was
or
like, oh my god.
indirectly
Okay, I see
with
the
an
Nick
agency
Fuentes
of the
fan.
United-
Do you see him?
There's a Nick Fuentes fan here. Jake, he Jake the Lesba said, "Why not call out Vosh for dodging Fuentes debate?" Well, one.
Oh my god. Okay,
one-
hold on, motherfucker. I'm gonna play a video for you. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
One, that's old news. Why would we bring it up after this long? And two, Nick Fuentes, Nicholas
should
J.
use Streamlabs.
Fuentes. Yeah, your $2 is wasted.
So here's the thing. Nick made a video. I don't think I should have to play it. We've played it so many times. Where Nick says, "I'll debate Vosh, and I don't care if it's on Drunken Peasants." And I tried to reach out to Nick, and he ignored me. And then I made a joke about Catboy, and he blocked me. Yeah. And then years later, he got banned from Twitter. But it was years. So Nick ran. Nick is the one who ran. Has Vosh backed down from a debate with anyone? Literally no one. Like, Nick is the reason that debate never happened.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if you can't see it because you're so in love with your little Catboy.
We were
set.
gonna have Nick on, and then
we ended up having Ethan Ralph on
and
instead.
he still has an open invitation to be on Drunken Peasants. Nick Fuentes.
Like, if Vosh will debate Ethan Ralph, why wouldn't he debate Nick Fuentes?
Nick
and it didn't
Fuentes-
go well when he debated Ethan Ralph because Ethan Ralph got trashed and did a bunch of crazy shit.
Nick Fuentes is open, welcome to be a guest on the Drunken Peasants podcast. We will probably have to tape the segment unlive though, because we can't trust.
Oh, we're gonna have to edit it very
We can't
carefully.
trust that traitor not to make us look like fools, so we're gonna edit it and make it look like we won because we're brilliant and the power is in the editing. You will not divide us, Nick Fuentes.
Make America
United States
gape
government.
again.
People want to hear this. How about the one guy? Go in, get in there, everybody. Eps, get in there, go. Nothing happens.
I don't know what he's
to
talking
him.
about now.
What happened with him?
I think there was a
Nothing
security guard that was
happens.
ushering the people in one of the doors or something.
They're like, black people do this way. Here's a complimentary shirt. Blacks for Trump.
He's talking about Jan 6. Were there blacks for Trump people at the Jan 6 thing?
Maybe. Well, there might have been a couple black people. I don't know.
Investigating November 3rd.
Stephen McHugg says Billy and Nick both have no interest in women.
What?
Do you not understand? Brittany Wright, who is now known as Billy Sycophant, is a woman, and I'm very interested in Brittany Wright's donations. Do you not understand the value of a woman, Stephen McHuggs? When they donate, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Nick wants to marry them. I want them to donate. Don't you understand anything, Stephen McHuggs?
Coming out very big in the great state of Arizona.
Embarrassing.
Also, the American people deserve answers. The January 6th rally was a protest against a crooked election carried out by unhinged Democrats. Big tax.
I like how every now and then they like pump their fists, like,
A crooked election carried out by unhinged. I'm surprised he's going off the election was stolen thing when everybody who he was working with
even
at the
his
time,
own people, even Giuliani.
yeah, they all rescinded all of it.
Giuliani is a lawyer, so he understands and he got disbarred.
Yeah, he lost his entire life.
But if he would have went further, he would have gone to jail.
Yeah.
Like, as a lawyer, you risk going to jail. Like, you can't fuck up at your job like to that degree.
I do quite a bit.
You're not a lawyer.
Yeah, but I fuck up a lot on Drunken Peasants. A lot.
Okay.
I should probably be disbarred, is what I'm saying.
There's no bar.
Oh, I've seen a couple of bars at Drunken Peasants.
Oh, hold on. What kind of bars are we talking about?
I went to a bar last night, got drunk.
Did you?
Yeah.
Damn.
In Tacoma. It was a pirate-themed bar.
That's way down there.
Yeah.
I've been to Tacoma in years.
The drive home was like a video game.
Oh, because you were drunk and someone.
I
hope
stayed.
someone else was driving.
No, I drove home, but I stayed in Tacoma until I sobered up.
Oh, okay.
But it was cute. It was at a pirate bar, and my first drink. Oh, I actually have the list of what I was
I
drinking.
want to go to the pirate bar.
Yeah, you would've loved it.
Is it always open, or was it like a special occasion?
I think it's always open. But I'm gonna read off the drink I had. I had 2 drinks and I got trashed off 2 drinks. There was a $20 drink I bought. The drinks are measured by how many skulls are on the thing. That means how alcoholic they are. The Doc Master's rum barrel is
So that's
5
5
skulls.
Is that
That's
the highest?
Yeah. Our unique take on this drink style with multiple juices, rums, and our own secret blend of spices was the Doc Master's rum barrel. That's the first one I had, and I was gonna get the second one I had first, but it only had 4 skulls. So watch this second one. Watch this drink.
Okay, hold on.
This is $17. The Eldritch Cartographer. And
It's 4 skulls.
Yeah, 4 skulls. An otherworldly chart maker is called upon to travel to places that don't exist with this long pole of citrus, coffee, absinthe, and multiple black rums. It was absinthe and coffee, cold brew coffee. It was lit. So I was Green Fairy on them. I was Green Fairy, absinthe, and frickin' rum. Boy, I was a pirate. I got a picture too of the inside of the bar. All this is really cute. We were in the VIP area, so like this is up above, and it's like this kind of sucks, but it's all like looks like a boat. It all looks like
the green screens.
Yeah, the green screen's hitting this. It's like you're in a pirate ship inside the club. They put us up in like the VIP nest up above. It was so cool. Like I got fucking thrashed, dude.
Damn.
I got thrashed. I broke keto too because I knew I was drinking, so
You break keto all the time.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you do.
I told you I gained like 100 pounds
You
last year.
say like when you're here, you talk about keto, but then I watch your little stream where you eat food and you're like, and I know it's keto bread, but it's still
it's
bread.
keto bread.
It's still bread.
It's zero carbs.
Yeah.
It's 0 carbs.
How many calories is it?
They're 35 calories a slice. It's way less than actual bread. But yeah, I got a linguiça sausage, a foot-long sausage, and a Hawaiian roll. It was fucking bomb. But
I like Hawaiian roll because they're like sweeter, right?
Yeah,
that's
it was bomb.
not keto. There's sugar in that.
I know.
Yeah.
But I was like, the drinks had sugar in them too. But I was like, I'm gonna get fucking wasted. I need some carbs on my stomach so I can sober up quicker.
Yeah. So Magicus had his birthday party after the last episode.
Yeah, I went to Magicus's birthday party after
go
going
see
to
a
the movie.
Yeah.
I went to go see an
I was
anime.
wasted.
I went to go see an anime of Beauty and the Beast, but it was an anime version.
Did you show up after Bob got kicked out?
Yeah.
Oh my god. And I saw a video of Bob. He's making fun of me. He's making fun of my forehead tick that I get sometimes. And he said I'm ugly, but he was right about one thing. I have to go to a homeless shelter to pick up women.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I mean, I'm
just playing the numbers game. You've done it.
I probably wouldn't date you if I didn't if I wasn't homeless.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I do.
Juma,
I also
did you
go
get
to
the name?
I go to the soup kitchen. I volunteer at the soup kitchen.
Honestly, we should call ahead, get the VIP room at the Pirate Bar,
soup kitchen?
and have a meetup at the Pirate Bar with all our local Drunken Peasants fans and friends. The Pirate Bar is so cool. Ben, I gotta tell you another thing about the Pirate Bar. The menu of drinks is like so long.
What's up with Tacoma? It's good now?
Hell yeah, dude. Tacoma is
you didn't
lit.
like Tacoma. You said Tacoma is like pretty
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there.
It reminds me of Toledo. When I go to
It's a
Tacoma,
lot like Toledo,
it
yeah.
reminds me a lot of Toledo.
Yeah, it's like it boomed 80 years ago.
And there's all these it smells weird, and there's all these weird factories and shit there, and there's like a bellow of like weird smoke coming out of it, and it's on a river. Is it on the river or on the Sound? It's on the Sound.
In a van down by the river. Oh yeah, Spec's local too now. We got so many DP locals. We got so many DP
Yeah.
locals. But yeah, I fucking went out there and I had 2 drinks, and they're like, the one was $20, the other was $17, and they fucked me.
Are we done with Trump now?
Yeah, I love Trump so much. I'm so glad
You
he's
love
going to
him?
be our new king. But I think we're done listening to him say the same shit he said.
He's plumber of
that didn't
Knox
work
County.
8 years ago.
I wanna mention something that I saw on Twitter earlier. It involves you, so you'll be interested.
Well,
in it.
I like me.
Yeah. The Garbage Pail Kid WWE figure of Andre the Giant.
Yeah, I want to get this.
Now, it does look like I will say, Andre did have similar hair
Yeah.
to you.
Me and Andre were neighbors.
No, you weren't.
His baby mama lived in
Yeah,
Seattle, and
yep.
his daughter lives in Seattle. I went to her costume.
There's the figure. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool. You should. You know what? Actually, P.O. Box in the description if you want to get Billy a gift. The gigantic Andre WWE Garbage Pail Kid.
And if 2 of you get me the gift,
So-
Ben can have one.
You know what that means too? That means that because he left his estate to the girl you just mentioned.
Yeah.
So she must license his image to
I think
them.
so, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, she probably gets royalties to like video shit.
Yeah,
from back in the
Vince
day.
loved Andre. He's going to take care of his family.
They were the same age, actually. If
Vince
Andre
and
were
Andre?
still alive, they'd be like, in their late 70s.
Did you see the other ones from this thing? They have Stone Cold, Randy Savage, and Ultimate Warrior.
That's my whole childhood. All of those characters and Andre. Andre early though. I'll never forget WrestleMania 3. That was the first wrestling event I watched on TV. It was like an early pay-per-view thing. My cousins had it and we watched it. And then they had Saturday night's main event, the rematch, Hogan versus Andre. And then Andre won the title and then gave it to $1 Million Man. And then Jack Tunney, the president of WWF, stripped $1 Million Man of the title because you can't give it to somebody. They were like, oh, can he do this? And they're like, no, he can't. So they stripped him, and then they had the tournament at WrestleMania 4, and that's the one Macho Man won and became champ.
The Bebe Cheese says, can you shove it up your butt? And Bebe Cheese, that's
Yes.
a question you got to ask yourself. Because
I think I understand Garbage Pail Kids are kind of like a weird, warped Cabbage Patch Kid.
Yeah.
So they make them a little chubbier than they really were, but
they're
Andre
bas-
was not. Andre got bigger like as he got older, but Andre was actually pretty slim and fit.
Yeah, well, all the Garbage Pail Kids look like little fatties.
Yeah, it's true.
I wish they were actually more gnarly though. It's a cute like mashup.
Yeah, I knew what it was immediately when I saw it. I didn't know that they put these figures out.
I just wish there was more like boogers and stuff hanging off of them. That's what they would do.
Back in the day, yeah, I collected those cards. It was all like gross, like puke and people getting their heads smashed in and all kinds of weird shit.
That was the cool thing about my Garbage Pail card art is that it's gross.
Yeah, it's right behind you.
Yeah, I got blood all over myself. I'm looking icky.
You're
No
fighting
snot.
sharks or what?
Yeah, the sharks are trying to eat me because I was eating sushi in it. But it's cute. I got to get my own Garbage Pail trophy now.
We already
Kids.
read through the Streamlabs, right?
We are all caught up
All
on
right.
it, all the way up to poop.
Poop. You know what I'm
poop.
saying? All right, let's do this.
Let's do the time warp again.
Oh, shit,
Is there
I
no
gotta turn
audio?
down.
People are discriminating against wolves.
Wow. They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
I had Trump muted, and it killed everything.
They're laughing at us
At our stupidity.
You ne'er-do-wells will learn to love it.
Check this out. This is someone, a guy from Fox News telling Trump to learn to lose. Brian Kilmeade.
Of January 6th is Donald Trump's insistence. I sometimes give.
And this attitude has shifted, and a lot of these people, like Brian Kilmeade, pundits, right-wing pundits, are they waited to give their opinion on this to kind of see how this would pan out, I think.
Several statements today from him that he did not lose the election. Now, you have some thoughts about that.
Yeah, I do. I think that in life, you have to learn to lose. Hillary Clinton has to learn that. You know, Al Gore pretty much did learn.
Pretty sure she learned it. I don't remember a lot of pushback. I remember Al Gore gave a lot of pushback.
And he wasn't sure where it was really landing there. It was weird.
And it was decided by a judge. It wasn't like there was not like a whole year's worth of lawsuits due to it, like with Trump.
And that Stacey Abrams didn't learn that. And if you did, in fact, get screwed out of this election, put together an A-team list of lawyers, not the ones we witnessed,
not Giuliani,
and show us the districts and show us how. I have not seen any of that. And people were very receptive.
I got my
You would have been very
colostomy bag.
receptive if they showed proof of this. Now, it defies logic to think the president could win by 7 million votes, who never left his basement, who couldn't put together a clear speech, who never engaged in a challenging interview, who really struggled through every debate, could actually win this election. But in the end, I think you got to channel back to Andrew Jackson, the guy the president also was compared to quite often, an outsider that defied logic, didn't want to be an insider to Washington, hired his family when he lost a controversial election.
It's interesting because this guy, as far as UFC is concerned, was like the first Joe Rogan. He was Brian Kilmeade before he became who he is now. Was one of the early UFC commentators. It's really weird.
By winning the popular vote, and it went to the House. A backroom deal was cut with Henry Clay and John Quincy Adams. And guess what? He becomes Secretary of State, does Clay. Adams gets the presidency, and he lost by millions of votes to Andrew Jackson. Jackson shows up at the inaugural.
He's talking about like 200 years ago. I like how we talk about like a lot of, especially conservatives, make these equivalencies to things that happened in the early days of our country when there was like hardly anyone living here and there was hardly any wealth here and we were not living in this technological future like we are now. And he tries to draw parallels that just don't exist.
Look, bro. And then he challenged him to a duel. He challenged him to a duel, and then he shot him, and he killed him. He killed him.
Yeah.
He killed him, bro.
Killed him.
Where's that in politics now today?
And goes and wins the next two elections and becomes more powerful after being president than being president.
Okay.
In life, we have to learn to lose. Democrats and Republicans.
He learned to lose.
Federal prosecutors have charged Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes and 10 other members of the far-right group with seditious conspiracy for their role in the January 6th Capitol insurrection. The indictment alleges...
Look at this dude. Look at his eye patch. Is he really missing an eye, or is this just for the look?
It's actually a slingshot he carries.
He's in jail right now, too. Like, this was made before he was actually arrested. But, you know, they announced the charges publicly, and now he's in jail. If he's convicted...
He's an Oath Keepers lifetime member, it says on his hat.
He's the leader. It says 10 others. He was just the head guy.
I hope we look at this Oath Keepers logo like we look at a Blockbuster Video logo 5-10 years from now.
I look at that with nostalgia and good memories.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Wow, man. I didn't know you.
Is there something I don't know about Blockbuster?
I'm come from the tape trader community. Blockbuster did everything they could to tear us apart.
You know, the first time I ever had a Domino's pizza was because of Blockbuster.
Really?
Yeah. Growing up for me, it was Pizza Hut. Or the local. We had some good local places where I grew up.
My family didn't fuck with Pizza Hut. We would do Domino's. The one big one we would do was Godfather's for a while.
Yeah, I grew up eating that shit too.
And then we started doing Little Caesars because they were $5 pizzas. They were cheaper.
Yeah, well, we had local places that were just as cheap, like Marco's, which is now a national chain.
We didn't have a lot of those.
But I played in a video game tournament at a Blockbuster Video, and if you were in the top 10 ranked players, which I think I got to like 9. Like I didn't do that good, but I did better than a lot of people.
That's pizza eating placement.
I got a free Domino's pizza.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I ever had a Domino's.
I don't care if you're 1 or if you're 10. If there's a free pizza on the line, you're a winner. That's why I don't think that Pizzagate thing was so bad.
That is your joke of the night. That's the best one.
Rhodes and his followers conspired to oppose the lawful transfer of presidential power using force.
Look at these old motherfuckers.
underground.
These are the Oath Keepers. They're old. Like the 3 guys that I know for sure are Oath Keepers in this photo here. They're all, what, 55 or older? The 2 guys on the right and left look like they're in their 60s. The guy in the middle looks like maybe he's 56, 57.
Yeah. I don't even know what the Oath Keepers are all about. Is it pretty
They're
much
like
just...
the Proud Boys, but apparently old guys. I don't know.
They're the Proud Papas?
Sedition. I wonder what... Let me see.
Look, Oath Keepers, we're basically like dads, but instead of dad jokes, we say racist shit. Oh.
I wonder what the max sentence... The max sentence for sedition is 20 years.
You're gonna
I thought
shoot
I
your
would think it would
eye
be
out.
more. I would think it'd be more than 20 years, but it says here sedition. Sedition is a serious felony punishable by fines and up to 20 years in prison. I think they'll give them the max too. If they're found guilty, it'll be a jury
Seditious
trial.
conspiracy.
Of course, they'll plead not guilty. That's their only hope. I don't think they'll be offered a plea deal.
These guys do look like Wild Bill friends.
Yeah, look at them. Especially the guys on the far right and left. They look like older guys that are LARPing.
I like how instead of wearing their patches on their stupid bullshit motorcycle club jackets, they wear them on their eyes. Solid.
It marks the first time anyone has faced charges of seditious conspiracy for the January 6th.
Look at this fat shit. I'm sorry. He, he's a liar. And a
Wow,
loser.
why do you go from fat shit to liar? This is fucked up. These are personal attacks against me, Ben. You're like, oh, I'm sorry, a liar and a loser. You quit taking
this
out
fat
your
shit.
disdain for me on racists.
No, I just have disdain for all fats.
Yeah, that's why I have to make up for it by loving all fats.
You do that anyway.
This girl in the red dress back there, is she an Oath Keeper?
What? Yeah, I mean, she has nice hair.
Let's put
And
her to the
she's-
front of the line. I want to hear her talk. Is she carrying a satchel full of mail? What is she doing?
Rhodes has admitted to being present at the Capitol
God,
that
this
day,
guy.
but says he never entered the building. Prosecutors allege he exchanged dozens of encrypted calls and messages with Oath Keepers members who did breach the Capitol during the insurrection. If convicted, Rhodes...
Yeah, I hate fats. I want fat aside. And Pimp Monk, he's like my Jesse Lee Peterson, where I'm going to make him all popular so he can be a fat that's a racist against other fats.
Eat up.
Isn't that smart?
Eat up.
Yep.
Gotta
Someone
eat
in the
up.
world today. Gotta smoke a cigarette.
I'm hungry, but I'm super fat. So I guess I'll just have some Coke.
E-demand. E-demand.
faces up to 20 years
Too
in
fat
prison.
to stand up.
Or I can't ride the escalator.
That's the funniest thing. You guys, I don't know.
I was riding. Me and Kirsch and and Pimp Monk all registered for VidCon together.
Yeah.
And me and her are on the escalator, and she's to my right.
Yeah.
And there's a staircase.
Yeah.
To my left.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to Kirsch, and all of a sudden I hear boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Like someone's like stomping really hard, and I look,
Yeah.
and it's Pimp Monk trying to keep up with
He's
us.
barreling up the
Up
stairs.
the stairs. And he's like, I don't like the escalator. I can't
That's
do
how
it.
you know it's fear.
Yeah, no, that was
Because
real.
A fat person taking the stairs, like it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and then there was another time he was live streaming, I think from Reno or something, and there was a huge escalator there, and I think it was PT Ham who gave him like an obscene amount of money to ride the escalator, and he almost didn't do it. He's like, I'm sorry, nope, can't do it. It's like, what?
Hammer is great. I always call PT Ham Hammer. I think it's a cool nickname. I like PT.
It makes me think of MC Hammer because it's PT instead of MC.
I don't know. I just think it's a cool
It's because he's
nickname.
black.
Nope.
You racist.
I don't see color like you do, Ben.
You need to see it.
Nope.
No, actually, that was the '90s attitude where you shouldn't see color. Now they're saying you should and acknowledge it.
Nope.
Wow, you racist.
I refuse to. Everybody is a fucking piece of shit to me. And as we know, shit can be many different colors. I poop green.
White is. Oh yeah, green.
poop green.
Well, green. That normally means you're sick.
Yeah, or you've drinking too many Slurpees. I used to get
too many Shamrock
I used
shakes.
to get forest green Slurpees or poops from drinking purple Slurpees. Like the dye would come out forest green.
You ever drank Shamrock shakes?
When I was younger.
Younger how?
I don't know, like 7 years ago I might have had a Shamrock shake. Oh, you know what I liked from McDonald's when I was in high school? I would always drive to school and I would stop and I would get their steak, egg, and cheese breakfast bagel. Do you ever remember McDonald's having breakfast bagels?
No, I don't. But it's because I was a picky eater when I was younger, and I didn't eat a lot of different things outside of my comfort zone.
Yeah, they used to have
and that's
these-
why now I eat like everything.
They used to have these big breakfast sandwiches with a bagel, and they had like steak.
Did it have
McDonald's
eggs on
steak.
it, too?
Yeah, it had
Yeah,
egg. It was steak, egg, and cheese, and then there was like grilled onions on it too with the steak.
I like grilled onions now. I didn't like them back.
It was fuego.
Yeah.
I would go to school and I would go to McDonald's. I'd get a bacon or a steak, egg, and cheese bagel, and I would get a big old stupid orange juice, and I'd just fat myself up.
That's right. The tech giants are facing subpoenas as part of the Congressional Select Committee's investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The committee is demanding records from Alphabet, Meta, Reddit, and Twitter relating to what they say is the spread of information.
Look at the Facebook drop. Stock drop.
In efforts to overturn the
It's only 0.15% though, so it's like
2020
hardly anything.
election, domestic violent extremism, and foreign influence in the 2020 election.
Good time to
We
buy
are
Facebook.
Reaching out to all four
You
of those
might if it
companies
keeps falling.
for comment, but of course,
You know it's going back up. Amazon falling too.
Yeah.
Actually, crypto's falling too in a lot of places.
this comes amid growing
Yeah, but
scrutiny of
it
the tech giants
always
on Capitol
falls
Hill.
after the election. It drops, and then it crawls back up for the next election cycle. It's been doing this ever since crypto was a thing. Back in 2012 was the first election that crypto was like moderately popular. Same thing happened then. 2016, the same happened. 2020, the same thing happened.
There's
2024.
other factors too, though.
But
There's-
it's always pre-election like this. It's going to be a good time to get into crypto
and it,
this
if,
year.
if the last time is an indication, then the midterm election really shouldn't have that much bearing over it, and it's only presidential where we see these huge swings.
Yeah.
But that can always change. I guess we'll see. I mean, there's way more people buying and selling crypto than before. So the killer of Robert F. Kennedy was trying to get parole, and even one of the children of Robert F. Kennedy was supporting it, which is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the anti-vaxxer guy. And here's a story about that.
I'm Colleen Sullivan, live from ABC 7. Breaking news. Governor Gavin Newsom has denied parole for Sirhan Sirhan, the man who assassinated Robert F. Kennedy in 1968. This past summer, the parole board had recommended
He was a Palestinian
that
terrorist.
now the 77-year-old Sirhan be released, saying he no longer poses a danger to public safety. Sirhan
You know how I know he actually did it?
No, he did do it.
Yeah, but you know how I know?
Because people saw it happen. It was like a public thing.
There's two. There's that. That's one.
Okay.
That's one. Two. He has no middle name.
The question isn't whether or not he did it. The
He has-
question is like, can he get out of prison?
All the assassins, like there's assassins that have a middle name, and then the assassins die shortly afterwards. Those are CIA plants.
Well, here's another part of that.
Yeah.
All the assassins you're talking about is from an Americentric point of view, where a lot of people have middle names, and this guy is Middle Eastern, and the way their names are even structured are totally different. And this is just an anglicized version of his name. He probably has a longer name with other things on it that make it longer.
They would have given him a middle name if he was a fake.
Okay.
If he was a CIA
at the
player.
Ambassador Hotel in
They'd be
LA
like
in
Sirhan
June of
Wilkes Sirhan.
1968.
Wilkes.
Yeah. Sirhan Wilkes Sirhan took out Abraham Jedediah Lincoln.
The Republican
Actually,
National Committee
they
says
wouldn't
it
give
will
Lincoln a
prohibit
middle
its
name.
presidential nominees from participating in debates sponsored by the Nonpartisan Commission on
Yeah, the Republican Party is not going to be in debates with the people who set up the debates. They don't trust the people who run the debates anymore. They think it's slanted.
Presidential debates. The RNC announced the planned rule change in a letter saying the party has lost faith that its nominees will be treated fairly. Former President Donald Trump backed out of a scheduled commission debate in October of 2020 after his campaign complained about debate rules and rejected plans for the candidates to appear remotely because of the coronavirus pandemic.
No, I don't want to appear remotely.
Yeah, so Spec showed he does have a middle name, Bishara.
Yeah, that's how I know he did actually do it.
Thanks for watching
They
Bloomberg Quick
always
Take Now.
use people with their big ass middle names, their full names when they're plants, and then they get murdered like shortly after custody or prior to custody. They get assassinated themselves. All the time, man. All the time.
Okay.
That's how I knew Jeffrey Ephraim Epstein didn't do it.
What else we got? We get any new cool Streamlabs? We're 80%. We're so close.
We got the Poot Streamlab from Fix Soul, and that one read out, and that one got us $20 away from $666.66. So I thought somebody was going to jump in with a 20 money right there just to make the meme happen. It's the Epstein Barr virus all over again. You mean the Jeffrey Epstein Roseanne Barr virus where you get canceled? Oh my God, Ben. I know you probably hate John Cena, but the new TV show Peacemaker on HBO Max is beautiful. It's very good. Is anybody out there watching Peacemaker on HBO Max starring John Cena?
Oh my God, why?
It's really good.
Yeah, just let your overlord... See, you believe in all these conspiracy theories, but you just eat it all up when it comes to entertainment.
No, I don't.
You see more movies than anyone else I know.
For one...
Okay,
Joe
by the way...
watches more movies than I do.
When Billy starts a sentence with look or for one...
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
It's not
Everything he
bullshit.
says after that.
I just haven't planned what I'm going to say yet, so I have to... I need a second to think about what I'm going to say.
That's why it's bullshit.
It's just conversation etiquette, Ben. It's like me approaching the podium. When I say for one, that's me walking up to the podium. So then it gives everybody time to perk up because like, oh, Billy's about to say something smart, intelligent, and cute because he's just said for one. He's approached the podium. It's just conversational etiquette to give people a moment to perk up.
Yeah, it's just you being a.
I hate DC. Exactly, I do. I don't like DC, and I thought Peacemaker was very well done. It was very good. They have 3 episodes out, and it's done by James Gunn. He came back after Suicide Squad to do this TV show with John Cena, and it's really good. So everybody who is on the fence of watching it,
They told him it was good, so he thinks it's good.
Yeah, Joe watches more movies than I do, but I go to the movie theater more than Joe does.
Lies.
It's true. Joe watches so many movies.
Get a life, Joe.
During the snow, we watched Godfather 1 and 2, but I had to do Drunken Peasants, so I couldn't watch Godfather 3.
That's weird that you waited until now to see a movie that's been out for 35 years.
I saw Godfather 1 when I was a kid. We just watched them together as a family. As a family.
What else can we do now?
Family. Family. Oh. Cleve disappeared.
Cleve disappeared. Cleve disappeared.
I saw Bite Size Cobra in our chat earlier, and he was saying you should check out the new King Cobra shit. So I'll play this video. Let's see.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra. Hope you're having a bitchin' Friday, because I'm working on that bitchin' Friday with that Miller High Life. Oh, shit.
Champagne and beers.
Now, can men just do something nice for women without it having to lead to sex? That's all I'm asking. Because if all you're doing, if the only reason you're being nice to women is because you want pussy, you're doing it for the wrong reasons, dude.
What
Says the person who never gets pussy.
What are the reasons to be nice to women? Give me one reason to be nice to a woman. One reason. Not even to fuck them. Not even to fuck them.
Trying to get
Give me one. Because if you want to fuck a woman, being nice to her is not going to be the best way to do it.
He's just virtue signaling anyway.
Give me one reason to be nice to women. I just want one fucking women in the chat, please. Could you give me one reason to be nice to you? Just fucking one, please. That's all I need from you. One fucking reason, and I'll start. If you can give me one fucking reason. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to be entertaining to women, because that's what they want. They don't want you to be nice. They want you to be funny. They want you to be confident, tall, dark, and handsome.
Well, you got one of those down.
No, I'm tall, dark, and handsome, dude. I'm the fucking triple threat.
Just chilling out at a friend's house.
Definitely
And
confident.
for that matter, I'm tired of being simp shamed. As a dude, I think all dudes can relate to that. You're doing something nice for a woman just because you want to be nice and show her that not all men are fucking assholes. I can be an asshole if I'm pushed to it.
Yes, you can. I've seen you say some.
The worst things I've ever seen him say was to a cigarette.
I've seen him say some horrible things about his ex when she questioned his cooking.
Like, oh, she got nice titties though.
It doesn't count. You can't be like, oh, you take pictures in front of coagulated blood turds, and then afterwards be like, butter church.
This video is, by the way, is titled as "Trouble at Angie's House."
That's a good Western right there.
Oh, but I forgot. Nice guys
Trouble at
finish
Angie's
last.
Place, 7 p.m. on the Wild Wild West channel.
I like being nice to women. If I get laid out of the deal, it's a bonus.
Which never happens.
I'm looking for any woman in chat to give me a reason. It's been 17 minutes. I think I win this one. I think.
Oh, shit. Would it kill people to be nice to women just because you want to and not because you want sex?
What is this phone?
He's at Angie's
For
place.
guys, it feels like you can't win. If you're nice to women, you get called a simp. If you treat them like shit, you get called a fucking incel.
Here's the thing. Don't do anything to women. Like, literally nothing. And see how great that makes women feel. They come flocking to you in droves. When you start living your life for yourself with no intent towards women at all, the women come to you. It's like fucking Uber Eats, but for boobs.
Own the trolls, otherwise they wouldn't try so hard to fuck with me. To be fair, Alex Campbell broke my front door to my apartment before I broke his phone. Then he went and shattered his ex-baby mama's TV. He actually reached out to me because he wants to hang out, and I'm all for making peace and being friends, but I'm not buying him a new cell phone unless I win the lottery. Like, the dude wants to call me a shitty friend. I've been nothing but nice to that fucker, dude.
Stop being nice to people is what I'm saying, Cobes. This is the problem.
I gave you tactical soap, man. Remember when he got in the fight with the guy who's like, dude, wait, I helped you. I gave you tactical soap. A guy who's like a meth head living on the streets, he gave him tactical soap.
Stop being nice to people.
I gave you tactical soap.
Back that night when all that shit went down.
Oh, actually, you know what? Don't stop being nice to people. Continue to be nice to people. Stop remembering when you've been nice to people and bringing up when you've been nice to people.
Yeah, that means you're doing it expecting something in return.
I'm nice to people all the fucking time. I don't remember any of it. I don't remember a second of it.
Madison says, "What is tactical soap? It's a pheromone soap that King Cobra. I think actually one of the few products that is actually a sponsor because he's an affiliate and he gets a kickback if people buy this soap. And he claims. See the thing he's the worst advertiser for this soap because he's admittedly not gotten laid in years." But is like, this is a soap men should wear to attract women.
Blasian says, I demand you to be nice to me, Billy. That's a terrible reason to be nice to somebody because they demand you to be.
She's demanding.
Why would you even want somebody to be nice to you if you have to demand it? Whoa, what the fuck was that? He power screeched like he was feeding a fucking baby eagle.
Angie and Walt are like a second mother and father to me, yes. They're family at this point. And I'm very protective of these two. I don't care if Ellen dates me. I'm very protective of her and Walt and Angie because I'm a decent motherfucker.
See, like, this level of narcissism is just sad.
Copes definitely is getting kickbacks from Tactical Soap. He's got like an affiliate.
Yeah, I think he does.
He definitely is shouted as affiliate.
I wonder if they're buying it, though.
If his fans are buying it?
Fans, I mean, most of his viewers fuck with him and don't even really like him.
That's most of our viewers.
That's not true.
Most of our viewers think we're fucking dumbasses, and they send us money to, like, be dumb.
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty
sure. I've been doing this all wrong.
No, you wear your heart on your sleeve and you're a decent motherfucker and the world craps on you for it. Yes, ripping those Aussie knuckles for life. Oh, here's Dobby.
Oh, that's cute. I'm on board already.
You like dogs?
Hello, Snookums.
I like dogs too.
Oh, goodness.
This is me at every
Yes.
party. The dogs come up and start
Honey, you
kissing
can't
me,
see her, but she's
and the
looking
owners
up
walk in, and the
right in my
dogs
ear.
are like giving me like face fellatio, where they're just slobbering all over
Hello?
my face.
There was a...
and by the way, no, this is not Cobra's dog. People are saying he has the dog. No, he's at some girl's house.
Yeah, this is Angie's place.
Angie's place.
Fucking
There's
prank
trouble
phone
brewing at
caller.
Angie's
Just
place.
Ignore the trolls. They're desperate for attention.
We're
Cobra
halfway
doesn't
through
even
this
ban
video.
her comments and chat. He just ignores it and keeps doing his thing. Hello?
Is it people trolling her house to get to him?
That just shows you I own my trolls' lives. You're so obsessed with harassing me, you're gonna find out Angie and Walt's fucking number just to fuck with them.
Well, if they have their number, it has to be because you gave out enough information about them. That's the problem. Like, honestly, because how would they know? Like, if you were just like, I'm going to Angie's house. There's so many people named Angie.
Well, you said Angie and Walt. So
you idiot. Yeah, I mean that narrows the search enough.
Like I used to bowl for a couple named Angela and Walter, and I was telling everybody that I was bowling for Angie and Walt, and I was
What
like,
do you mean
yeah,
you bowled for them?
Walt, it was a cuckold, and Walt would.
You're gonna fucking dox Angie and Walt's
And they
fucking...
called Angela and Walter and said, "Hey, is Big Fat Billy fucking Angela right now?" And Walt had his dick in his hand. He said, "Yeah, I need to finish though. Call back in 5 minutes." And they wouldn't stop calling back. And Walt was so mad because he was like, he needed his 5 to finish.
house phone on stream just to be a cocksucker.
Press
that just
X
shows
to
you that
doubt.
Cobra rules
Is there
your
a kid
life.
crying in the
Otherwise, you wouldn't
background?
try so hard to fuck with me and my friends. Go ahead, call again. I'll fucking hang.
Like when you're hanging out with your friends, why are you live streaming from their fucking house?
My guy's trying to
And they're-
re-up on a fucking bottle of
and they're in the
schnapps.
background too. Like they're not even involved in this. You're like sitting in a dark corner, streaming when you're at your friend's house. I think it's dumb.
Hang up on your ass. My buddies Angie and Walt, they agree with me, man. They laugh at the trolls. Yeah, right there. This is just like Frosty's all over again. Oops, I had.
Except it's not like a public business. It's like your friend's house, and now they're getting calls.
Yeah, it's rough that this is
How do
happening
they-
at his friend's house.
Like,
the hang up number.
I'll tell you what, when you are in a public place, though, they figure out where you are. I did the IRL streams where they were. What was your female persona with Blade?
Blade was. What the fuck?
Whatever your name
The
was.
last one I used was Betty the Fridge.
It wasn't that though. It was the one you used with Blade. It was a different name.
It was after Blade's love interest at the time.
But whatever it was, people were using that to call and pretend to be my girlfriend when I would go to these different bars, and they'd send a waitress over to be like, "Oh, your girlfriend, what was it like Stephanie or whatever?
I can't remember the fucking
is waiting to pick you up," which is like, if that was the worst thing they did, that was kind of funny.
It was great though. When I went to Portland, everybody was loving it so much because I stood up to EBZ and was mashing on EBZ. Everybody was loving it so much. I had a big stream watching, and they knew the exact bar I was at because they had doxed them there the other day.
Yeah.
But I was like, hey guys, how about this? How about I sit down? How about I eat my lunch? And if you guys don't dox me, we'll go do some crazy shit after this. And I sat there, and nobody doxed me the whole time. It was a big
Ashley.
Ashley. Yeah,
Yep.
Ashley.
They were like, your girlfriend Ashley's waiting to pick you up outside. And I'm like, oh. And I had to explain to all of them. I went to 3 different places in downtown Bellevue. I even went to Ascend, and they called there. And that one maybe might have been easy because it's like I'm going up 30 floors right now to a restaurant. But I even went to Joey. They knew where that was. They knew where I was every fucking time. And I would put my phone in my pocket and walk for a mile. They
know.
I know. It's crazy.
Fucking assholes. If my trolls got harassed like I did, they'd probably commit suicide. But fuck
in Minecraft.
Suicide, dude. Unless you were Chomo or one of my trolls, then I'll make the exception. Yeah. The trolls must be autistic because they're obsessed with harassing me, and I'm not going to leave them alone. I'm going to ignore them because they're... Yeah, they're fucking pathetic, Angie. Just ignore them.
No, you're not ignoring them. You're saying on the call in the stream that they're calling you. I love how...
Just ignore the trolls, Angie. They're fucking pathetic.
See, I don't get it. King Cobra has so little self-awareness. This is him ignoring the trolls? That's all he's talking about.
You know, I can be friends with Ellen's parents without her dating me. She doesn't have to. For the record, Ellen doesn't have to date me.
I could be friends with... I don't know who Ellen is, but I want to examine this statement. I can be friends with Ellen's parents without her dating me.
Is he at Ellen's parents' house right now?
No, he's at Angie and Walt's house.
They're not Ellen's parents?
I don't think so. Oh, maybe they are. Maybe they are. So they're older people that have a daughter that's around Cobb's age?
Yeah, they are. It says Hawkeye Poots.
God.
The resident Cobb's historian.
Hawkeye, we need to talk Stephanie into being on the show. She got cold feet. She agreed to be on the show, and then she got cold feet last minute.
I wonder why.
King Cobra has a lot of gatekeeper trolls that are working both sides. And I've seen them I'll say hi to King Cobra while he's streaming, and they'll pounce on me, and they're like, "Oh, Drunken Peasants, they're like this guy who tried to scam you, King Cobra. Don't listen to him." So it's like with DSP. DSP had his gatekeeper trolls. So when we were gonna have him come over here, they got in his ear and were like, "Oh, they're gonna fuck with you. They made fun of you." That kind of shit. It's the same thing.
That's why I'm going to be going to Casper, Wyoming soon.
You've been saying that for I think like a year and a half.
Yeah, COVID's
you
about
are
over
so
now.
full of shit.
COVID's about. I'm actually.
You
I've
almost never do the things you say you're going to do.
I've got a handful of people
I'll
already.
be right back. I'm gonna
already.
pee. Yeah. Okay.
Gonna fund the trip. I just need to get a handful more, and I'm going. Okay. I'm going. I've got like 40% of the trip funded. 30 to 40%. So we're almost there. We're almost there. Oh yeah. I just have to have enough money to keep COVID is worse now than ever. Shut up, Billy. I mean, here's the thing. It's almost over, right? It's almost over. Oh, yeah. He does need my support. I got to go with enough alcohol to keep him entertained. So I need to have a good little nest egg. And then I'll go and I'll bring content back to the people. Billy is 94.995% full of shit. No, I'm 100% real. Seb McHugs, and I make real jokes all the time. If I ever need to tell you something real, I'll do it because I'm 100% real. And reality is that words are but tools to tell stories, and stories don't have to be true. Some of the best stories are fiction. I'm what they call a fiction teller. There's two things I do well in this world: fiction and friction. Okay, that's right. I talk a good game and I fuck a good game. Get it right or pay the price. Billy is 7% sweet, 10% sour, whatever number else adds up to sweet. I am everything all at once. Thank you, Brady Balky. I agree. Billy put up the dono link. I gotta get a dono. I gotta get my Kickstarter or GoFundMe set up to go visit Cobes. Oh yeah. It's gonna be good times. Good times. Billy, read my bad math. I can't read your bad math. I tried. Seb McHugs, you're easily like, you shoot every shot, and I think you've hit 2 out of 100. You're shooting at 2%. You're like the best kind of milk. A lot of people like whole milk better, and it's probably better for you too. I think people who were raised on whole milk probably have like John Cena brains.
Dude.
Does Copes have any hope breaking his dry spell? I mean, I'm going to do my best to get him there. I might even campaign and find some sure things for Copes before I go.
Hashtag married life.
No, I'll get it.
Hashtag married
shit.
life. Uh-oh.
People just hello? No, you cannot. But fuck the goddamn call on my phone.
Oh, no.
This is Angie. Enough.
Oh my God.
Angie's got to let him know.
Angie's got to smoke on the glass.
Angie looks like a good mom.
Angie looks like someone
Look, Ellen,
puffing on the glass.
Ellen doesn't have to be lovers with King Cobra for Cobes to hang out at the Rent's house.
Dude, that's how pathetic you are. You're gonna harass a bunch of old people because you hate King Cobra that much? That just shows you how fucking sad my trolls are, dude.
I love him
Holy
saying this
shit.
in third person. You gotta harass a bunch of old people. He's like cool guy in him. A bunch of fucking old people. You gotta harass a bunch of old, weird fucking people. Just to troll King Cobra. It's you, King Cobra. It's you.
You're gonna get your fucking asses arrested. You keep fucking with me, dude. I've been pretty chill about this whole troll thing and not like pressing charges or anything, but you keep gang stalking me and it's gonna go down. Harder than your mom on my dick. I tell you what.
Whoa, not recently,
my
right?
trolls need to get a life more than I need to get laid.
Watch this, though. Watch this. I gotta go to that one.
All right. Your obsessive trolling is not going to affect my friendship with Angie and Walt, so you can fuck off. You do realize that I have fans in the Casper Police Department? So
What?
So you keep harassing me.
So you have fans in a police department in the town you live in that most likely none of the people fucking with you live in.
You're a stupid motherfucker.
Oh, let me handle this fucking landline goddamn call.
All right.
I am, Walt. Will you fucking give me a minute?
If you have a landline, just unplug it for a little while and people will get the busy signal.
Like, oh, wow, you pissed off a senior citizen. You're so big and bad, harassing an autistic and his elderly friends. It's fucking pathetic, YouTube.
Next time you call my fucking landline, I'm calling the goddamn cops. Quit it.
Yeah, no shit.
No, you cannot. May I ask who this is? Well, then you can't talk to him. Quit calling my landline, dude. I am a fucking senior citizen. My husband is a veteran. Quit fucking harassing us.
They're giving you so much content.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked. Walt fought for our country in the Vietnam War, and you're gonna fucking harass him and Angie?
He says no.
Yeah, fuck him, dude. You wanna talk to me? Then call me on my phone.
Whenever you're ready, let me know. I'm not even saying stand while you sit there.
We're chilling like rock star villains.
That's why he had the high life too. It wasn't at his own house. It wasn't
Damn.
Steel Reserve.
Angie hooked him up with one of the lifers.
I'll catch you cool cobras later.
Oh. I'll catch you cool cobras later. That kind of is fucking depressing that he would cam up at Angie and Wolf's
Yeah,
place.
why would he do that?
I mean, it's Cobes, but it sucks. It's like...
Oh, check this out, though.
Yo, 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 it's Mama Gail coming at you from the hood. I be hearing that you niggas be all up in them New York high-rises burning shit down and shit because you niggas mad that KFC isn't using real-ass chicken anymore. Shit! This makes a brother real mad, you feel me? Now you listen, this be all because Lori McBride killed all of them birds and replaced them with her Jesuit drone birds. All of the real ass birds be dead.
Be dead. Oh God, no.
That's why all the real ass chickens be dead. Birds ain't real, nigga. Birds ain't real. But let me tell you something. Let Mama Gail tell you something. Sit down right now, cause this substitute chicken right here can be made just as good as real chicken is. I'ma show you how, alright? Sit your asses down. Now, I was gonna show you all niggas some arroz con pollo, but that be Spanish food. And I know you real niggas don't get along with no Hispanics. Might knock up a Mexican bitch now and then, you know what I'm saying? But
Okay. Thoughts so far?
I'm just waiting for the next video. This is not entertaining.
You don't like it?
It's not entertaining.
I think people are finding it entertaining, though.
They might be, but not me.
You love Gail, right?
Gail is one of my greatest...
She's a sweet old lady.
She's one of my greatest confidants in life, but I just don't find this very entertaining.
you ain't playing with no wetbacks in the streets, you know what I mean? I feel you, brother. Fuck them bean niggas. That's why I got a real special treat for y'all today. Shit, nigga. Them drone chicken substitutes be so dry, Mama Gail finna show y'all how to make it sweet and juicy. Okay, let's go ahead and...
Hold on, it's totally flipped now.
How'd it flip?
Marinate the chicken. For making my southern fried chicken, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put in some garlic salt. Garlic salt. Just sprinkle it.
It's
Let's coat it all
Gail's
sides
Mama
here.
Gail's Southern Fried Chicken. Let's see what it looks like. She's frying it in a cast iron skillet, which I'm a fan of.
I don't have time.
Gotta be very careful when you're dealing with boiling oil, though, because you can fuck up your skin. You know, get like.
tongs would work well too.
My aunt had a severe burn down her arm.
Okay,
Really?
that's
Of
pretty
an oil
good.
fire.
Someone said need some background music. No, I told Zach Knight that I can't play his videos with copyrighted
Let's
music.
go ahead and start dumping the chicken in here. You kind of like hold it up like this, and then just skin side down. Lower the heat just a bit until it's plenty hot.
Yeah. Honestly, this is how I would do it. Do not burn yourself, Gail. Please. Okay, that's enough. That's too much in that pan. Yep.
I have never made fried chicken before.
I have. I've made fried fish in a pan like this
Let's
too.
lower the heat. It's a
Never
little bit
done-
high.
I never do oil
Put it down to
longer
5.
than like more than like this much oil in a pan, like at the most.
Yeah, I would make it like this. I would probably use like panko
Exactly
batter.
95.
I can tell. Okay, we're gonna. Woo! Yeah, let me get away from that. It's a little bit too high, so I lowered the heat. It's gonna get down there though. Okay, we're gonna leave it there for
Yeah.
5.
Where the fuck is
10
the
to
crushed up
15
Doritos?
minutes. So let me take a look.
Where the fuck is the Mountain Dew reduction?
Right now.
Mountain Dew reduction.
Yeah, she is no. She is no Queen Cobra.
6:22. So I'll keep an eye on the. Let me go ahead and turn this camera off for right now. Okay, I don't have a meat thermometer. That looks about right there. So on my stove,
Walter
it's about a
Lowerman
number
says,
5.
"Man, I would not want to clean that
So
pan.
what
Don't you
do is
understand
you
it's
start off
cast
heating
iron?
It, high,
You never
and then
clean
bring
cast
it,
iron.
Bring it
I mean, you can clean it, but you don't wash it with like soap and water.
No, I've seen Cobb's cooking videos. You never clean a
Well,
cast iron pan.
That's
down
gross.
to about 5. But I can tell. That's about that much sizzle seems about
Every now and
right.
then I'll use
So
a
it's on
little bit
number
of
5.
dish soap on it,
So in
but
about,
nothing too crazy.
You know, in about 10 minutes, I'm going to flip it. So what you're going to do is fry for 10 to 15 minutes. And then when it's brown and crispy on the edges, you turn it over and then you cover the pan. So I'll get there in just a minute. Let's just go ahead and give you a bit of a close-up. Yeah. Yeah. I actually put this temperature down to 4 because I can kind of judge the sizzle and get an idea. So, yeah. Looks like it's doing good. Okay, let's go ahead and turn it over. Get rid of the fork here. Line up a little bit.
Be so fucking careful.
She's being careful. I wouldn't use that fork though. I'd probably have some tongs if I was doing
Yeah,
this.
I have a pair of tongs that I use for flipping.
I go tong to tong, tong, tong.
Unless it's a burger, and then I use a spatula. It looks good. Look how crispy brown it is. That looks delicious.
Bullshit. Where the fuck are the crushed Doritos, my dude?
I don't know where, like, why she's making so much, though.
She's gonna put some in the fridge. She's meal prepping.
Cover.
Could you imagine?
I would have made the batter a little thicker.
I would have made the batter with crushed Cheetos. I would have
Okay,
used
for
hot
about 10
Cheetos
more
and
minutes.
Takis for the batter. And then I would have did a Mountain Dew Crisco mixture to fry it in.
She good. Look at that chicken. This is going to be good. Damn.
It's going to be good.
Okay, we're going to check this out. We're getting close to the time where I...
Yeah, it's all right.
Turn it over again.
It's weird that she covered it. I wouldn't have done that, but you're having trouble, Gail. You need tongs. This is dangerous.
Gail, you're scaring me, Gail.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
Gail,
Boiling
you're
hot
scaring
oil
me.
is nothing to fuck with.
Boil oil will fuck you up. Gail, what are you doing? Oh, Gail, stop it. You're scaring me. Gail.
Yeah, you know what? I would like to eat this. Like, people in the chat are saying it looks good. I would try this shit.
Yeah. I'd sit down. I'd sit down and eat with any person we've ever talked about on our
Gail,
show.
you need help with, because you're going to tear. There's not a lot of batter on these either. Like, she didn't actually, because I get it good in batter.
I'd even sit down and eat a meal that Shanny for Christ cooked.
And there's like little batter floats in the pan when I cook, because some of the batter comes off naturally, you know.
And what I'm going to do is save this oil. And
Someone
I'll
said still a better cook than Cobra, 100%.
Wow. She's not a bad cook. She's probably a better cook than 80% of the people watching right now. She's a better cook than I am. I wouldn't do this shit.
Why not?
That looks
Too much oil.
This is easy.
That looks real
No, I don't
good.
fuck with oil
I mean,
like
have
that.
you ever seen a deep fryer? I mean,
I don't fuck with that.
It's like twice as deep as this.
I don't do it.
Well, it is dangerous, and it takes a lot of oil.
Yeah,
but dude, I've been essentially deep frying burgers in like a shallow skillet, and I use duck fat, and I deep fry a hamburger patty that I press down with a burger press in duck fat. It's the most delicious thing ever.
I don't
and I cook
have,
bacon in the duck fat too.
Why do you cook bacon and other fat? Isn't there enough in the bacon?
What I'm going to do
You've
is
never
do
had
this.
bacon and duck fat?
No, not
Let's go
me.
with the little pieces first because I know those are done.
Bacon always leaves so much fat. I hate cooking bacon because of how much fat is left over from
But
cooking
if
it.
you're keto, sometimes I save that and reuse it.
Yeah, I don't like cooking bacon. It's too messy.
By the way, bacon and duck fat, definitely keto. 100% keto. I saw someone say it's definitely not keto. 100% keto.
We'll start with the smaller pieces first.
Right, Billy? It is.
Who, me?
Yeah, bacon cooked in duck
This
fat
is
is
a
keto,
smarter
right?
spoon.
A lot of people would say
I
that.
have to be creative.
You would say that. 'Cause it is. It's all fat.
Okay.
This is not an endorsement.
If you've never tried duck, I recommend duck confit, which is a French duck dish, and it's usually
they don't recommend
it's usually on a
paper
bed of
towel.
lentils
I wanna
though,
keep
which
it
is not
crispy.
keto.
DuckTales. Ooh.
I'm kind of like using
There's
this
some
olive
lentils
spoon
right
like this.
beneath
I'm
you.
working with what I
If you
have. What I'm
cook
gonna be
it, Ben
doing
will
it
eat you.
is I'll be
DuckTales.
saving- I'll be saving this oil because I plan on making this again because I have a feeling it's going to
Oh,
be
she's
a
saving
hit.
the.
And
She's
if you
saving
use a little
the.
bit of the
See, she's
leftover
resourceful
chicken
with her
here
oil.
for the
Yeah,
next
she's old
batch,
school.
It makes it really
The thing with duck
delicious,
fat
so-
is that it's liquid at
my
room
friend
temperature, but
Flock.
when you put it in the fridge, it turns into like white fat. But then it immediately, like when I drop it on my grill service,
cools off
before I
a
even
little
turn
bit,
on the
I'm gonna store it in
heat,
here.
it
I
immediately
don't
starts
have
turning back
room.
into
If you had a bigger
liquid.
kitchen than I did, you could store
That's
it
like with
right
my
here.
girlfriends.
You could store it in the kitchen. But I'm
Joe
gonna
just
put it
said
in
he
here
wants
and
to
store it
fuck
in the
Gail.
refrigerator.
No, Gail does.
And then use it
Joe
for
does want to
future
fuck Gail.
dishes.
Joe,
When this chicken
Joe
cools
said,
off, I'm going
Joe
to let
said
you
multiple
know.
times that if Gail would give him a chance, she would forget
That'd
about
be
Brent
enough of
Spiner.
that. Mama Gail don't want to see nobody and no chimp out over substitute chicken. Any niggas want to try some real good soul food, they best get their asses to a Church of Gail, where they can try Mama Gail's fried chicken. Lordy, that's good chicken. Calm a nigga down, you feel me? Calm that ass right down. This so good, I'm going for thirds. Man, let me try this again.
So anyone who's like a new viewer, there needs to be a little bit of context. This is Gail Kordschuler, and she believes that the Jesuits rule the world, and that basically her men, the handsomest Hollywood actors, live on an intergalactic starship called the Church of Gail. And they're all on her marriage list. Matthew McConaughey, Gerard Butler, Hugh Jackman, and Brent Spiner.
My. This is some of the best fried chicken I've ever had.
Why won't you eat it off the bone, Gail? Come on. I love how PT Ham's like, this is normal.
Not nothing.
Do crazy people get the N-word pass?
Everybody gets the N-word pass.
No.
Everybody should be able to say it and should face the repercussions of saying it. The whole thing about the N-bomb pass is you get to use it on the honor system. And if you use it, there's another group of people that via the honor system should shun you and or bludgeon you with a brick of cheese.
She is not a troll whatsoever. This is 100% genuine. It is weird that Zach Knight told her how to make fried chicken, and well, maybe she already knew, but I think most of what she said during this video was a script written for her, but they didn't tell her to not eat fried chicken with a fork and knife. It's like, you want to act like you're from the hood, you're not going to eat fried chicken with a fork and knife. That's for sure.
That's racist.
Yes.
Donald Trump eats fried chicken with a fork and knife.
Okay, she's America, fuck your. Yeah, that's a great video. T-Bob, you know what? You made fun of my forehead tics. You revealed to everyone that I go to homeless shelters to pick up women. I'm not comfortable talking to you anymore because you've revealed way too much about me, T-Bob. And, you know, I have this meager podcast where I have to work at Long John Silver's frying fish all day just to keep this shit going. And you're a highly successful man living in a mansion, running a casino in your living room. I just don't know. I'm intimidated by you. I'm intimidated by you. You're a man of great stature at 5'4". I don't think I could appeal to that. I don't know.
I know Trumpster Bob is a fan of Drunken Peasants podcast. He rated us a 9 out of 10.
Oh, he shifts like the wind, my friend.
No.
Oh,
no,
yes.
He's a fan.
He shifts like the wind.
Inheriting money is not money earned. Yeah. That's true.
Who's he talking about, himself?
No,
I don't know.
Bob's calling us out on our inheritance.
Oh, yes. We are brothers, and our father left us billions.
Give us a high five.
Yes, we inherited every dollar we have till this day.
Proud to be an American.
I open the door to this room, there's just hookers and cocaine.
Yeah, but the cocaine's at least breathing.
Does cocaine breathe?
More than these hookers do.
Oh, damn.
Let it breathe. My cocaine's so white you'd have seen it at a Trump rally.
America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 84.08% of the way to our goal, and we're going to be ending the show very soon. Very soon. If we don't get the goal met, then we're going to have to
take off our shirts and kiss.
Push episode 1000 back.
Oh.
Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you never come around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening sound of my tears. Turn around. Every now and then I get a
They have no
little
rhythm.
bit nervous that the best of all the years have gone by. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified and then see the look in your eyes. Turn around, bright eyes. Every now and then I fall apart. Turn around, bright eyes. Every now and then I fall apart.
You know what, Jason? How about you stop talking crap about me? Because all I was doing was trying to take care of you. Do you even see that I tried to take care of you?
flight of the Barbras.
It's so fucking selfish. It's so narcissistic that you're talking shit literally about someone who's done everything she could to help you with this.
Wow, she's tearing him up. And he just takes it right. Yeah, Shaddy. Yep, you're right. Yeah, piece of shit. Can't do better than you, Shaddy.
Don't fucking talk shit about me like that and say I need to fucking die. Why should I fucking die when I try to
Turn around, Christ lies.
What? Bob, turn it up? Bob, did you say turn it up?
Bob's not a fan of this music.
Hold on, no, Bob, did you say turn it up? Oh, here's Fat Pat. Fat Pat in the chat. Way better than T-Bob.
And I need you more than ever. And if you only hold me tight,
he has no time.
We'll be holding on forever. And we'll only be making it right. 'Cause we'll never be wrong. Together we can take it to the end of the line. Your love is like a shadow on the other side. Long time. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. We're living on slow. Can't you give me stars? I really need you tonight. Forever's gonna start tonight.
I totally shit when I fart.
Once upon a time I was falling in love.
No, she's starting it way too early.
Oh, are you critiquing her performance now?
But now I'm only falling apart.
There's nothing I can do.
There's nothing I can do. I totally shit when I fart.
That was beautiful.
Oh, I fucking need you more than ever.
But now there's only love in the dark.
Nothing I can do. A total eclipse of the heart.
Someone said this is somehow less cringy than the last video. The last video wasn't cringy at all. The last video was beautiful. What are you talking about? She made some
Ben,
delicious fried chicken.
I think that box wine's gone to your head.
Oh, you have no idea, my friend.
just lie there and being paid for all I fucking care. You deserve to have this fucking war. Telling people they need to fucking die because you're in pain. Fuck you, dude.
Fuck you, dude.
Fuck you, lie there. In pain. I don't care. You're telling people they need to fucking die, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? People need to die because you're in pain? Fuck you, dude.
Fuck you, dude.
I'm paid all the fucking time. I'm not telling people to die.
Our duet in Vegas was beautiful, Joe.
Did you guys do a duet in Vegas?
Yeah.
Was that when we were all there?
No, this was in 2014 or 13. There was these twins that were hosting a karaoke night in this shitty hotel we were staying at. And the twins were like, really, like, they were like, they looked like they were Vegas type of like...
Strippers?
I wouldn't say strippers, but like they had the character of like a Vegas lounge type of like girl.
Oh.
So they were
okay.
just like they had this whole act, and they're like hosting karaoke, and they had stupid cowboy hats and stuff, and we put them on and we did a duet, and it was very, very well received.
Oh.
Very well received. People were coming up asking us for our autographs. I think they were German tourists, but it still counts. Churning out white lies. Scoop the cat poop. Turn around. Churning out.
They just gave up at the end and they're like,
lies.
turn around.
No, right, Rab, turn around. I want to finish eating this and you're bothering me. Who do you really serve, Jesus or yourself? Who do you really serve?
You're gonna love that debate that you're gonna redo for the patrons. It's beautiful.
Dolby surround sound, digital enhancement.
Now I'm only falling apart.
How their heat is shut off and shit. They went from living like the high life to like squalor because they pissed away literally everything.
Yeah, good.
Without any idea at all how to
beautiful song.
I don't know.
I love you, babies.
If I had $750,000, I'd blow it on Shenny for Christ too. Because I don't care about money. I would do it just to prove a point. Turn around, bright eyes. It was beautiful. Oh my God, I want a J.O. I want a J.O. right now.
I wonder what it'd be like if Joe talked to Trumpster Bob.
No, they'd probably end up
Kissing?
No, they'd start a small business together.
Oh. I don't know. Maybe they get along so well.
Yeah.
It could be amazing. Or maybe they would not at all.
I think they'd get into like the turnip business.
The turnip business.
Yeah, they just start slanging turnips.
Maybe they could start a taxi company in Freetown, Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone. Joe wants to talk.
What?
Joe says, let's talk.
Oh, really? Joe, let me DM you here, and I'll get you into the Skype room so we can have you on camera, if that's okay. And then I'll bring Bob in, too, I guess.
Bang, bang.
Actually, Bob's already in the room from last
bang,
time.
Bang on the door, baby.
Knock a little louder, sugar.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. T-Bob, you got some chocolate wine? He had 2 beers, then he drank O'Doul's non-alcoholic beer.
O'Doul's? What? Why even drink anything?
He's a gentleman and a scholar.
Because he's old and he was sold on that shit.
He's just
so
the type of
fucking
guy.
old.
He's just the type of guy that drinks chocolate wine and lives his life. We're all stars now in the
Joe, I
show.
just sent you the link to the group chat on Skype if you want to join in.
I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
Once I see Joe entering the group, then I'll bring him on and we can all have a chat.
Your body's too bootylicious for us, babe.
I don't think you're ready for destiny.
So I was having coitus, oral coitus with my wife the other day, and I thought it'd be cute to layer my penis above her upper lip to make like a little mustache out of my penis. And then as I looked down at her, my penis was so short that she appeared to have a Hitler mustache. So that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
I don't see Joe in the group yet.
Joey.
Maybe he needs a moment to prepare.
He doesn't understand technology.
No, he does. He does.
T-Bob's trying to sell his boogers in our chat right now.
Why don't you buy my boogers?
Boogers. Nice.
But by the way, Bob, I do agree with you. Cincinnati should have won today. So that was a good thing. Cincinnati played the Raiders in the playoffs today.
Did Stabby McHugs complain? I complained about your joke miss rate. That joke got Ben close to spitting wine.
Yeah, I did almost spit wine to that.
And there's a ha-ha in the chat. Stabby McHugs, I'm starting to think that you are a reprehensible liar.
He complains about everything.
Hey, big time sponsor Brandon Hill. Thank you for the sponsorship.
Thank you.
For the sponsorship.
I'll call Bob now. Bob, are you here?
I don't need
Bob. Oh, hey, Joe.
Hey.
Hey.
Did you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I put Bob, like Bob's been in here since the last time, but
really?
Yeah, we had
Since
him
the
on.
party? Magicus's party?
Well, no, was it that night? Yes, it was that night. He was on the show that night.
Pathetic.
That was the night that you won the butthole challenge, right, Joe?
He did show his butt that night.
Joe is a butthole challenge champion.
Bob called me a homo
Huh.
when I did that. That was the only thing he ever said to me.
But how are
And
you a
then-
homo for showing you his or showing him your butt when he asks
Yeah.
other men to show them their butts all the time?
I think that's what gave him the idea. The next day, he's like, I have this new idea. I'm going to have everybody show their butt to me. It's like, that's not new. People have been doing that forever. It's called mooning, 1. And 2, I just did it last night. That's where you got that idea.
Bob, you're in the group and it's the same link as last time, so you can join using the same link. So if you want to talk to Joe, feel free. You said you wanted to join.
Did you send it to him via Discord last time? Or?
Yes, and he's in the Discord. So
it'll be in your Discord.
And he's in the group still. All he has to do is log in.
But it's hard for Bob to do things.
He's not smart.
He's
Oh, he's saying he's gay. He's gay.
Bob's
I think he means you.
Bob's 4 beers in, and 2 of them are O'Douls.
Hey, I'll have you know, Bob, Joe fell in love with a hooker.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Prostitute.
Joe, did you know that I went to Devil's Reef last night and got drunk?
Did you really? You
Yeah.
ended up going there?
Yeah.
I want to go there. It sounds fun.
Yeah, I got-
You betrayed me.
No, I didn't betray you.
He betrays everyone.
I told you if I went, I was going to go from Auburn.
Betrayal.
It's not betrayal.
No, that's betrayal. That's betrayal.
No, I didn't betray you.
He's a betrayer.
I wasn't going to go. Anastasia always bugs us to go places, and 9 times out of 10 we don't go. Last
Yeah.
night she's like, "Oh, you got to come with us to this great bar, H.P. Lovecraft theme called Devil's Reef." And I said, "Yeah, I'll only go if Billy goes, because I know
Yeah.
Billy's feeling down. He's
Wow.
going to have."
You're not leaving
Yeah.
him behind, but he leaves you in the dust.
No, because
What
I had
is this?
Because I had to go to my family.
Let's listen to these
We had to-
excuses.
We had to eat the last bag of freezer burned spaghetti my dad cooked. He is famous for his spaghetti. It's called Budgetti.
Oh, you're going there.
And
okay.
and I had to go be moral support for the family to cry through his last half frozen bag.
Is that
of
genuinely the reason you're going to give?
I have the fucking picture of the spaghetti on my phone.
No, I don't care about the spaghetti. I'm
Hey, Coop Carr! Thank you, Coop.
Oh,
cheers! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
I'm not asking if the spaghetti is real. I'm asking that's the genuine answer you're giving.
Look at this! Look at this bag of frozen spaghetti sauce.
Okay.
My dad's
I believe you.
hands coursed through these spaghetti sauce.
So why did your dad hate Joe? Like why?
That's a half a bag of spaghetti sauce. You think
so
I can
why
feed
does your
Joe?
dad, why does your dad have to do with you not inviting Joe?
Because I was in Auburn and I said I have to be. If I go, I'll go from Auburn.
You lying sack of shit.
I'm not a liar.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
the
could've
most
told me you
honest
were going,
person
and then
you
I would've-
know.
I would have come down from Seattle.
Yep, that's not far.
You had said you were going to do a family night, and then last minute I decided to go last minute. So I was.
He didn't want you there, Joe.
I only
No.
said that
He didn't want
because
you.
you weren't. You said you were likely not going. That's what you told me in the kitchen.
He felt
you said,
threatened
"I'm
by
not
you
going
being
there.
I wasn't
It's
sure-
going to be a really emotional night."
No, I said
And I
if
said,
I went,
"Oh,
I
I
was going to go
understand."
from Auburn. Anyways, I was calling to tell
But no,
Joe
you
that I
said
went,
in
and I
text,
got
but
drunk.
later, you told me. Yeah.
I got drunk, and
The
I
link
had
is in your DMs in the Discord, Bob.
I had
where you
2 drinks.
Is that
and I got
idiot
wasted.
still trying to figure out how Skype works?
Yes.
I swear, I'm going to beat the shit out of
See, this is what happens when Joe comes on.
Of course. We've
It's
had him
in
on a lot more
anticipation.
recently too, which is cool. Let me send Bob the link again because he has dementia, I think.
Oh,
it's Keystone dementia. Keystone Light.
My grandmother got diagnosed with dementia this week.
It runs in my family. Like in the older generations of my family, most of the people, like my grandparents, brothers and sisters, when they died, I was like, why didn't I know them? They're like, oh, because they were in assisted living.
I cried today when I went to bring her dinner. Just minutes before the show. I remember.
What?
My grandmother with dementia.
You brought her dinner?
Yeah, I brought her dinner before the show. I stopped by and brought her dinner.
Damn.
Because I'm a family man. And
a family.
she said some things that
You're
made me
just trying to
cry.
make up for not inviting me.
I know.
No, I'm
yeah,
not.
it's a weird how he goes to like the
so hard.
You could have gone without me.
No, that was the thing. I wanted to show solidarity. I wanted to let everybody know that if my friend Billy is mourning, then I'm going to mourn with him in spirit, even if I'm not allowed in the home, which is weird. I had a speech planned and everything.
Yeah, I wanted
Can you read it now?
I wanted you.
Yeah.
I wanted
All
you to
right.
go. I was telling you how
He's gonna
great
read
it was.
now. Shut up. He's gonna read it. He's gonna read
Dear
it.
Bud, I'm sorry you're dead. I'm sorry your son was Billy the Fridge. I like to think that I was your son, your better son. Dear Bud, I like your spaghetti. Dear Bud, I like that I could only guess as to what eye to talk to you in, because he had an eye that was no good. So I didn't know which one eye to stare at him in. Dear Bud, can I have your guns? Thanks.
Thanks.
Billy
So,
won't take them.
Is he
even
getting
though
all the guns?
Yeah. I asked his ghost. He said,
Oh my
yeah.
God, this is too far, right?
Me and Bud got along better than Billy and Bud did. We did. I was kind of like, I don't know. Me and his mom get along better too. It's like I'm his better brother.
Is
but
he your brother?
hates me for it. Yeah. That's why I'm not invited when he goes to Devil's Reef.
I don't think this joke is well received.
No,
He's
my dad read all these letters to me.
Oh,
the day
okay, that's
before
the
he
problem.
died. And
He
he
did
said,
love Joe more.
he said Joe was right, and I'm gonna kill myself because I failed as a father.
At least he had Joe, though.
No.
At least he knew he had Joe.
Yep. I'm giving the eulogy and everything.
No, you're not. My dad was very proud of me, Joe. My dad was very proud of me.
That's true.
He
did ask me to look after you, though, after he died.
you know what my dad did? My dad wanted to have tall children, so he married a tall woman. And he said he didn't, because my dad was 5'7". You know how proud he was of me when I was
very strange.
6 foot plus. 6 foot plus. He was so proud of me. I don't tell the world I'm tall because of me. I tell the world I'm tall because of my father and his commitment to eugenics.
That's not eugenics, by the way, but okay. That's not eugenics. But okay, I'll let you believe that that's eugenics. I gave Bob the link again. He figured it out the other night. Bob, I sent it to you DM in Discord. Do you need to get drunk? Well, he said he's home from the bar, so he's probably fucking trashed. He probably doesn't even know where he is right now.
He probably tumbled over the laptop twice trying to click on it.
Wow.
You see him.
Bob, what a loser.
Yeah. He has the reflexes of a paraplegic on a trampoline. He just stumbles over. There's no equilibrium.
Are you going to let this guy talk about you like this, Bob? What's your problem?
And he counts like a fucking woman.
How does that go?
He's 5'6", right?
Yeah.
He said he was 6'2".
Yeah.
The only people that could get it that wrong is Anastasia, right? My wife, my other wife. That's the only ones I've ever seen.
So how you know Bob's a woman and not a prostitute?
Yeah, it could be that. That's the common denominator. It's not a woman thing. It's a prostitute thing.
Yeah, prostitutes and math never work. That's why I always give them a fucking $20 bill when they say it's $100 for anal. They can't tell.
Billy wants somebody who loves him for his money.
Women $100.
Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Is that what you're doing?
I have sex with women for money.
Yeah, you pay them $100 to give you anal.
I said $20 for them to give me anal.
Okay.
Don't you know, Bob, that in these streets they call me Peg Bundy?
Well, you know the going rate's $100 an hour. So.
Oh. Well, luckily,
to get pegged in the asshole?
Luckily, it only took 10 minutes. I'm ahead of the game.
Dildos up the ass. I know that because of the Taylors and Mark Cruz and all that bullshit we went through. And that's how we know that the Taylors were boofing Mark Connors up the rear end with a strap-on dildo for, I think it was $150.
So why did Mark Connors tell me that he didn't teach karate, but he also knew karate.
Oh, I'm not getting into that. You know
Oh,
the
of
story.
course not. Anyway,
Were you exposed as a liar again, Bob?
He teaches. He's a martial artist. He owns a bunch of karate studios. His wife.
but he
was
said he
teaching
told me he
karate.
didn't know karate.
His wife was teaching karate at the time.
I asked him a very basic question about karate that I learned when I was 14 years old, and he couldn't
he's got a
answer
black
it.
belt in
And then he was
karate.
like, "Well, I don't know karate." And then we watched a video about him fucking a 14-year-old student, and the building he taught his martial arts out of said karate really big on the side of it.
See, you are the worst show for getting your facts totally fucked
We're the best
up.
show ever. By your own admission, Bob. We're the best show.
You're the best at this type of podcast only because you ain't got no fucking competition. out there.
Oh, make a better one, Bob.
He's getting a new computer, Ben. Don't threaten him.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna show assholes.
Yeah. So in order for you to have competition, you got to have competition. Y'all simply don't really have any.
Okay. We don't have any competition.
I know you voted for Biden.
You shut up. So you're the bar. You're the standard.
I know for a fact you voted for Biden. And
I
you got
bet you $1
scammed by an
million if I had
Ethiopian
it. So
man.
just tell me a reasonable amount, and I'll bet you.
Hey, listen. That Ethiopian man who scammed you, how much did you give him?
Are you on drugs?
You remember that time the IRS called you and told you to give you $500 in Apple gift cards?
Yeah,
Why did you do it?
on some serious drugs. What kind of pills are you popping?
Listen, Bob.
Listen, I
Very,
came into
very
y'all's chit chat the other day. Y'all tried to troll me. You played gay. You didn't
I
take
didn't
a
play
shot
gay.
at my
My
butthole challenge. No. You had your
ass
chest
was
to talk. I sat back and listened to all your bashing and your bullshit. It was
I didn't bash
entertaining.
you once. You said,
It
"Can
was
I see your
entertaining.
asshole?" I
It was
said, "Sure."
entertaining, and it was entertaining. Now it's my turn. It's my turn to talk. So
We're
sit
over.
there.
We're over.
Sit there while the
No,
adult
that's
talk.
not how a
Okay,
debate
little
works.
boy?
You got to start. Somebody structure
No,
this.
okay,
Get
look,
stupid
if
and
you're
then
just gonna sit there and boycott me through just talking through me,
Moderate,
I'm just
Billy.
shut up and
Give
let
him
you
some
talk.
moderation.
Bob, you have 1 minute. 1 minute uninterrupted.
1 minute uninterrupted. I'm going to bring up a timer just for you, and Joe will not interrupt you the whole time.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'm going to put it up on the actual screen. Actually, I don't know if it's good. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. 1 minute. When you see it on the screen, that's when it starts. There you go. 1 minute.
Okay. So you owe me 5 seconds.
Go ahead.
So anyway, no, Joe did not take the Trumpster by butthole challenge because in order to do that, you have to bend over and spread your butt cheeks for several minutes, at least 3 minutes solid, so people get a good bird's eye view of your butt hole, not your butt. So he turns around and pulls his pants down and basically moons the camera. Okay, we didn't see no butthole, so you didn't pass the test. You're still a
At
failure.
what point was your penis in
And-
your hand?
Oh, shut up. And that's a good one, though. But he's playing gay. He tells everybody he's gay. Everybody tells me he's gay. What else am I supposed to think? If you married a hooker, well, fuck, man. The hookers need loving, too. What's wrong with that?
8 seconds, Bob. Anything else?
No, I'm waiting for y'all to fire back. I'll yield my time.
All right, Bob. Bob,
you yield
Bob,
your time.
I'm gonna. You yield the additional minute, but I'm gonna give you your extra 5 seconds you requested now.
No, I think he's done.
No, yeah, I said.
And
I said,
5.
well,
All right,
so
Joe.
we'll give it to Joe.
You get 25 minutes to respond, Joe.
25 minutes?
Okay. All right. I'll start.
All right.
First off, you said show your asshole. Then you said, no. You got to give me 3 minutes so I can get the lube and pleasure myself 6 times to your asshole.
I was there. I heard that.
I did. Right?
Bob, please. Joe has 24 minutes and 43 seconds left.
Yes. You got to stop there, Bob. We're going to start from the get-go. 1, I know you. I know your commie beard. You're a fake Republican. You know who a real Republican was? Abraham Lincoln.
Keep dreaming.
You know who else? You know what else? This is the truth.
Bob, Joe was quiet while you had your time.
Joe's got 24 minutes and 21 seconds left.
minutes and 21 seconds left, if you please, Bob. All right? Now, I'll show you my asshole. I don't want to show you my asshole, to be honest. I don't want to bring this channel down. there's good vibes going on because they reached the goal. Everybody's happy. And I know I'm going to bring it down by showing my asshole. That might mean the end of the channel. But I'm going to show you my asshole uninterrupted for 22 minutes starting now. Right? Now,
Bob,
I
please.
haven't wiped. You
Bob,
want to
please.
take my camera down? Take my camera down.
Yeah, hold on.
Hold on, Joey,
Wait.
You'll have to
Joey,
all right.
almost ready, Joey. Almost ready.
Hold on.
Okay, it's
There we
time,
go.
Bob. My turn. I got a deal.
All right,
I
Bob.
got 23 minutes left, Bob.
Bob,
Shut
he's
up.
got 22 minutes of butthole for
Come
you.
on, we go 1 minute at a time. 1 minute at a time while
Bob,
we talk.
our
That's my
audience,
turn.
our audience can't see.
He's gonna show you his butthole.
Could
Are you ready?
explain it? Could you explain it to us verbally,
Describe it.
Bob?
Describe the butthole that you're about to see.
All right.
Red
You ready?
offered $100 to anybody who could beat me, or to me, whoever wins the butthole challenge. I'm going to be challenging anybody who wants to take the challenge tomorrow.
butthole right now.
Bob, are you looking at his butthole? Can you please explain the butthole to us?
Tomorrow,
Soak it in,
on
Joe's
my channel,
butthole
if you really
literally
want
right
to take
now.
the challenge, Red and put up $100 if this guy thinks he can beat me and we can take the challenge.
Bob, we only got about 21 minutes left of butthole.
Or on the Drunken Peasants Discord if they're not scared of it.
Bob,
on
if you're not
Discord.
going to describe this butthole to our audience, we're going to cut the 21 minutes off. We're presenting you full butthole. Please describe the butthole for our audience that can't see it.
It looks like he put one of those old 1970s video recorders on the end of a fence post and stuck it up his ass.
So it looks like his asshole's blowed out. He fails the butthole challenge, is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, that would be accurate.
He's been fucked at least once. He's been fucked in his butt at least once.
It's not that. It's that I wipe with a cheese grater. Now listen, Bob. You know you liked it, and I want.
No, I'm not into it. It's just for me. It's just
Listen,
a matter of.
I'm gonna get some lotion. I'm gonna get some lotion from Billy's room, and
Well, I
I
know
want you.
Billy's got lotion because he gave us a $3 bill. He chickened out.
I'm going in Billy's room right now, and I'm gonna find something to beat off with. All right? And I
Go
want
ahead,
you to do the same thing.
Don't take the camera in my room. My room's messy. My room's
Is it
messy.
really?
I've been
Then I'll find-
depressed.
I'm gonna find-
I've been depressed.
I'm gonna find lotion somewhere else.
I have a depression room going right now.
All right. I have people over, but
Uh-oh.
you're just gonna have to watch me beat off.
Uh-oh.
I guarantee you that I can come to my own asshole without even having seen it before Bob. Challenge. Where is the lotion? Jesus, you want to see a mess? It's a mess.
All you really gotta do to come in your own asshole is take your little 2-inch packer, come in a little cup, get a syringe and suck it up, stick that syringe up your ass, and then, insert. And there you go.
There's no H in syringe, you fucking illiterate derelict. Hold on. Gotta get yourself a syringe. And pleasure.
I give you a T for trying.
Get yourself a syringe and do it slow like.
And I give you a T for a tutu wearing some bitch. That's you.
Listen here, Sonny. What you want to do?
You can talk all that smack, but at the end of the day, I am the Trumpster by butthole champion, and ain't nobody had a tighter ass than me yet.
That is gonna work.
Oh, God.
Did your boyfriend tell you that, Bob?
Joe's got cocoa butter.
I don't have a boyfriend. I only have a lady friend.
There's no fucking way you have a tighter asshole than I do. No fucking way. I tried to put a Q-tip up there once. To
Red's got $100 if you want to go to my Discord right now, and we can put that to the challenge.
Wait,
How about you
$100
guys both suck a fart out of each other's assholes and see, like...
Deal.
See?
Where do you live? Put your address in the chat. I'll be there tomorrow.
He's coming there to put his lips on your butthole, Bob. You ready?
I'll be there with my own straw. I'm allergic to the plastic. They put in
Get
straw.
Red over there because he's the one that's going to be the judge, and he's the one putting up the $100.
But you're the judge of all these other ones. How is that fair?
Well, he's the one that put up the $100. He's your guy. He's not my guy.
He's Billy's gay. He's Billy's roommate. They're gay together. They sleep together.
We're not gay together, Bob.
Billy blows that butthole out all. Hold on. Do I need to take it off screen again?
I'm still going to win the challenge. It doesn't matter.
You can take me upstream.
Yeah. You're off. You're off now.
All right, good. All right. Now, I'm not aroused at all right.
I think he's about to show his dick to you, Bob.
I am not aroused.
Bob, you want to look at his
Period.
wiener?
He's about to show you his flaccid
You want me to get a
wiener.
gay guy around? That's easy.
You ready?
Yeah.
You want to see it?
Well, if you want to show it to the world, go ahead. You're not going to show me that.
That's a flagging erection. You understand?
Can I put you back on? Can you pull your pants up and I'll put you back?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
put that little 2-inch hard on back, man. Nobody wants
Whoa.
Hey.
Hey,
Tell
you're
me the truth.
barely long enough to even touch the G-spot.
Listen. First off, it's cold in here. Second off, my thumb was in the way. All right? It's much bigger.
My thumb was in the way. Who's Bob? Who's the greatest baseball team of all time in Major League Baseball? You're a sports fan, right? You like baseball?
I hate baseball, but if I had to guess, I would say the New York Yankees.
There you go. See,
job,
you
good
and
job.
Joe are buddies now.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to show this on stream?
Don't show it. No.
Okay.
don't.
Joe, remember that picture you and I took on my bed naked?
I just saw it. Yeah, it's weird.
Ben says we can't show that on stream.
No, because it's like full naked ass on it and stuff.
Should
I don't
we
want it.
Should we put that on the Patreon?
Yeah, on the Patreon, sure. I'll put it.
No, I'm not, I don't think I'm going to put it on the Patreon.
We tried to shoot a porno for a girl that
Draw a
liked gay
little bitty just dot right there where his family jewels are at to cover that up, and then you can show it.
Who's your favorite NFL team? So the Cowboys or maybe the Texans?
I like the Washington football team, but I prefer when they were called the Indians.
Maybe you like the Oilers back in the day because you're like an older guy, right?
I like Earl Campbell. He was good. Best player
Oh,
they
is
ever
that
had.
the one with the puck? Never seen a sport before. I've seen a
Yeah.
syringe.
Yeah,
Hey.
really.
Have you
T-Bob.
smoked crack ever, Bob? Maybe a couple times?
I don't do hard drugs.
Okay.
T-Bob, give me the address to your trailer park, and I'm going to come there to suck a fart out of your asshole.
Well, if I lived in a trailer park, but that's like
He lives in the home theater room of a hotel that's running an illegal casino.
No, Bob lives in a mansion.
I saw that.
They
Yeah.
don't
I
gamble
call it the
money.
mansion. They let me
It's
stay
not
there for free.
Bob lives the life of James Bond in Casino Royale.
Except he's not a spy.
Not
Ava Green wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
I don't know. I had
And-
some of the sexiest ladies tonight.
Bob,
And
how
in
many
the opening scene, he would have fallen off that raft.
how many sexy ladies did you have tonight?
When I was at the bar, I got to take 4 of them. And let
Did
me
you eat
tell
some ass tonight, Bob?
Nah, I don't want to mess with them like
How
that.
big
One
were
of
their
she's
dicks?
only 23, and then her mom works there. She's the bartender that the guy that runs the place, he sponsored her and got her to go to get her THCB license to be a bartender.
Bob,
And she not only passed, but she's got a license.
Did you
that
just say
gives
you
her
gave them the
authority.
GHB license?
Gape license.
She has the very
GHB.
best kind of bartender's license that you can get. She's authorized to sell and to give drinks 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That bar eventually is going to be open 24 hours a day, serving alcohol.
Bob, were you hanging out at Angie and Waltz tonight too?
I want to know why Bob hates baseball and America. He's so
Yeah.
unpatriotic.
Hey, America, I don't like the way America's going. It's going by the way of fucking communism in America. It's not going to
Is
stop.
it though? I think it's the most capitalist it's probably ever been.
Bob,
ever.
the way you're talking,
And
I
you're
have an
in a comedy
NFT for you.
No, we've gone the wrong way. We need to turn it around, man. Back to the right way.
But I
Start
think
by
like
renaming the football team.
I think both corporate and individual. Hold on though, Bob. Hold on. If we're communists now, why is corporate and individual wealth the highest it's ever been?
I didn't say we
ever?
were communists yet. I said we're headed that way.
How?
The day we turn
How? When we have
socialist,
people
we're
worth
6
hundreds of
months away
billions
from
of
the problem.
dollars.
Yeah, that was because of capitalism. But
Yeah,
we're leaving
capitalism,
that.
yeah.
We're running off the business with the higher business tax and higher wealth tax. That's going to
That's
run them all off to
taxing,
other
but
countries.
But hold on, though. We still have, like, more wealthy people than ever. Like, taxing them, that doesn't mean we're communist, right? Because, like, in communism, the government controls all the businesses. The government doesn't control Amazon, which is a huge business.
Eventually it will.
What do you mean eventually? That's such bullshit. What do you mean eventually?
Eventually it will.
So they're going to let them, through capitalism, get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then somehow be like, oh, now we're communist?
The way we're headed.
Can you explain that?
Well, look at the West Coast, for example.
We live there. We all live there.
government-
I don't think you've ever been here because you said California only had one freeway. You said California only had one freeway.
Government in America. Do you even know the first social government was when Oregon started up socialized medicine? That was the very first, and then Washington passed that law where there's no forgiveness for your
You're
debt.
faking it, Billy.
See, that's that Germania Jewish bullshit, and this is how you tear a country down, by fucking up its laws, state.
Did you just say something
In
about Jewish
California-
people? Come on, dude.
No, Germania Jews. There's a difference.
The
And-
WrestleMania Jews? Is that what you just said?
WrestleMania
Well,
5,
there
I
you go,
think
man.
it was. At Trump
Joe Biden's
Trump
the world.
Plaza,
Joe Biden's
actually.
not a Jew, he's not a Muslim. He's a fucking Germanian
Isn't-
Jew, which means it's all
isn't
about
like-
money.
Trump did
Isn't
WrestleMania 11.
Isn't Trump basically Jewish? I mean, I know he's not, but
No.
like all of his
In
kids are.
California- No, in California,
You don't know
has
anything about
more
California.
laws.
You said they only have
Why
one
do you keep
freeway.
doing that, Ben? Ben, why do you always interrupt me?
Because
I
you're
just wanna say-
dumb.
I want to say one sentence.
That
I wanna
is-
say
that
one
is fair.
sentence, then you let me talk.
Ben, can we give Bob his 1 minute
I'll tell you
so
what,
you can
Bob,
have your
I'll tell
25
you what.
minutes?
I'll let you talk, but I want to say there's like hours of content where I just sit and let you talk, and it goes on this fucking next level tirade of bullshit, and I've let you talk a lot, and now I'm talking
And
over you.
Again, what you're doing is you're doing what they do in the government when they just keep
You
talking
do it, and I'm
about it.
stopping you from doing it. You
No,
talk
I'm
over
just
people,
saying,
and you go
no,
wrong.
You are kind of poisoning the well right now, Ben.
And then after I start talking, then you start talking.
All right, go
Interrupt me
ahead.
every
Go
time.
ahead. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. I was just going to point out that California's got more laws than the top 3 communist countries on the planet.
Bob, can I stop you there?
More laws? Who like?
Against
It depends
the
on
people laws.
you're throwing so much nuance out the window.
Wait,
like,
Ben, stop talking
Okay.
for that.
I'll give you a prime example.
You're right, right.
I'll give you a prime example. You can't call a faggot in California.
Whoa.
At a minimum.
Not
it's a
anymore.
killer.
That's not
No,
true. That's not true. You still can. You still can.
Yeah,
But
and-
here's the thing: more laws doesn't mean more communism. Like
can't
you
even
can
call
have.
your boyfriend a faggot, even
Right.
when you're fucking him in the ass.
Yeah, and they only stopped calling them that in California because now they call them governor.
That's not a law, by the way.
That was a joke on Gavin
You
Newsom.
have never
He's
been
so
to
handsome.
California, Bob. You've never been
I
there.
graduated high school in California, you moron.
No, you haven't.
Yes, the biggest part of my family lives there. They're
You said
fucking
California
rich as
had
fuck.
one freeway. It
The
has
biggest
like
part of my
No,
family
wrong,
lives there.
wrong.
My
I said
sister
they had
Silver,
one main
we had it
freeway that
sent
goes
over there
north
to
to south all the
Smithsonian.
way through the state. And there is only one highway that goes all the way south to north in the state
that's
of
not
California.
what you said. But
That is what
even
I'm-
that's not
I want to
true.
start a podcast with you.
I've always said that. I know California very well. I've been to Black's
You
Beach.
don't.
You ever been to Black's Beach? Do you even know where it's at? No, you're
Let me
Googling it
name
right
a
now.
random place,
Yeah,
and if you've never
That's
been
what
there,
I
you
thought.
don't know anything about
That's what I
California.
thought.
You
That's
ever
so
been
dumb.
to Cumbender's Dwarf?
You're from the East Coast, and I know more about California than
I
you
still
do,
want to
Steve.
know the question I asked you years ago when we first met. So were your parents brother and sister or just first cousins?
No, they're not
Whoa.
related at all. And I know you're jealous of my brain because it's far superior. If I were to compete with all 3 you combine, that you're jealous.
It's true.
You're a midget, dude.
That's not a good podcast name, Ben.
If I were 3 foot,
Joe, sorry, you're already the leader of the podcast.
No, it's going to be me and Bob's podcast. It's gonna be called Drunken Peasants.
Well, yeah, but I got to find out
It's a
for real if
spin-off.
it's gay or not. So you got to take the beehole challenge.
Did you not stare into his asshole the entire 25 minutes?
I will take the butthole challenge. I'll show you my butthole, but you got to let me poop on your chest while you look at my butthole. And then
That's
you
a
can tell
deal.
me.
Oh,
It'll
for
even
him.
dilate. You know, it'll dilate while
Yeah.
the poop is coming out.
Bob, is there any way to tell how
Okay,
loose a
I'll tell you
butthole is
what,
based
I
on the
will-
chunkiness of the turds?
I will agree to what Ben wants to do if, when it's my turn, he opens his mouth and let me shit in his fucking mouth.
I don't
'Cause I
believe
gotta take-
you're fair, Bob. You'll eat disgusting shit before you do it. And
No.
that's the reason.
I'm very picky with my food. I'm very picky. because
Nope,
of
you're
medicine.
disgusting, Bob.
Bob,
can't
I
handle
know
it.
for a fact that you said you wanted to eat bile.
He did agree, though.
Or maybe that was Simone Biles.
No.
Have you seen my fecal matter wine? I'm a man of taste.
But would I fuck Simone Biles and eat her up? Fuck yeah.
So you would eat biles?
Yeah, but not bile.
If she pee, would you let her pee on you, Bob?
Even know what the word bile means and where it comes from?
Nope.
Bob, would you let Simone Biles pee on you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
absolutely,
if
yeah.
she was like, I don't even want to have sex. I just want you to lay on the ground and I'm gonna pee on your head. Would you do
As
that?
long as I get the video, record that, I got bragging rights, baby. Fuck, let's do it right now.
Is it just for the
Do you live in
bragging rights,
Nevada?
or would you be like jerking it while it's going on?
Well, you can pee right in my face. That way I can say I was staring at pussy that close.
What if she did like a super double, triple backflip and then pooped on your head? Would you like that?
Okay. Yeah, that's bragging rights. Go ahead.
No. Bragging rights? Really?
Yeah.
Bob will brag about it. Bob's OG.
Hey, did you? Let me tell you a story really
My
quick,
sister's
Bob.
hotter than your sister. What?
Bob, let me tell you a story really quick. Andy Dick wanted to fuck Joe.
That's correct.
And Joe wanted to let him.
No,
That is incorrect.
it didn't happen.
That is
Yeah, Joe and I almost drove down to Eugene, Oregon to watch Andy Dick perform, but we didn't because Joe knew he'd have to give up his pristine butthole championship.
Well, he got no chance at winning that.
Whoa.
Whoa. Where do you live, Bob?
The
Nevada?
southernmost point
a
of
place
Texas.
you never want to go. Like he always wants people to come to him, but the place he lives sucks, and we live in a fun place. Maybe Bob needs to come to Seattle. I'd like to get Bob in Seattle on camera.
Bob, you want to come to Seattle,
Hey,
smoke
I'll
some
tell you
legal
what,
weed, and
what-
fuck some prostitute wives?
Oh, that sounds lovable. But here's the deal.
He'll be
once they get
communist
this
after he's
bar-
done.
Once they got the new bar that they just opened where I was at tonight, talking business. So once they get that running, another couple of weeks the most, I will set up a time and date if y'all want to fly down here.
No, Bob.
And do a live
I'll fly
podcast
down.
right
I'll
out
fly
of the
down. I'll be the
fucking-
man on the
what you call it,
street.
It's probably a good idea. Joe and I should go down live and set everything up.
They'll
Here's
poop
the
on
deal, though,
everything.
We'll set
It's a
up
legal
the cameras live down
You
in Texas.
guys-
Ben
you
can
guys
stay
can
home and
have
run the
live
show from
podcast
here.
right out of the bar.
Yeah, Bob. I'm gonna go there next week, wherever you're at in the
They're
United
gonna
States.
spit
I'll go there
roast
next
you,
week.
Bob. You're gonna get
Yeah.
spit roasted.
But
Bob-
you have to fuck us.
We're gonna suck
Yeah,
your
that's what
titties
I'm
so
saying.
passionately.
I'm not gay.
Bob,
so
your
that's-
Actually,
nipples will be so erect.
I want Bob to come here because I want to show him communism at work. We can take him to the Vladimir Lenin statue.
I'm gonna bring
here in
communism
Seattle.
to Texas.
Yeah, y'all got more laws in the state of Washington than they do in Texas.
More laws doesn't mean shit, honestly. But
Yeah, it does.
it's such
Yeah,
a dumb
it does.
thing. But
Yes,
here,
it
Bob,
does.
I'll
Look,
take you.
the
Bob, I'll take you to
government
a.
is only supposed to be there for the purpose of defending the American people, and that's it.
Bob, I'll take you
The
to
police, the police are not supposed to be working for the city.
Bob. Yeah,
They're not-
defund the police,
No,
right, Bob? Defund the police.
You're supposed to elect a body of people to oversee the police in any major city. But when they went to go vote on that, they quickly changed it, and our elected officials voted to put the police officers under the
Bob,
city
you want
council.
to defund the police. Anyway,
no, I want to transfer. I want to transfer leadership of the police out of the control of the city.
We need a militia.
Because you get look, picture this. You get a Muslim / bunch of communists running, say, Seattle, Washington. They control the police. They tell them what they're going to arrest on and what they're going to overlook. You don't need that in America. What you need is for them to pass the laws and the police to enforce.
Hey, Bob.
But they should not have authority over the police. That way the police can arrest their corrupt ass for a change.
Bob, I would like you in Seattle so you can tell everyone. What? You got to go pee? Oh, okay. Yeah, I want you to come to Seattle so you can tell everyone about this shit. And I'll take you to a weed store. We can buy weed together, like really strong weed together.
Yeah,
how about episode 1000? Should he come
get
in for
high
episode
first, and then
1000?
we'll go to the bar, and then when we're at the bar, give me the microphone, and I'll give my little, my little speech about how communist the fucking state is.
I mean, we're so communist up here. You need to talk some sense into these people here. We're all communists. I am basically a Bolshevik.
I'll tell you like this: if America wasn't headed towards communism, we would all be voting Republican, and the Democratic Party would be down to 10%.
But aren't Democrats pretty capitalist? I mean, they're very. I mean, Hillary Clinton's very wealthy because she's a capitalist, right?
Wrong. Name a business that the Clintons own.
Goldman Sachs. They're like shareholders in Goldman Sachs.
No,
one of the most wealthy investment firms in the country. No, it's true.
Look, I know about what you're saying.
Hillary Clinton got paid like $10 million to speak at Goldman Sachs.
Of course, she was an investor while they were president. But once they lost
this was after when this happened. Nope, this was after.
Here's the deal. They don't own a single business. They never have.
They own a lot of businesses.
The majority of the money they made while Bill Clinton was president.
Well, being president is big business. Most people who enter the office of president leave multiple times richer than they got in.
Of course, because people are abusing the system.
Except for Donald Trump, actually. Donald Trump is one of the few who is fucked.
And he accepted the law. Yeah. He's not fucked. He's
fucked. I hope he goes to prison.
Wrong. He passed over control of his construction business. He passed over control of his construction business over to one of his sons, and all the wineries and all of those kind of businesses over to the other son. And his daughter is one of the most successful businesswomen to ever exist in the United States.
Chelsea?
No.
Chelsea Clinton?
No.
Who?
Trump's daughter.
Oh, Trump's daughter, Ivanka. Okay.
There you go. And so Trump's got enough money; he'll never need any more money the rest of his life.
But here's the thing:
make money like he is. There's no way you'll ever make Trump a broke man. I mean, it's not possible.
I think he already is broke. I think all of the lawsuits and all of the
no, wrong. All the lawsuits.
You argue like Trump. It's cute.
Yeah, because you don't know any better. All the lawsuits.
Everyone in the DP Discord, please jump into the waiting room. If you're in the DP Discord and you want to talk to Trumpster Bob, we're taking live calls for Trumpster Bob in the waiting room right now. Jump into the waiting room. All patrons $1 and above qualify.
There you go. That's an honor, right?
Yeah.
These dicks make a little dough, and that's cool. I don't mind doing that. But look, here's the deal.
I'm so brilliant, Bob.
All lawsuits, yeah, and you got a great setup. I give you credit for that, too. And here's the deal. So all of those lawsuits Trump occurred while president are 100% paid for by the United States of America.
We've got Flame Lies in here right now. Flame Lies, anything you jumped in to say to Trumpster Bob or Joe?
Yeah,
I can't read the comment.
Quick question. You were talking last night about this drone project of yours. What were you talking about exactly?
The what project?
The drone project.
You said you were gonna get a bunch of drones to go and attack high officials.
No, yeah, I was joking around, but it's going to happen eventually. Somebody is going to do it. Even the cartels are using drones. Well, they were for a while, attacking our border patrol. People like we down here in Texas, we had a SUV was responding to a bunch of immigrants coming across the border, and the cartel used a drone and blew it up. So then they quickly, while Trump was president, dispersed defensive equipment against drones. So after that was distributed, the next SUV responded to another call, was attacked by a drone, and the drone didn't even make it across the border. It went into control and landed in Mexico. Because the SUVs here at the border, they completely block all of the radio signals, so you can't. Only their radio signals get in or out while you're within the radius of that jamming.
So Bob, $10,000 you jerk off a guy till he comes, right?
Oh, that's something to think about.
Yeah, all you got to do is jerk him until he comes. And you got to do it until it's over. So you got to do a good job, like the better.
I have what they call retarded ejaculation.
I could probably for sure jerk a guy off in 30 seconds unless he's been jerking it off that morning.
So you're that good with dick. All right.
And then it's going to take, well, no, I could jerk mine off in 8 seconds. So, I mean, a woman could sit on me, get me off in 6.
It just sounds like you're a preemie.
And then you could go for like the 45-minute mark, right? So that's when you dick it down a woman on the third nut. So, but yeah, for me to jack off a guy in public, like Benji did.
I didn't put that in there, but okay.
I think I'm gonna have to get paid at least $150,000 for that.
No, that's way too high.
Well, then you ain't getting it from me.
Yeah, most people could pay a better, younger-looking guy to jerk them off for way less money.
What about unlimited Keystone for a month?
Go get that other guy to do it. You don't want me because you don't want to pay for it, and you got to pay me up front.
Bob, how about this? How about we just take it from you?
Oh God! No chance in hell.
What are you gonna do about it?
I got plenty of bodyguards living here.
I'll take them too. I'll have a fuck buffet. You and your bodyguards.
We got guys here that will beat your fucking
Here's
ass.
what I think. I think you got guys there that will line up on their fucking knees like I was the American Taliban, and I'll beheading all of them.
The other one will be on the phone, and there'll be 10 fucking bingo.
Bob, I think you're a fucking spank slut. I think you'll be to turn your asshole red. I think you'll be to beat your little fucking booty, Bob.
Billy, did you see my art?
That's beautiful.
It's possible, but Billy, all I gotta do is get you on a
perfect.
Thank you.
It's perfect.
Bob, how do you feel about being my sub slut?
If I ever meet you, I'm probably gonna tie a rope around your balls and whip you around between your legs, wrap it around my hand. I'm gonna wrap it around my hand. I'm gonna take you out to the fucking street corner, and I'm gonna put a big sign out front and it says, "We'll suck dick for $5."
And then I'm gonna forget, and I'm gonna suck your dick for $5.
Well, that's a damn good deal. Bob, I didn't know you were a rigger.
I didn't hear all that. I cut in and out there. I pushed the wrong button.
Well, depending on what part of that you heard.
I heard something about a good deal.
I didn't hear anything after I pointed out that I would take him out holding his nuts through that rope, right? And I put a sign up front that says $5 blowjob.
Bob, they're only.
I might go $10 because y'all live on everything's expensive where you live. Okay, $10 a blowjob. Cops get $5 blowjob. No, cops get free blowjobs. Fuck it.
Bob, there's only two things that ever came out of Texas: lovers and friends.
Oh, that's a new saying.
Hey,
are you gonna be lovers or are you gonna be friends?
Oh, I'm always friendly.
Oh. I like you, Bob. I was just teasing you earlier. I don't want to have sex with you or your bodyguards. Not like Not
I know
inside.
that.
I'd go
I know
family
that.
style. Like I go family style on a young whore with
I
you.
wouldn't really rent you out for $10 a blowjob, but I would definitely do it for what's the going rate where you live?
Well, I
Like,
think you said 150,000. I think I should at least get the same amount you'd put yourself up for.
ooh, nobody would rent your lips out though.
Bob, what do you do for fun?
Did Bob leave?
I go to the.
That's true, Joe. That's
I
true.
just see whatever's going on. Like if there's a party downstairs, I go join. They need a dealer downstairs, I go deal.
You gonna
They
go
want me
deal,
to go
Bob?
to be doing that in a nice suit. If the guy wants me to run his web page, I'm gonna be doing that. And it just depends. Whatever I want to do. If I'm retired, I do whatever man. If I want to sleep all day and party all night, get high, that's what I do. If I want to drink beer,
Wanna rock
wake up
and
drinking
roll
beer.
all night.
yeah.
And party
Yeah,
until 3 p.m.
I'll turn my stereo system up right there.
What
That
happened to your
motherfucker-
video, Bob? Did you turn your cam off or what?
Let me check it. I can't even see the motherfucker.
Coming soon. T-Bob and Joe. Brand new podcast. Drunken Faggots. T-Bob and Joe on the internet. Joe's the one in the back. Bob's the one getting ran.
From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get railed
Nah,
by Joe and T-Bob.
We're going to wrap this show up.
No, we're staying here all night. This
All
is a
right.
24-hour stream.
I'm going to head out.
No, you don't get to go.
You guys have fun.
T-Bob's gonna be a power button.
Don't make the puppy cry.
For one.
Here, hold the
Dogs
puppy.
don't cry. I can't. I'm allergic. You're going to make me fall in love, Ben.
Hold the puppy.
It's a cute puppy.
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, God, look at it.
It's a cush.
I'm big.
It's a little
Cute puppy.
See them? This is my friends. They're on the internet. They're the ones we talk to and drink with all the time. They got bones and they got toys and they go for walks. Yeah.
She wants to lick your face. Maybe she will. I don't know. No. Oh, don't eat her.
I was gonna lick her face.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you back to Ben.
All right.
Dog makes more salient points than Bob does.
That's true.
More popular than Shabisky on TikTok.
That's true as well.
So I guess we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, I have to go clean my room.
Good show, guys.
It was a wonderful show. We had a great night, and we will be back on Tuesday.
Joe, I want
had
to
a great
thank you.
time.
I want to thank you for showing your butthole to Trumpster Bob, even if he graded it unfairly.
Yeah, he's an awful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what can we do?
I
Judging
think-
buttholes.
We all know how tight your butthole is. One time, Joe
He was-
stuck a Q-tip in his ass, and it came out a toothpick.
He was he was unfairly critical
Correct.
to your ass, and I'm sorry if you experienced some sort of post-traumatic butthole syndrome because of
It's
this.
okay. I think that's the way he flirts.
I hope you don't become like butthole rexic.
I
know?
won't. I'm gonna devour every cock in my path.
Okay, it's good. Now you can see me and hear me. I accidentally hit the button down below and turned it off.
Oh, damn, that's not a boomer mistake at all.
Bob,
I accidentally was beaten off 3 times.
Bob, we're
to
gonna
what you
wrap
guys
up
were
the
saying.
show. If you want to
Any
show us your
last
butthole,
statement? Anything you want to tell the people before we sign off tonight?
Me, God bless, peace out, and spread the love and not the hate, baby.
Wow.
Yes.
Words to live by.
Trumpster Bob in the place.
Good night,
And
everybody.
Okay.
In the beginning, there was nothing, and then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.